A girl stands on the doorstep, her hands trembling, her eyes shining with tears. For 6 years, we thought she was gone forever. This is the sister who came back. The day my younger sister Lydia disappeared, our lives shattered. 1 minute she was walking home from school, like she had 100 times before. The next, she was gone. No witnesses, no answers, just an empty bedroom and the sound of my mother crying through the night. For years we searched, we hoped, and slowly, painfully, we learned how to live without her. Until today. When the doorbell rings and I open the door, my heart nearly stops. Standing there is the girl we buried in our memories, Lydia. Older now, thinner, frightened, but unmistakably her. Or at least, she looks like her. Everyone else is overjoyed. My parents cry with relief, neighbors bring flowers, the police call it a miracle. But something feels wrong. Lydia doesn't remember the stories from our childhood. She forgets the illnesses that kept her home for months at a time. When I ask what happened the day she vanished, her eyes go distant and she says she can't remember. I tell myself trauma can do strange things to memory, until I find the message hidden in her room, a message that makes my blood run cold. Because the more time I spend with the girl who came home, the more certain I become of one terrifying truth. The person living in our house is not my sister. And if she isn't Lydia, then what happened to the real one? Prologue. 7 years ago, CCTV recording, Police Interview Room 1, Leith Police Station. The girl sits at the far side of the interview table wearing a large grey hoodie, sleeves pulled over her hands and hood up, partially obscuring her face. Her gaze remains fixed on the table, rarely looking up at either police officer for more than a moment. PC Phelps pushes a paper cup of water towards her, but she doesn't move to pick it up. "Do you remember what time you woke up?" The girl glances down. Her shoulders rise in a shrug. "It was light outside. I don't know. My head hurt." DS Harper leans forward in his seat. "What woke you?" "The smell. It was sour. My chest felt tight." She presses her sleeve against her mouth. Her face is pale, her eyes sunken as if exhausted. "What did you do?" "Nothing. I was scared. Then Mum came in and helped me get out." Her hands twist inside her cuffs. "What was the source of the sour smell? Did you see that?" The girl shakes her head quickly. "I didn't go in the kitchen." "Was there anyone else in the house that morning?" The girl pauses, thinking. "No." "You're sure?" Her eyes shift towards the camera in the corner of the room, away from both officers. "Yeah." "What about your sister?" She looks up, but still won't make eye contact with either officer. "What about her?" she says quickly, her tone sharp. "Where was she?" The girl swallows. "Out? I don't know. Sometimes she goes out early." "Did you hear her in the morning? Getting ready, making her breakfast, moving around the house or anything?" The girl's foot taps under the table, visible in the lower right of the frame. "No." "Look, if you did, I didn't." Her tone is firm, almost cutting. There's silence for 12 seconds. The girl's eyes dart to the door twice. DS Harper slides his hand across the table, as if inviting her to take it. "If someone wanted to hurt you, we need to know who it was." The girl's voice drops in volume. "It wasn't her." Phelps sits up straighter in her seat. "It wasn't who?" She blinks hard. "My sister." For the first time, she meets DS Harper's gaze, eyes reflecting the harsh ceiling lights. It wasn't her. The officers exchange a brief glance before Harper flips his notebook shut. Recording ends. Chapter 1. Wendy. It always starts with a dead body. That's how they draw in the viewers, the bloodthirsty public sitting at home on their sofas, yearning for gore, more murder, more death. Cozy crime? There's nothing cozy about murder, despite what the viewing public think. I switch off the TV, the living room plunging into silence, the room surprisingly dark. The sun has begun to set, so I stand up from my armchair and circle the room, clicking on the lamps and pulling the curtains together. The doorbell chimes, startling me out of my reverie, and it takes me a moment to gather myself, my heart pounding. I glance around the living room, and of course everything is where it should be. Perfectly acceptable to invite a visitor inside if needed. The whole house is uncluttered, which makes a huge change from how it used to be, back when the girls were small and the floor was permanently littered with toys, discarded socks, scrawled upon pieces of paper, crumbs ground into the carpet. I sigh with a little sadness. I miss those joyful, messy days when I dread the doorbell ringing and the exposure of our domestic chaos. At the time, I was embarrassed if anyone popped round unannounced, and I saw their eyes skim the evidence of my failure to keep on top of things. What I'd give to have that back. Now my footsteps echo around the empty house most of the time. It's a different life now, that's for sure. A quiet, middle-aged life. Unless Annabelle's having one of her turns anyway. But right now she's out of the house, doing God knows what, God knows where. She said she was going to the post office to mail some artwork she sold online, but I don't know if that's true. She might still live at home, but she often feels as lost to me as her younger sister. But I can't think about that. I smooth out my blouse as I walk to the front door. A silhouetted figure is visible through the blurred glass, in shadow except for the top of their head, which is illuminated by the porch light. A woman, I think. I hope it's not a salesperson, or were a politician canvassing for votes. But when I open the door, I immediately know she's not a salesperson. There's no ingratiating grin or faux friendly patter, just a faint half smile and an uncertain look in her haunted eyes under her dark green beanie. I repress a sigh. One of Annabelle's friends. The girl shifts from foot to foot, and I scan her skinny frame. Sorry, Annabelle's not home. Not sure when she'll be back. Maybe text her? I make to close the door, but a bony hand shoots out and stops me, her fingertips pressed against the blurry glass. Her black nail varnish is badly chipped. She shakes her head, and her strawberry blonde hair ripples, catching the light and igniting a feeling in my chest, something I can't quite place. No, she says, her voice soft and reedy. Please. I stop, my subconscious knowing before I do. I tilt my head, about to reiterate that Annabelle's not here, that I can't help, but the words die in my throat as my gaze lands on the wee mole on her jawline, about the size of a sesame seed. I know that mole, a mole I pressed a finger to every day since she was born, until that terrible day. She nods as if encouraging me to realize the truth. Mum, it's me, she says, saying the words I thought I might never hear again. My eyes fill with tears which spill down my cheeks. My knees buckle under me, but I grip the wall and hold myself up. The girl's eyes also sparkle, tears threatening. It's me, Lydia. I've come home. Chapter 2. Wendy. It's me, Lydia. An animalistic howl escapes my lips, and I pitch towards her with my arms outstretched, the howl morphing into guttural sobs that rack my body as I bury my nose in her hair and squeeze her tight, pressing her against my chest as if I could absorb her. She sinks into me, her body trembling as her hair muffles my sobs. She wraps her arms around me, and it hits me with a wallop. She's not a wee girl anymore. She's as tall as I am, her body lean and wiry. She's a woman now. She grew up without me. I've seen her every day for the past 6 years. Like a ghost, a movement from the corner of my eye. She walks past me in the street, holding the hand of a sticky-faced toddler. She's in the line ahead of me at the post office, asking for the right form to update her driver's license. Her profile catches my eye through the window as I walk past a local hair salon, a towel around her shoulders, and her strawberry blonde hair dripping wet. I always falter, my breath catching in my throat, and my heart aching so hard it feels like it might burst. It's never her. She'll turn slightly, and I'll see it's an older woman holding the sticky child's hand, or the girl in the hair salon has brown hair, not Lydia's russet colour at all. And I'll have to remember to breathe, keep going with my day. as if I haven't just glimpsed the one thing I want most in the entire world. My beloved daughter returned to me. I dream about her return every night and wake up with cheeks wet from tears of relief, of fulfilled hope. And as I emerge from the fug of sleep each morning, reality comes crashing in, and my heart breaks anew when I realize she's still missing, that I haven't held my youngest daughter in my arms for 6 years, that she's growing up without her mother's love, almost a third of her life without me. I called the police station every day. I printed posters, drafted press releases, went on morning television more times than I can count. I set up social media accounts and gathered thousands of online followers, making sure Lydia's face never slipped out of public consciousness. Anything to keep Lydia in the news, to keep people talking about her and looking for her. And I failed her every single day that I didn't find her. Now she stands in front of me on my doorstep. My wee girl returned to me, the answer to every prayer I sent up into the universe. I cry harder, and over my keening, I can hear her whispering in a low voice, "It's okay, Mum. I'm here. Lydia's back. I'm here now." She's comforting me, like she's the adult and I'm the child. Our roles reversed. Slowly, I release her from my grasp and step back, holding her at arm's length. "Let me look at you, my baby," I croak, and let my eyes roam over her face. Last year, on the 5th anniversary of her disappearance, the police created and circulated an age progression image that estimated what 18-year-old Lydia might look like. They used the last photographs taken of her before she went missing, when she was 13, and combined them with details from photographs of Annabelle, Leonard, and me. But still, in the new image, she looked like an older version of the Lydia I remembered. But no wonder the age progression image didn't elicit any genuine leads, even with the amplification boost it got when I shared it across all my channels, exposing it to hundreds of thousands of followers combined. The police didn't get it right. Lydia looks nothing like that age progression picture. She's unrecognizable. And of course she is. It's been 6 years. She's been through puberty. Her chubby, childlike cheeks have elongated, her face becoming more angular. Her nose is longer, her cheekbones more pronounced. There's a sadness around her eyes that hints at what she might have been through. Trauma and loss. She needed love and a family, and someone took her away from that. She is dreadfully skinny, the bones in her wrists protruding and the skin almost translucent. I want to wrap her up in a blanket, feed her fattening things, cuddle her, and love her like I used to on sick days. Just the two of us huddled together on the sofa, watching whatever we wanted on TV. Those days were so cozy, and I want them back. I shudder to think where she's been, what's happened to her while she's been gone. I need to know. I want to help her process and work through the trauma, but there'll be lots of time for that. I grab her hands, feeling her fingers in mine after so long. She smiles and squeezes back, a laugh of relief escaping her lips. "You're home, Lydia, you're home." My voice quivers with emotion, and I look over her shoulder for the first time since I realized who was at my door. Staring through our still-open doorway, I see that Torben is across the street, hovering by the bins. He's watching us, his tall, skinny frame looming out of the dusk like a praying mantis. The skin on my forearms prickles as the fine blonde hairs rise into goose pimples, reacting to his presence. I've never liked him, never trusted him, ever since he was a wee lad. Shifty eyes, dirty knees, long, spindly fingers. What is he doing? What has he seen tonight? And, the question I've been asking for the last 6 years, what does he know? I have no answers, but I do know I don't want him anywhere near my precious Lydia. Quickly, I pull Lydia inside and close the door. Chapter 3. Wendy. "Where have you been? What happened to you? Are you okay?" I ask, and immediately regret peppering her with questions as I see the color drain from her face. She opens and closes her mouth, but no sound comes out. Her hands are balled into fists in her pockets. I think she's trembling. When she doesn't answer, I stop and shake my head. "I'm so sorry. Ignore me. There's plenty of time for that. Come inside. Let's get you settled." I spent years imagining our reunion. Tears would prick my eyes as I visualized her cry of "Mummy" as she ran towards me and threw herself into my arms. I'd bury my nose in her hair, and our connection would be re-established in an instant, as if she'd never left. It would be a moment of triumph, of relief, of absolute elation. But it's not. It's a mixed-up, confusing anticlimax, to be honest. I'm not going to get all the answers straight away, and it's going to take a long time to find the connection we once had. 6 years have passed, and the painful truth I have to face is that we must get to know each other again. I don't know who Lydia is anymore. As I lead Lydia into the house, I look around and see it through her eyes. Nothing has changed. Time has stood still, the house holding its breath until Lydia returned. The floral wallpaper in the hall, once bright and colourful, has faded to pale pastels. The family photos are artfully arranged in frames on the wall up the stairs, yet no new ones have been added for years, and none taken away. A happy family of 4 grins at me from behind their glass. Mum, Dad, and 2 teenage daughters, frozen in time. The house looks fine at first glance, but in reality it's shabby and faded. I see that now. When Lydia went missing, my life stopped. The bookmark remains in the same chapter of the book I was reading that day. Food rotted in the fridge, houseplants withered and died, their leaves browning and curling and eventually falling to the windowsill to settle until they were dust. I lead her from the hallway into the kitchen on shaky legs and, not knowing quite what to do, set about making a couple of hot drinks. Tentatively, Lydia pauses, as if waiting to be invited to sit, like a guest. Then she seems to shake herself and perches carefully on a chair at the dining table. She's brought a ratty backpack with her, now slumped down by her feet. It's not one I've seen before, so she must have acquired it, or been given it, since she went missing. Where did the bag come from? Who has she been with? Has she been safe? Did someone hurt her? Perhaps I should preserve some of her stuff, keeping it uncontaminated so the police can test it for forensics or something. But I can't imagine how she'd feel if I take away the only belongings she brought with her, talking about the police in the same breath. It doesn't seem fair somehow. But surely it's important to get justice for whatever she's been through. And not just Lydia, but all of us. The whole family was impacted by Lydia's disappearance. I set the mugs on the table and take her hand in mine, feeling my life has changed yet again. Our moment is interrupted by the clatter of a key in the front door. Lydia whisks her hand away and tenses, glancing at me with a question in her eyes. She swipes at her eyes with a knuckle, and I know the moment is over. "Annabelle's home?" I say in a faux cheerful voice, while dread bubbles up in my throat. Chapter 4. Wendy. "What a surprise you'll be for Annabelle," I say quietly, trying to feign excitement at the sisters' reunion. But my pretense has no impact. Lydia swallows, and I wonder if I see a shiver of fear as she flicks her eyes in the direction of the front door. We listen to the sounds of Annabelle removing her jacket and shoes in the hall, and her footsteps advance towards the kitchen. I'm so tuned into Lydia that I brace too, and my stomach churns with nerves. How will Annabelle react to the return of her sister? Their relationship was fraught at best when Lydia went missing. At times it felt like I was the only unifying force, and that without me they'd never speak. Certainly their sisterly bond had broken down. But I have a flicker of hope too. They were once inseparable, a few short years before Lydia's disappearance. So much so that I even felt a wee bit excluded from their members-only club. Leonard always said it was cute that they seemed so close and that they didn't need anyone else, but I wanted space to be their mother. Maybe there's a way back to a semblance of that, despite everything. Annabelle doesn't call out to greet me. She puts a lot of effort into avoiding speaking to me, and sometimes can go days without having to acknowledge my presence in the house. But it's become easier that way, so I let it go. Things will have to change now. We need to be a family again, for Lydia. When Annabelle reaches the kitchen doorway, her steps falter. She surveys the scene. Lydia and me sitting at the table, mugs between us. I hear Annabelle's sharp intake of breath as she recognizes what this means, but she still doesn't speak. "Hi, Annabelle," says a querulous voice, and I realize it's Lydia greeting her sister. I look at Annabelle through Lydia's eyes, and what I see is not positive. When Lydia left, Annabelle was in the rebellious stage. She dyed her blonde hair black and wore makeup and eyeliner like a mask to hide her real self from the world. Now, her blonde hair is still black, but it's a mohawk running down the center of her skull and carefully shaved around the edges. Her ears are weighed down with piercings, her lobes stretched with black plugs, and each finger on both hands has a dainty tattoo, Japanese symbols. Annabelle has never explained the meaning of, not to me anyway. Probably something from manga or anime. I stand up and put a hand on Lydia's shoulder, showing Annabelle with my actions that Lydia is part of things now. Lydia came home. She's back. And just like that, my eyes fill with tears and my voice cracks with the emotion I've been holding back since I opened the front door earlier this evening. Lydia's home. Annabelle's frozen in the doorway, her face even paler than usual as she stares at Lydia across the kitchen. She takes a step forward, as if propelled by a push from behind. A small cry escapes from her lips. "Lydia?" she whispers, a crack in her voice. Lydia stands up, and my two girls crush together in a hug. My chest compresses with emotion, and my hands itch to get out my phone and snap a picture, or even better, record a video. But no, some moments are not for social media. They're for observing, for living in the moment. So I stand, and I watch as my daughters reunite for the first time in 6 years. I can see Annabelle's shoulders shaking with what I think are suppressed sobs, but when she steps back, there are no tears on her face. I haven't seen Annabelle properly cry since she was about 10. Even today is no exception. She's so self-contained. The hug over, Annabelle holds Lydia at arm's length, tilts her head, and looks her sister up and down, no expression on her face. It's as if she's looking for clues. My stomach twists. I have no idea what Annabelle will do here, whether she'll resume the close bond my daughters once had, or if Annabelle's relationship with her sister will be just as broken as all of Annabelle's connections seem now. At 25, Annabelle is a lone wolf with seemingly few friends. It's as likely that Annabelle will hiss at Lydia like an angry cat or launch herself at her younger sister, fists flying. I close my eyes briefly in a silent prayer. Please don't drive her away, I soundlessly beg. I've lost her once, I can't lose her again. I'm frustrated that I let Annabelle have so much power over my life, my future. But unpredictability can be a weapon, and it's one that Annabelle has always wielded. Instead of anything violent or aggressive, Annabelle finishes her appraisal of her sister and nods once, stepping away and opening the fridge like it's a normal day. No more hugs, no welcome back. But at least she's not been hostile, I reassure myself. This could have been worse. With her back to Lydia and the kitchen, Annabelle throws a question over her shoulder, her tone curt. "So, where have you been?" Chapter 5. Annabelle. "So, where have you been?" I ask, and then I have to turn away, burying my face in the fridge. There's something so exposing about this feeling of total defenselessness mixed with grief and ardent curiosity. It makes me want to hide, especially as I can feel Mum's eyes on me, calculating whether she can take a picture or film us for social media. I can practically see her fingers twitching towards her phone, and I want to push Lydia out of the door, protect her. No one needs their most vulnerable moments captured and broadcast, even if Mum thinks otherwise. I feel Mum flinch at my question. So she hasn't asked Lydia anything. It's so typical. We spend years looking for Lydia, pestering the police with theories, walking the streets with her photo in our hands, and when Lydia turns up on our doorstep, Mum just makes her a cup of tea and starts writing a shopping list. She's scared direct questioning will scare Lydia away, and I can see by the flick of her eyes that she's annoyed I'm asking the questions she wanted to ask. She was taking her time. Maybe she had some sick fantasy about interviewing Lydia on camera for all her precious followers. To my surprise, Lydia meets my gaze and starts to talk, her voice careful and soft. "I have memory issues. There's a blank around the time I left here. I don't know how I left or why. Maybe I'll never know." I can't look at her directly. When I do, I want to hug her and never let go. But I don't know if she wants that. Where Lydia used to snuggle up to me whenever we were on the sofa together, her apple-scented hair tickling my nose, this new Lydia feels like a stranger. There's a gap between us carved by time. I don't know her anymore. I want to cry. I want to say, I missed you. I want to tell her about all the hard days, the lonely days, the nights I went into her room and cried into her pillow, trying to smell her scent on the dusty bedsheets that no longer held a memory of my little sister. I want to tell her how many times I felt regret and guilt about being a typical older sister while she was here, leaving her out, calling her names, telling her to hide and not seeking. I want to say, I thought you were dead. And I can never tell her that sometimes, in the dark, lonely nights when I couldn't sleep, I imagined all the awful things that bad people might have done to her, and a part of me hoped she was dead, because at least no one could hurt her that way. But instead, I swallow all my words, turn and open the fridge, rooting through our groceries with my back to the kitchen. It's too much. There's so much to say that I instead say nothing. There'll be time for that later, when our mother isn't hovering nearby, watching my every move as if I'm the devil incarnate. I've always known that Mum suspected it was my fault that Lydia disappeared, like I drove her away or something. She shifts in her chair behind me in the kitchen, and I can almost feel her thoughts beaming at me through her skull. If she wasn't pretending to be the perfect mother, she'd be hissing at me across the kitchen, her mouth half closed in that way she does when she's trying to be subtle. Your sister is back, she wants to hiss. Have some respect. I hear Lydia clear her throat. I grab an iron brew and turn back around, leaning against the fridge door as I look at her. She feels like a stranger, but she also looks like one too. Her hair is the same color, but she's smaller and skinnier than I thought she'd be. Maybe she's been underfed wherever she's been. With a shudder, I think about other missing persons cases where the people turn up again. The women in Ohio, the girl in Austria, the other girl in Austria and her children. The horrors they were subjected to. Please don't let that be Lydia. I need to know where she's been, so I can somehow purge those images from my head. I curse my vivid imagination. I raise my eyebrows at her, prompting her to continue. She takes a breath and releases it slowly before she starts talking again. So it's hard to say what happened right at the start, whether someone took me or whether I left by myself. Maybe it was some kind of mental breakdown. But I'm sure I didn't want to leave. She smiles at me and my heart swells. Her voice sounds different than it used to, her Scottish accent less pronounced, her vowels more neutral than mine or Mum's. Can people's accents change that much? I thought they were formed and fixed in childhood. Unless, perhaps, trauma can change someone so intrinsically. My poor sister. I try not to look too interested in her response, as if I could somehow scare her away if she senses my desperation for answers. I open my iron brew with a hiss and take a drink, the bubbles trickling down my throat and threatening to make me cough. I wait, and I hope that Lydia can give us more. I lived in a big house. It was busy, lots of kids. Eventually I saw a therapist who helped me access some buried memories. Memories of my family, of you all. I remembered my name was Lydia. Her eyes flick from me to Mum and back again, damp and shining with suppressed emotion. And that's when I knew I needed to come back. I wanted to find you all and be part of this family again. My eyes prickle with tears and my throat constricts. I swallow the lump in my throat and mask my emotion by taking another sip of iron brew. At the table, Mum leans forward and envelops Lydia's tiny hand in two of her own. She's always been like this with Lydia, cloying, too much, overbearing, pushy. So you had suppressed your memories of home, of us? Lydia opens her mouth and closes it again, a flush rising on her pale cheeks. I regret the question and wish I could take it back. Lydia has always been a sweetheart, kinder and gentler than the rest of us. The flush in her cheeks tells me she's feeling guilty for the pain she caused us. And I don't want that. This wasn't her fault. She's a victim. Of what or who, though, we don't get to know. But we'll have to find out. But what? That's enough, Annabelle. Stop hounding her. Mum stands up and steps slightly in front of me, creating a barrier between us, as if she wants to protect my sister from me. Suddenly, I'm transported back 6 years, reminded of how Mum always seemed to enjoy when Lydia and I were at loggerheads, normal sibling fights, amplified by Mum taking Lydia's side or being overly protective, casting me as the villain every time. Mum could swoop in and be the saviour, rescuing Lydia from her mean older sister. Mum meets my eye and I nod once, acknowledging that I won't ask any more questions for now. I can back down, this time. Sure, we need answers, but we don't need them immediately. What's happened has happened, and everything will come out in its own time. Pushing won't help anything. But I will find out where Lydia has been, and we'll get justice. Chapter 6. Wendy. The tone in my voice is exactly that which I had to employ years ago to handle teenage squabbles and childish bickering. I'm taken aback by how quickly I can step back into the role of mediator between my two children, no matter how much time has passed. Annabelle smirks. So when can we call the police? Let them know you're back. They'll need to know everything. I unlock my phone and scroll to the details for the local police station. It was once my most used number, automatically added by my phone to my list of favorite contacts. I called the police station sometimes several times a day, until the receptionist recognized my voice. That number is no longer in my favorites, and Detective Cho has moved on to another force now. But I will still call the station and tell them the news. They'll need to update their files and ask Lydia questions that I want the answers to as well. They'll want to investigate where she's been, if someone took her. They'll need to arrest someone, surely. Maybe there's a kidnapper still out there. I close my eyes and pray that no one touched her. That's another thing the police will have to ask, I know. And if someone took her, hurt her, they must pay. It's in the best interests of everyone that the police find out she's back as soon as possible. But something stops me from pressing the call button. A heavy silence in the air, a stillness coming from Lydia. I look up. The flush has disappeared from Lydia's face, her skin pale and drawn. I reach out and lay a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She shakes her head, almost imperceptibly. "Please don't," she whispers. "Not yet." It might be my imagination, but I feel like she's slipping away, pulling back from this family that's only just reunited. I've got Lydia back, yet her presence here still feels so temporary somehow. Seeing Lydia's reaction under Annabelle's scrutiny, I'm now having second thoughts about calling the police immediately. She's been missing 6 years. What's another couple of days going to change? We could let Lydia get settled and find her feet back in her home before we turn it all upside down with official interrogations. What we don't want to do is drive her away again. If we don't yet know why she left, I can't protect us against it happening again. Of all the possibilities, I'd never considered until now that Lydia could have left by choice. A mental breakdown? Maybe she was feeling too much pressure at school. She'd missed so much because of illnesses at that stage. Maybe she didn't want to face going back after her most recent bout of tonsillitis. If that's a possibility, the last thing Lydia needs now is more pressure, something that might push her to run back to that family in the big house, whoever they are. I need to make sure Lydia never leaves me again. What can I do to guarantee she's not taken from me a second time? We're not going to call the police yet, I say to Annabelle, and beneath my hand I can feel the tension leave Lydia's body. Poor thing. She must have been dreading all the questions. There's no rush, is there? Annabelle sucks her teeth. Well, it depends, doesn't it? If she was kidnapped from near here, what's to stop her kidnapper from coming back to retrieve her again? There's a lot we don't know, especially if Lydia can't remember. If Lydia can't remember? My jaw clenches. I don't like Annabelle's implication there. Lydia shakes her head. I don't remember being kidnapped. Annabelle returns her half-drunk iron brew to the fridge and slams the fridge door. Do you even She's got to give us something, Mum, surely. She turns to Lydia, and behind her tough facade, I can see genuine grief in her eyes. We've been looking for you, waiting, terrified for you for years. You've got to understand that. I see her fighting with her emotions, her throat bobbing as she swallows. When Lydia doesn't reply, Annabelle strides from the room, leaving empty air and an ominous silence behind her until the slam of her bedroom door rattles the house. She's always been good at destroying an atmosphere. I sit back down at the table and hold out my hand to Lydia. She hesitates for a moment and takes it, her tiny hand clammy in mine. Just then, there's a low rumble from the doorway, a menacing, angry growl. Lydia starts and lifts her legs up onto the chair, her eyes trained on a spot over by the door and her eyes filled with fear. Mac, our miniature schnauzer, now a grumpy old man with an impressive moustache to match. He's standing in the doorway, emitting a low growl, his hackles raised as he trains his eyes on Lydia, the fur on his back standing on end, every muscle taut and ready to spring. He curls his lips to reveal a row of sharp, white teeth. Chapter 7. Wendy. Mac, no! I clap my hands once, twice, but nothing breaks the spell. His eyes trained on Lydia like she's prey he needs to attack. I'm surprised to see him inside. At this time of year, he usually spends most of the day patrolling the garden, watching for foxes, seagulls and squirrels. He's got a little house out there, and when he gets tired, he'll take himself in there for a wee nap, only using his doggy door to come inside when he's hungry or thirsty. But today, he's come inside, probably alerted by our voices, and he's uncharacteristically aggressive in his stance as he watches Lydia. He's an angry little lad, but I've never seen his teeth bared like this. Lydia shrinks back further, and I look between them, my cowering daughter and growling pup. I'm speechless. Mac and Lydia were once inseparable. She walked him every morning during the school holidays, and he'd curl up on her bed each night. After she went missing, he used to whine outside her bedroom door until I opened it for him, when he'd scurry inside and sniff every corner to try to find her. He pined for her, but now, apparently, he hates her. And she is pretty unsure about him, too. For some reason, of everything Lydia missed out on while she was away, the loss of her bond with her dog hits me hard, and I swallow the lump that rises in my throat. I stand and step in front of Lydia, blocking Mac's view of her, and it's like a spell breaks. He drops the snarl, shakes himself, and trots away. I hear the familiar click of the doggy door slipping back into place as he enters the garden. Lydia looks at me, a grateful smile on her face. "Thank you," she says, her voice breathy. I wave her off, uncomfortable that my own daughter needs to thank me for caring. I feel a pang for what I missed, the entitlement of teenagers, the sheer expectation of their needs being met, and no gratitude or acknowledgement when it happens. Of course, I resented that with Annabelle, as anyone does, but there's a sadness there that I never got to go through those normal teenage challenges with Lydia too. She froze in my mind at 13 and never grew up. And now I have to update my entire mental map of who she is. It won't happen overnight, and that's okay. "Have you been around other dogs? Maybe he can smell them on you." She shakes her head as I shrug. I don't know what's going on with him. I make a mental note to give Lydia a handful of dog treats later. Surely he'll change his mind as soon as he's had some treats and got close enough to smell her familiar scent. That must be it. He needs to get closer to her. She does look different. Maybe she smells different too. But she's still the same old Lydia underneath it all. We have some things to get used to, all of us. Everything has changed since Lydia went missing, even as it felt like time stood still. It's a surprise to find, as I gaze at my daughter's face, that I don't know who I am anymore either. I was once a wife and mother of 2 girls. I cared for them and kept our family happy. That was my identity. Next, I was the mother of a missing girl, which was so all-consuming that it became the only thing in my life. People recognized me in the street, got in touch to share their own stories, offered money and help to look, contacted me with theories and sightings. I was a touchstone and the spearhead of the search, an influencer even. Bizarrely, it seemed I was a beacon of hope and encouragement to other parents also in this tragic position of having a missing child. But it's not like I pursued that role. Finding Lydia was my only goal, my sole identity. Since the moment I realized that Lydia didn't turn up at school that Tuesday in May, I've lived a half-life, waiting for her to walk back through our door. My husband and I officially separated, I left my career, and my relationship with Annabelle crumbled. But nothing mattered except getting Lydia back. I've lived through so much. Who am I now? Can I pick up the pieces of the life I once lived? I kept your room the same, I say, to fill the silence and stop my swirling thoughts. I suspect Lydia is overwhelmed, I know I am, and she was always the quieter child of my 2. Although you'll have grown out of all your clothes, and you won't want your toys and books anymore, I guess. She gives a tight smile. "Let's go see your room," I say in a forced, bright voice. Maybe that'll help trigger some more memories. Chapter 8. Wendy. With a fresh mug of tea each, we ascend the stairs. I push open Lydia's bedroom door and step aside for her to go inside, but she hesitates. The tea in her mug shivers with the tremors in her hands. Is she nervous? Afraid? Sick? It makes my heart ache that she'd feel anything but excitement and comfort when returning to her home. The places she's been since she went missing, they're the places for nerves and fear. Not here, not back with her mum. But who am I to determine how she should feel? I've no idea what she's been through after all. Not until she opens up to me. Lydia steps into her bedroom, and for a moment it's like I'm looking back in time. She's a fully grown adult now, but if I squint, I can pretend she's the size she was when she went missing. Still thin as a rail, a few inches of height difference. She tucks one arm around her waist, hugging herself as she holds her tea in the other hand. Her eyes roam the walls, papered with posters she'd pulled from magazines, now faded, their corners coming away from the dried-out blue tack. I see her eyes snag on a poster of a Korean boy band, all looking moodily into the camera. BTS, I say proudly, and she startles and turns to look at me. I paid attention. I know they were your favorite. She shrugs and looks down at the rug. I can't remember any of their songs, she says in a quiet voice. I want to drop my mug of tea to the carpet and gather her into my arms, but there's something about the way she's standing that tells me she needs space right now. I want to step right back into the motherly, caring role I once so effectively embodied. Will that sort of nurturing still come naturally to me? And will she want it? That may not be where she gets her comfort anymore. She's 19 after all, and she hasn't had a mother's love for years. The thought floors me, and I sit down on her bed with a whoosh of air escaping from my lungs. No one to help her through puberty and her first period. No one to comfort her when she was sick. No one to reassure her after a nightmare, or help her negotiate friendships and first loves. I couldn't be there for her, but I never stopped caring, doing what I could. I used to wash her bedding once a month, so it was fresh in case she came back. It's been a year or two since I did that, and I need to change her sheets so they're not dusty when she goes to bed tonight. A thrill fills my chest. My daughter will sleep under the same roof as me tonight, for the first time in 6 years. Her Jellycat toys are lined up where her single bed meets the wall, and I watch as she moves to the foot of the bed and picks up a black and white dog she used to call Pip. Jellycats, she says, a note of sadness in her voice. I can't imagine what it must be like to return as an adult to your childhood bedroom and find it frozen in time, designed for a version of you who no longer exists. Everyone at school loved these back then. She inhales through her nose, and I notice a look of distaste cross her face before she rearranges her features to hide it. Perhaps it does smell musty in here. For a moment, I wonder if I did her a favor or a disservice by keeping her room like a mausoleum. But perhaps that will help her regain some lost memories. Which gives me an idea. I know where your old diaries are. I never read them, but you might want to look through them now. See if you can refresh your memory about that time. What do you think? A look of relief washes over Lydia's face, and her shoulders drop as she relaxes. I think that would really help. Thank you. I pull the diaries from their hiding place in a shoebox at the back of the top shelf in her wardrobe. It's not strictly true that I didn't read them. I did, and so did the police, but Lydia doesn't need to know that. We needed to do everything we could to find her, and combing her diaries for clues was vital. It so happens that they're completely innocuous. School gossip, complaining about her health, whining about Annabelle. Totally normal pre-teen stuff, but anything could jog her memory now that she's back. Oh, I remember these, she says, her face lighting up as she takes them in. Each one has a carefully stenciled message on the front cover, various iterations of Lydia's diary, keep out. She immediately leans forward and picks one up, flicking through the pages and running her fingertip across the clumsy handwriting. I see her squint, as if trying to make out some of the words. My heart sings. You do? That's amazing news. Maybe this is the way we rebuild her memory. Perhaps I've uncovered the key. I leave her settled on her bed, surrounded by the wee notebooks covered in wrapping paper and decorated with stickers. In the kitchen, I start dinner, a warm feeling in my chest that I can feed both my girls tonight for the first time in 6 years. After dinner is ticking over by itself, I return upstairs to check on Lydia, as if she might disappear at any moment. But there in the hallway is Annabelle, standing outside Lydia's room with her eye to the gap in her sister's ajar door. Annabelle stands stock still with a sour look on her face, her knuckles white where she grasps the doorframe. I stand silently, watching Annabelle watching Lydia, a stone forming in my stomach. Today should feel like a celebration, but instead my guts churn with dread. Annabelle has always been jealous of her sister. She believed Lydia was my favorite, no matter how much I protested. She even accused Lydia of faking illness sometimes, for attention. As if anyone would wish for unnecessary treatments and days in bed instead of playing with their friends. How will Annabelle cope when the news of Lydia's return comes out, when everyone rushes to see the prodigal daughter, to congratulate us and celebrate? Will Annabelle's old jealousy rear its ugly head, or has she grown out of that now she's an adult? Worse still, how will Annabelle's fragile mental health cope with all this change, this new family configuration after so many years of just the two of us in this house, coexisting? A thought niggles, not for the first time since Lydia's disappearance. Did Annabelle have something to do with her sister going missing? Did Annabelle drive her away? The police did question her, especially with what they already had on file, but it never led to anything. Still, my doubts rise to the surface again. All I know right now is that I need to protect Lydia from anything that could harm her, at all costs. Chapter 9. Annabelle. My sister is back, but she's different now. It's like part of her is missing. I watch Lydia through a gap in her half-open bedroom door, her slight frame moving noiselessly around her bedroom. It's so weird to see her in that room, which felt like a shrine for so long. I've always believed that dogs can sense people's true nature. Someone who seems charismatic and friendly, but a dog hates them? Bad. Someone grumpy and standoffish, but a dog wags its tail and tugs towards them? Good. So why isn't Mac warming to Lydia? And Lydia's no better, shrinking away from him. I don't think she's even stroked him once since she arrived home. She's already bagging up the clothes Mum kept in her drawers, too small now for her adult-sized body, her movements purposeful and firm. There's something weird about that. She's barely been here 5 minutes, and she's already throwing her old things away without a thought. She doesn't pause to examine things or remember wearing a certain outfit. Even her fluffy pink earmuffs that she wore every day for a whole winter, she tosses them in the bag without a second glance. No sentimentality, no memories, nothing. A movement in the corridor, and I turn to see Mum hovering behind me, her expression fearful, as if I might be about to stab Lydia or something. It's all I can do not to roll my eyes at her, but I ignore her and turn back to look at Lydia one more time. She can't deny me that. My sister is back, and I need to soak it in, to persuade my brain that this isn't a figment of my imagination or a dream. Mum would be standing here, staring at Lydia, if I wasn't already. But it's what Lydia does with the jellycats that chills me to the bone. Pip, Hector, Pinky, all of them once treasured and loved, talked to and played with, dragged to sleepovers and tea parties, now grabbed in unceremonious handfuls and stuffed into the plastic bag to go straight to the charity shop. She doesn't even look at them, doesn't pause, doesn't remember. And that's when I know. What Mac has already been trying to tell us. This isn't Lydia. Chapter 10. Wendy. What about your own children? I ask, tentatively, as I usher Annabelle away and step over the bag of soft toys by her door, including the jellycats she once adored. I remember her euphoria when she opened those gifts on various birthdays and Christmases, and now she's shoving them emotionlessly into charity bags. Don't you want to keep them for that? She shrugs and reaches for an old Build-A-Bear wearing a sailor suit, one she'd got for her 7th birthday. I look away, turning to open a dresser drawer and pulling out some old crop tops that only a pre-teen could get away with. The diaries are unopened in a pile on the floor next to her bed. I guess she'll get to them later, when she's ready, one step at a time. I ask a few gentle questions, but she doesn't respond with more than a word or two, no matter how much I probe and prompt. She's quiet, taking in her surroundings and not engaging in idle blether. Maybe she's not in the mood. Perhaps she's tired. Instead, I give her updates about our neighbors and family friends she used to see regularly, people who stood by me during the initial weeks of her disappearance, dropping round with food and hopeful wishes. I don't mention that many of them faded away when Lydia failed to return home, as if a missing daughter was somehow contagious. But as I jabber away, I can tell Lydia's mind is elsewhere. She offers a casual, now and again, but doesn't engage beyond that. Doesn't she want to know what she missed? I'm sure she's been through so much, but so have the people she left behind. My marriage fell apart, and Annabelle withdrew more and more until she was basically a recluse. I took early retirement from my job as a pharmaceutical rep, relying on donations, sponsorships, and brand partnerships once my social media following exploded. A lot has changed. I want to tell her about all of it, but her disinterest tells me it's not the right time. When her drawers are empty and her toys cleared away, we haul the bulging white bags one by one down to the pavement, ready for the charity collection. I guess clearing out is her way of coping, of settling in and making this house feel like home again. I stand by the window a few hours later and watch as the white van drives by slowly and stops when the driver sees the bags. He barely glances at them as he throws them into the back of the van. My daughter's belongings, her whole childhood, so carefully preserved and curated, now discarded, gone. Chapter 11. Windy. The next day, Lydia and I go out for a girls' day of shopping, lunch, and blether. She arrived here with nothing but an unfamiliar backpack and a few days of clothes, so she needs a whole new wardrobe. I wait outside the changing rooms when once I would have gone inside, a fabric curtain separating me from my child. She chooses multiple pairs of jeans, t-shirts, and some hoodies, and I encourage her to get a couple of nice summer dresses for warmer days on the way. Then it's shoes, underwear, and toiletries. It's an expensive outing, but I tell myself that we're making up for 6 years. The money isn't important. We stop for lunch, and I watch in awe as she devours a whole pepperoni pizza without a thought to her lactose intolerance or the tomato that used to make her itch. She has new favorite foods, and the allergies that once plagued her are a distant memory. Thank goodness. She no longer breaks out in hives after eating eggs, and she assures me she won't vomit if I cook with garlic. I wish I could record this and go back in time to show wee Lydia, who used to cry with frustration when there was nothing she could eat at a friend's birthday party. Look, I'd say, you'll grow out of this one day. As we pull up outside our house in the taxi a few hours later, I see a movement across the street. That neighbor boy, Torben, skulking around by his bins again. I pause, peering at him through the car window. What's he up to? He can't see me. I press my nose closer to the glass and get a good look at him. I've never trusted him. He used to kick his football against his garden wall over and over until it drove me batty. Hanging around in Annabelle's room until the sun dipped below the horizon, pointedly ignoring my comments about his need to get home for dinner. And then the way he acted after Lydia disappeared, well, I can only hope that the police were right when they declined to look closer at him and his whereabouts that day. I still think they should have taken a keener look at that boy. Now that he's an adult, he's just as shifty, perhaps more so. He's never made eye contact with me, always looking off to the side, trying to get away. Certainly not open to a blether or anything neighborly like that. Untrustworthy, like a person with something to hide. I'd never ask him to take in a parcel or look after my spare key like I would some of our other neighbors. What secret is he keeping? I know there's something. He's got a black bin bag. It looks like he's putting out his recycling, but you never know. Who's that? Asks Lydia, and I look at her in surprise. Her expression is blank and open. She really doesn't recognize him. I thank the driver and open my car door, ushering Lydia out from my side so Torben doesn't see us. Nobody, I say quickly. Lydia climbs out and I slam the door behind her. The taxi pulls away and I link my arm into hers, turning her towards our house so her back is to the neighbors. Come inside. I have an idea. Inside, I show Lydia old family videos of her playing with Mac as a puppy, photos of them curled up together on the sofa. I hand her treats for her to distribute, to endear him to her, but they both seem as wary of each other as ever. Nothing helps. I'm baffled. I've heard stories of dogs remembering owners years later, but for some reason that isn't the case with Lydia, and I have no idea why that would be. Time, I tell myself, that's what's needed. And vigilance, because I don't trust Annabelle. After spending the whole day with Lydia, I decide it's important to give her some space, and I retire to my bedroom for a rest. I must have fallen asleep because I don't hear Annabelle returning, and I'm woken from my nap by raised voices, Max barks, and then shouting downstairs. Annabelle's home, and something bad has happened. Chapter 12. Annabelle. Max squirms in my arms as I clutch him to my chest. He's shivering, afraid. I can't believe she's done this. He's your dog. You tried to hurt him. Annabelle! Mum interrupts with a shout as she storms into the room, hair sleep-ruffled and a pillow crease across her cheek. Even her nap doesn't keep her from her mission to protect precious Lydia from her black sheep daughter. It's like no time has passed since Lydia left. I'm still the bad one. She's still the fragile angel. Across the kitchen, Lydia's staring at me, thinly veiled outrage behind her eyes and 2 red patches gathering high on her cheeks. She doesn't like that I've challenged her, that I'm questioning her. She's not used to it. As soon as she hears Mum's voice, she flinches and her body language shifts. The outrage in her eyes fades and she pretends to be afraid. Afraid of me. She's playing a role, and it's designed to make me look bad. I should keep her on side, pretend I believe, but I can't play Lydia's game. I'm not that calculating, and even if I was, Mac's safety and health are much more important than any petty sibling victory. The real Lydia would agree with me. It's lucky I arrived when I did. She was about to. I raise a finger to point at Lydia and explain, but Mum cuts me off. That's enough, she hisses. I roll my eyes and lower my accusatory finger. There's no point. Mum has already crossed the kitchen to stand by Lydia to show her solidarity. She's so desperate to show Lydia she's on her side. She's so terrified Lydia won't stay. What's happening? Mum asks in a quiet voice, directed at Lydia. She starts, but I'm faster and louder. She tried to kill Mac, I yell, unable to hold it back. I'm shaking with outrage and fear at what nearly happened, at what I walked into the kitchen to find moments ago. Something snapped inside me and I grabbed Mac and started yelling. And Lydia doesn't even know what she did wrong, or she's pretending. Either way, Mum will understand if I can just get her to listen. Some dog owner she is, she doesn't even know. Lydia, Mum interrupts again, this time in her fake soft voice, the one she uses when she's pretending everything is fine, even when it's not. The voice she used when she first called the police that time when Lydia never returned home from school. I'm sure it's nothing, officer, but we're awfully worried. She holds out a hand to signal to me that it's not my turn to speak. Is everything okay? Lydia looks distressed, her cheeks flushed and her hair sliding out of its messy bun. I just wanted to give him a treat and I thought... She waves behind her at a chocolate bar, broken into squares on the counter. One is missing. He seemed to want it. Dogs love getting human food, right? I thought Max would like it. His name is Mac, I correct her, not Max. I don't bother to pick her up on what she just mentioned about dogs loving human food. It was very important to Lydia that Mac only ate food made for dogs, and Mum and I have stuck to that even since Lydia disappeared. No scraps, no leftovers, only dog food. I turn to Mum. How can she get her own dog's name wrong? Why would she think he likes chocolate? What is going on here? Lydia's cheeks flush, but she doesn't acknowledge me. Instead, she hums quietly to herself, as if trying to pretend none of this is happening. Mum looks away, but I can't drop it. Everyone knows that chocolate is poisonous to dogs, I carry on, my voice louder over Lydia's humming. Even people with amnesia, I say, miming air quotes over the final word. Annabelle, we can't. Just because Mac's not rolling out the red carpet for her return like everyone else. I give Mum a pointed look. She decided she needs to punish him. I turn to Lydia. I'm not going to let this go. After Lydia left, it felt like Mac was a piece of her. I clung to him, promising to take care of him so he was still around when Lydia returned. And now she's here. I did my part, but she's not the same, and she doesn't love Mac. It makes no sense. Or it makes perfect sense when you accept that this is not Lydia. Is that what you wanted? A dead dog? At least then he wouldn't growl at you, right? Is that what happens to people who don't treat you like the returning hero? Should I watch my back? Am I next? Lydia's humming falters, and she shakes her head, pretending to be distraught. I would never hurt him on purpose. She holds out her hand, where a single square of chocolate oozes, melted into her palm. He wouldn't take it anyway. He won't take anything from me. Her voice cracks with sadness, and Mum steps towards her, her arms twitching with the effort of not reaching out to her and pulling her into her arms. Mum's trying to give Lydia space, I can tell, probably because Lydia flinches away every time Mum touches her, like a stranger. I stalk to the kitchen door, throwing over my shoulder on the way out. I don't blame him. I wouldn't trust her either, and neither should you, I hiss at Mum before slamming the door behind me. Chapter 13. Wendy. Again, Annabelle sucks the life from the room as she leaves, leaving Lydia and me disturbed in her wake. I bustle around the kitchen as Lydia sits at the dining table, staring at her hands. I hand her a cloth for her to wipe the melted chocolate from her palm, which she does slowly, as if in a trance. Annabelle's words echo around my brain. I wouldn't trust her either, and neither should you. Is this jealousy that Lydia has returned, and Annabelle is no longer the center of my world? I shake the thought away. Annabelle can look after herself. Lydia needs me. Chocolate is poisonous to dogs, I tell her gently, scooping up the chocolate bar in its wrapper and sliding it back into a drawer. Her face falls. She looks stricken. My poor Lydia. I must have forgotten, she says quietly, and sniffs as if she's about to cry. It's been a long time, it's understandable. I turn back to her. She's sitting at the table, hunched over herself, as if she wants to disappear. Screw it, I think, and I walk over to her, arms outstretched. She looks up at me, her face blank for a moment before she realizes I'm offering a hug. She slowly stands and steps into my arms. While she was missing, I dreamed of hugging her, of pulling her close, of feeling her body relax as she sunk into me like she used to when she skinned her knee or fought with a friend at school, of pressing her cheek against mine and smelling her hair. Now she stands there stiffly, her hands hovering around my waist like she can't quite bring herself to touch me. It's a soulless hug, with no echo of the daughter I once lost. She'll come around, you know, I whisper to her now, although it's more that I'm trying to reassure myself too. I try to pull her in tighter, but she resists. I let her go, determined not to force it this time. I'm a forcer. I always have been. From being a child, I've decided what I want and gone to get it. I can't stand feeling out of control or powerless. Even in the face of the most tragic events, I have to take ownership. I even tried to force Lydia's return. When she went missing, I made bringing her home my full-time job. I travelled the local area putting up posters, going into shops with recent pictures to ask if they'd seen her, drafting my own press releases, contacting local news and radio, and even going on daytime TV to sit under the bright lights and answer invasive questions. I called the police station daily to ask for updates, and I took long-term leave from my job until eventually they offered me early retirement. We were lucky. My cousin set up a GoFundMe, so our costs were taken care of in those early weeks of limbo and futile searching. I was surprised by people's generosity. Donations poured in not just from friends and family, but also from strangers and people I'd only met once. I got recognized on the street, and if it had been in any other circumstance, I would have felt like a celebrity. And at the end of every long day, pacing the streets, asking questions and showing Lydia's photograph to everyone I met, I'd return home to our quiet house, where Lydia's bedroom door remained firmly shut, and Annabelle sank further and further into herself. Eventually, I turned to the internet for solidarity and comfort. It turns out there are a lot of people who want to connect and even help. True crime enthusiasts who want to help solve the mystery. Others with missing family members who want to exchange experiences, former police officers, psychics, and then there are the trolls. The less said about those, the better. Anyway, in a moment where I could have sunk into a pit of despair, a small group of internet followers helped me clamber out, and that small group grew into a big group. Followers, subscribers, friends, eventually. True to my personality type, I tried to force Annabelle out of her hole, dragging her on flyering expeditions and making her go through photographs with me to find the most up-to-date pictures to share with the media. Looking back now, I think it did more damage than good. We'd flick through the plastic-covered pages of old photo albums, holding our breath, as we discovered evidence that my daughters had once loved each other deeply. Photos of them building sandcastles on Portobello Beach, or arms around each other, perched on the highest part of the climbing frame of our local park. It was like looking at two ghosts, one missing child, one physically present but mentally absent. A long, fractured relationship between the two of them with no chance of repair. I was losing them both. Lydia gone, Annabelle a ghost. I want to reset those memories, and just for a moment, I want to forget about Mac and the chocolate, and forget about this angry, spiky version of Annabelle. I beckon Lydia into the living room and bring out a stack of photo albums I haven't shared with her yet. Albums from her younger years. She watches quietly as I flick through the pages, through pictures of Lydia in her gymnastics clothes, looking strong and smiling with flushed cheeks. Before she became ill, losing weight and becoming gaunt around the face, and unable to get all the nutrients she needed because of her various intolerances. Hopping around in time, we pass by pictures with Leonard, him holding Lydia's chubby hand as she balanced on a wall, and showing her how to scoop with a fishing net to collect crabs at the beach. "Where is Dad?" she asks now, and I pause on a page of pictures from a camping trip up to the Highlands, Annabelle and Lydia grinning by their pitched tent, with their hoods pulled up to protect them against midges. I sigh. "You know we were having some problems around the time you went missing?" I ask. She nods slowly. "Marriage problems?" "Well, I think he found it quite hard that you were so unwell. He wanted to help, and it frustrated him that nothing was working. The treatments we tried all seemed to make you sicker instead of better, and I think he blamed me a bit. You know, I'm your mother. Why can't I make you well?" She looks at me, eyes wide in surprise and disappointment. "Me too, kid," I want to say. Talk about abandoning the family in the worst possible moment. But I can't say that because it gets worse. Eventually, he decided he wanted you to stop your treatments and medicines. He believed they weren't helping. I couldn't let us give up like that. It felt like he was condemning you to a life of suffering and pain. We argued a lot, for months, both believing that we knew what was best for you. And eventually, we realized that we were so different that our marriage was never going to work. He moved out. He abandoned us. I shake my head slowly, careful how I talk about the girl's father. He wanted to take both of you with him, but I fought that as hard as I could. No way was anyone taking my bairns away, especially if he wanted to stop all your treatments. To me, that sounded like a death sentence. She sucks in a breath. "Was I that sick?" I grab her hand. "It must be hard to remember. We struggled to get a diagnosis, even as your symptoms got worse and worse. You slept a lot, missed a lot of school. All you wanted was to be well." I squeeze her hand and release it, bracing myself for the next bit. "Dad found it hard to see you sick, and he wasn't great at visiting after he moved out. After your disappearance, he helped with inquiries for a wee while, and when it became clear you weren't going to be found anytime soon, he just stopped coming." She shakes her head. "Poor Annabelle." I nod. "Poor both of you. If I had known he was such engaging with the life she once left behind. I don't have an address, but I clear my throat, unsure whether to share this theory. But Lydia's not 13 anymore. She's an adult, and she deserves to know. Men don't usually leave a marriage without outside influence." Her mouth drops open. "You mean an affair?" I tilt my head from side to side, unsure. "Possibly. I think I saw him once on the street, holding hands with a woman and a wee lad. He looked straight through me, and suddenly it made sense. A new family. What else would explain his total absence from this one? She picks up the photo album and traces her finger over an image of Leonard with his arms around Annabelle, who's sitting on his knee at a picnic table with rolling hills in the background. They both look so comfortable and happy. He should have stayed. For Annabelle. I want to say more, but I won't. I need to be careful with what I say about their father. Chapter 14. Wendy. The living room door opens and Annabelle stalks inside, a sour look on her face, ready to wreck this special moment. I feel Lydia stiffen in her seat next to me, and she lets go of the photo album like it's burning her hands. "Taking a walk down memory lane?" Annabelle asks, sarcasm and disinterest dripping from every word. Her eyes fall to the album, and her expression sours further when she sees the pictures of her dad. I take the album from Lydia's lap and close it. An instinct pings inside me, and I want to shield Lydia from Annabelle, to shift my weight and block my younger daughter from my older one. But that's ridiculous, I tell myself. Annabelle loves Lydia. She might be angry with her, but she does care. She wouldn't harm her, would she? Annabelle's upper lip curves into a sneer as she looks at Lydia. "Why are you looking at old photos, Lydia?" Lydia leans into me. I relish it. "Annabelle?" I warn, but she shakes her head. "Don't, Mum." Don't defend her. She turns to Lydia, which ordinarily would seem light-hearted, but with Annabelle looming over our seated figures on the sofa, it feels threatening somehow. "You didn't see how upset we were to lose you. You didn't listen to Mum crying every night when she thought I was in bed, or Dad leaving us behind. We were a family once, and we'll never get that back. Don't make her relive that now that you've decided to return." I don't care," yells Annabelle. She pulls the photo album from my hands, turns on her heel and storms from the room. Lydia and I sit in silence as we listen to Annabelle's angry footsteps on the stairs, hear the slam of her bedroom door, closely followed by the dull, metronomic thud of the bass line of whatever too loud music she's put on her stereo. "I'm so sorry," Lydia whispers, her voice trembling. "No." I feel a rush of sympathy for the poor girl and wrap an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. She smells of new clothes, the faint tang of chemicals. "I didn't want to cause hurt. I know it must have been awful for you, and for Annabelle. She lost her sister. You lost your daughter, and I'm so sorry for that." Tears gather in the corners of her eyes and threaten to spill down her cheeks. I'd like to get her a tissue from the box on the side table, but I don't want to lose this moment, this closeness. It's the first time she's let me properly hold her since she returned. "No more apologies," I say. "There's no need." And I mean it. I have no idea what she's been through and where she's been. I'll find out eventually, once we speak to the police and hopefully a therapist, where Lydia can untangle her memories and feelings about her time away. I'm dying to know the details, but I do know that forcing things right now as an unqualified person might muddy the waters of Lydia's already patchy memories. "We'll face this together," I say to Lydia, who sinks further into my embrace. "I'm so grateful you're back. We'll work together to get to the bottom of what happened to you. And we'll help Annabelle too. She's been grieving for years. We probably all need therapy," I say with a laugh, softly, gently, no forcing. I know this is the right approach. If there's a kidnapper still out there, my lack of questioning now might actually make it easier for the police to get as much information from Lydia as they can. Eventually. But there's no rush. For now, I just want to stay in our wee bubble of reunion and memories for a little longer. Just a couple more days. Chapter 15. Wendy. It's still nighttime when I wake from a dream. I was walking along Portobello's promenade. The only light was the streetlights, and the only sound was the waves pounding on the beach, out of sight in the darkness. No one was around, and yet I was sobbing and shouting for Lydia over and over through my tears. I awake with a start, Lydia's name on my lips. It takes me a moment to shake the dream from my consciousness, and for a minute or two it feels like I've gone back in time, right to those early days of Lydia's disappearance. I feel like I've lost her all over again. It was only a dream, I tell myself, but I can't shake it off. so I sit up in bed and let my eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. It must still be the middle of the night. There's no blue glow around my bedroom curtains. Many hours still until sunrise. I just need to see her, to remind myself that she's back, that I didn't imagine it. The nightmare is over in so many ways. I swing my legs out of bed and slide my feet into my slippers. It's not invasive. She's my daughter. I'll just pop my head into her room and hear the sound of her breathing. Like I haven't since she was a wee girl. Lydia's bedroom door is usually closed, probably to keep Mac out of her room, as he's recently taken to going inside and growling at her while she sleeps. Poor Lydia. That's the last thing she'll need. I fear the combined hostility of Mac and Annabelle could drive her away again. But tonight, her door isn't firmly closed. It's standing slightly open, mere inches. I push the door open, wincing at the scrape on the carpet. Inside, it's pitch black. I can hear the rhythmic hush of Lydia's breathing, deep and regular. She's fast asleep. But I can also hear another sound, a second set of breaths in the darkness. My blood runs cold. Chapter 16. Annabelle. As soon as the door opens, I freeze. Now that I know she's not really Lydia, I need proof. But she's always here, lurking around, inviting Mum's sympathy and attention. There's never a moment without this stranger floating around like an uninvited ghost. So I waited until she was asleep and sneaked inside her room, determined to find a clue. To what, I'm not sure. All I know is that there's something to uncover here, something the imposter's not telling the truth about. The room smells strange, a sweet, sickly smell that has always been there, but seems stronger now that someone's occupying it again. The smell makes me feel panicky and nauseous, but I ignore it and continue my silent investigation. There's nothing of note in her backpack, just normal bag stuff: gum, folding hairbrush, lip balm. I'm wondering about Lydia's old hidey holes. She used to hide chocolate bars inside a cushion cover, and her diary underneath her jumpers in the bottom drawer, the medicine she didn't want to take, inside a hollowed-out book of nursery rhymes. Part of me still hopes I'm wrong, that she's the old Lydia, just different. And if that's the case, and she's having trouble remembering things from before, I wonder if she's still... I freeze. Was that a cough? I turn my head slowly. Mum stands in the doorway, silhouetted against the dull light from the hallway, listening. I don't know if she can see me, but I see her body puff up, like she does when she's angry. A brief inhale, quickly stifled. She knows I'm here, lurking in the dark. After a moment, she turns and walks away. The imposter's sleep breathing continues, deep and regular. I close her backpack and I follow, just as Mum wanted. I find her in the kitchen, the kettle hissing slightly as it gathers heat, and little bubbles form inside its transparent glass. She's put the under-the-counter lights on, instead of the overhead light, giving the room a quiet, cozy glow that should feel comforting, but doesn't. Outside the kitchen window, the night sky is blue-black. My feet are cold on the lino, and I feel even more of a chill under Mum's steely gaze. I wish I was wearing a jumper or a dressing gown. "What's going on?" she asks. "Why were you in Lydia's room? She's been through enough already without you terrifying her in the middle of the night." I shake my head. I'm sick of this. She sits down at the table as the kettle's hisses grow to rumbles and steam plumes from the spout. It works itself into a frenzy and clicks itself off, a relief. "Sick of what exactly?" she asks, incredulity in her voice. "Sick of having your sister back? Sick of knowing she's safe now? Or sick of not being the center of attention for once?" I flinch at her tone, which is cold. She really doesn't like me, I think to myself, and not for the first time. It's a feeling I've had since I was very young, too young for her distaste to be earned. I remember shouting at her when I was in my early teens, tears trickling down my face. "She's your favorite!" I'd scream, desperate for her to deny it, to let me in on whatever secret I needed to know that might help me understand why I felt so invisible next to my little sister. But she never did. She couldn't deny it with any sincerity. Lydia was easy to love, I knew. I knew because I loved her too, and it felt effortless. She was kind and thoughtful and good inside in a way that others weren't. When she was sick, I wanted to curl up with her on the sofa and cuddle her better. But that was Mum's job while I had to go to school, to do my homework, to contribute to the household chores. Lydia could stay in bed, could rest, could watch TV, got cared for, and taken on amazing days out because she needs fresh air and is finally feeling up to it. And me, I was angry, chubby, spotty, sent to school while Lydia stayed home. Mum wanted me to be less, smaller, quieter, less strange, easier to understand. I was funny though, and quirky, and clever, and interesting. But none of those things got a look in when compared with cute, needy, sickly, fragile. All things Mum loves in a child. Of course she's not my favourite, she'd reply, but I could tell her heart wasn't in it. I love both of you equally, and I'd wish, for once, that I could be given the respect of honesty. At least I wouldn't feel like I was going insane. Across the kitchen, Mum continues staring at me, a cold look in her eye. She stands up and takes a step forward. "This has to end," she whispers, her voice still thick with sleep, her face puffy, her hair everywhere. I shuffle backwards to put more space between us. The silence grows deeper, broken only by Mac's rhythmic breathing. He's fast asleep in his bed in the corner of the kitchen. What is Mum planning? What can she do? She won't yell. She won't want to wake Lydia. Not precious Lydia. I could have stayed in Lydia's room, lurking in the dark. Mum wouldn't risk waking her. Maybe eventually she'd have got bored and gone away, back to bed. But no, I had to follow her into the kitchen, docile and obedient, even in adulthood. Mum really knows how to create loyalty, even in the child she cares for the least. She doesn't deserve my devotion. She never tried to earn it. She didn't need it. She already had her golden child. I push past Mum and return to my own room, listening. I hear her linger in the kitchen for an extra few minutes, then she eases the door closed, and I hear her footsteps climbing the stairs. Her movements get louder. She's following me. She never comes in here anymore. When Lydia disappeared, I backed away from Mum as quickly as I could. I knew what Mum was like. She'd been all up in Lydia's business the whole time, hovering and helicoptering about everything. The times that Lydia was actually attending school, Mum would be at reception complaining every other day or asking for special treatment, PE exemptions. Some girl had said something nasty and made Lydia cry. The maths teacher marked her homework unfairly. I bought a mini-fridge so I could eat in my room and avoid her at mealtimes. And eventually, I put a little motion-activated camera in the corner, slightly hidden behind some books. So I know Mum hasn't been in my room for a while. I look around, taking in the artwork on my walls, paintings of Lydia, Mac and the garden from years ago, and bigger, more abstract pieces. There are gaps which used to display old sketches of our neighbour Torben, who was once happy to pose for me as long as he could study for his exams while we sat. Back when we were friends. Before everything. Before I ripped them down and couldn't bring myself to fill the gaps. It's messy in here, with clothes on the floor, makeup scattered on the dresser, and the bed unmade. But it's home. And now she's coming in. I sit on my bed and brace for impact. Sure enough, her footsteps progress along the hallway. I hear her pause at Lydia's door, probably checking on her like a baby. She's an adult. Leave her alone, I want to yell. The footsteps continue, and she pauses outside my door. A shorter pause this time. My door swings open. She stands there, holding a cup of tea. Only for her, I notice. If Lydia was awake, she'd be carrying 2 cups. I know this. "I'm sorry I said that," she says in a half-whisper. I cop my head but remain silent. "About you wanting to be the center of attention." I raise my eyebrows. I wonder why she's bothering to apologize. She doesn't usually. "I know Lydia's leaving was hard for you too, and that all my attention went towards finding her, getting her home. First you had a sick sister, and then a missing one, not enough left over for you." My throat swells and I swallow hard. She's right, but I never expected her to acknowledge it. I thought she'd go to her grave pretending that she treated Lydia and me equally. I shake my head. As much as I've wanted to hear her say this for years, now that she's finally said it out loud, I feel like it's too late. I'm hardened and distanced now, calcified. I'm like a sea creature in a hard shell, impenetrable. There's no going back, I realize. She can fawn all over fake Lydia and be overprotective all she likes. It doesn't hurt me anymore. Mum has been intentionally absent from my life for so long that I no longer need her. I sit in silence, and Mum's eyes roam all over my room, taking in my pictures. She walks towards one wall and peers closely at one of my paintings, a copy of a photograph Dad took of Lydia and me from our childhood. In it, my arm is thrown around Lydia's shoulders and we're half bent over, laughing. Mum smiles at the picture and turns back to me. "You're really good. I didn't realize how much you've improved. You could do something with this. I could be the mother of a famous artist." My smile doesn't reach my eyes. The compliment itself doesn't affect me, but the notion behind it does. You could do something with this. Years ago, before Lydia disappeared, I had plans to go to art college after I finished school. I'd never been academic, but I'd always got good grades in art. London, I thought, or New York, far away from Portobello and Edinburgh. But then Lydia disappeared and Dad left, and as much as I didn't like Mum, I needed to stay at home in case Lydia ever came back. She needed an ally if she returned. And as much as Mum didn't want to fuss over me and helicopter around me as much as she did around Lydia, she still needed someone else around. She needed to feel needed, and she didn't want to be alone. Plus, every plan I made to leave seemed to hit a brick wall. When I ever mentioned that I'd like to move out or get a full-time job, there'd always be some reason I couldn't. Once I was offered a job in Glasgow, and suddenly Mum sprained her back, bedridden for 2 weeks, unable to get up by herself, even to use the bathroom. She needed me, she'd say. She'd pay me a carer's allowance, she'd tell me. I had to turn the job down. Another time, a friend invited me to move into her flat share in Edinburgh city centre, and at almost the same time, the therapist Mum made me see since before, increased the dose on my meds, and the side effects were so unpleasant that I couldn't face the idea of moving just then. I've been in limbo, waiting for news of Lydia before I can start my own life. And now Lydia's back. Or someone is, anyway. A person claiming to be my sister has entered my house. It's the thing I've desperately wanted for my entire adult life, and yet it all feels so wrong. Chapter 17. Wendy. I lay awake in the dark for hours after that, unable to relax or get back to sleep. Eventually, I do as I had originally intended when I first woke in the night. I slide out of bed and creep to Lydia's bedroom. I open the door softly and watch her as she sleeps, listening to her regular breathing and thanking the universe for returning her to me. I once thought I had the worst luck of anyone. It felt like I was being tormented, and I didn't know how to cope. Abandoned by my husband, detested by my oldest daughter, my youngest possibly dead or captive. But now, as I listen to Lydia's breathing in the darkness, I feel like the luckiest woman alive. Annabelle can hate me if she wants. She'll always be my daughter, even if she's spiky and angry. It's not over yet. There's always time to make things better. And yes, it hurt me when Leonard left. But I'm an adult, and I can admit that our marriage hadn't been great for a long time. Even if he did have an affair, I can admit that infidelity is a symptom of a failing relationship, not a cause. And I had been so consumed by Lydia and her health for years. No wonder Leonard felt abandoned. No wonder he sought out affection elsewhere. But even in hindsight, I'd rather he left than Lydia had been neglected or her health problems go unresolved. I did what I had to do. I lost my husband in the process, but so be it. No regrets. The end. And now Lydia's back, and despite everything, I feel like I have everything I need in this world. Someone to care for, someone to protect. I'm a mother again, in all the ways I always loved that role. I watch her for so long that I lose track of time, listening to the rhythm of her breathing, the snuffles of her dreaming. As I watch, I think about how I've gone from someone with nothing to lose to someone with everything on the line. I don't think I can survive losing her a second time. Tears prick my eyes, and as I reach up to smudge them away, Lydia turns over in her bed, mumbling something unintelligible to herself. For a second, I wonder if she's saying, "Mum." I can't lose her again. I'll do anything to keep her here with me. anything, and I return to my bed and sleep like a baby. Chapter 18. Annabelle. When I wake up the next morning, I pull on my dressing gown and wander downstairs, yawning as I enter the kitchen to put on the kettle for coffee. But in the kitchen, I stop short. My yawn ends, and I stand there with my mouth hanging open. The kitchen is empty and freezing cold, the back door standing wide open. Someone has been here. To my surprise, a thrill of excitement fills my chest. Has the con artist finally realized her ruse isn't going to work? Has she made a run for it? Maybe I've won. Triumph reverberating through my brain, I rush upstairs. I stifle my ragged panting and push open the door to Lydia's room. But there she is, still sleeping peacefully just as she was in the middle of the night, her arms flung wide and her mouth hanging open. Not a care in the world, no guilt, no conscience. The cuckoo in the nest. Disappointed, I back out of her room and pull the door shut. I look around the rest of the house quickly, but it doesn't look like a break-in. Everything is in its proper place, except my breath catches in my throat. No, it can't be. I whimper. Mac? I check all his usual hiding spots, but I know I'm right. I rush out into the back garden, my bare feet soaked by the dew. I check under bushes and behind the shed. The garden gate stands open, leading out into the lane. It's usually secured with a deadbolt. I don't understand how it could be open, unless someone inside our house unlocked it. Out on the street there's nothing except a neighbour's ginger cat who rolls onto his back as soon as he sees me, begging for attention. I ignore the cat and rush back to the house, pulling my dressing gown around me to protect against the morning chill. Mac is gone. Chapter 19. Wendy. Where's Mac? The voice wrenches me from sleep, and I sit up in bed, startled. Annabelle leans against my bedroom door frame, arms folded across her chest. Without her spiked-up mohawk, she looks gentler, but also much more unkempt, the shaved sides of her head making her look ill, like her hair has been falling out or she's been burned in a fire. I resist an urge to get up and smooth her hair back, make her look presentable. I mumble, my brain not yet functioning. She stands up straight and walks into my room, brazen as anything. She rips open the curtains and sunlight stabs me in the eyes. I flinch and raise a hand to my face. Come on, Annabelle. She ignores my protests. He's gone. The back door was open, and the gate. He got out. Her voice trembles a little. Oh, I say, frowning. That's not good. I'm not a dog person, but Mac's been part of our family for so many years now that I would feel a twinge of sadness if he's gone. Are you sure? At times, since Lydia's disappearance, he seemed like my only comfort in this world, the only thing I had left who needed me. Annabelle certainly didn't. She made that abundantly clear. And my husband, well, he was already gone before Lydia disappeared. But Mac was there for me through thick and thin, even licking the tears from my cheeks as I cried myself to sleep from missing my baby. He's an old man now, but he's still as loving and cute as he was when we brought him home as a puppy. Annabelle and Lydia bickering over whose bedroom he would sleep in, but curiously absent when there was a poo to pick up. But most of all, I'm blindsided by a rush of anxiety and dread, just as I felt that horrible day 6 years ago, as if I've travelled back in time and Lydia's gone, disappeared without a trace. It's not Lydia, I have to tell myself in a stern voice. Annabelle escorts me downstairs like a security guard, and we sit down at the dining table to look up the number for the local police station and the nearby vet practices. I'll call them all soon to report Mac missing. I hear movement from upstairs and my stomach clenches. Lydia must be awake. Annabelle's going to find a way to blame Lydia for this, I just know it. I need her not to take it out on Lydia. No matter what, I'm always going to fear that Lydia could disappear again as easily as she did 6 years ago. And I won't let Annabelle's hostility be the reason she leaves this time. I can't let that happen again. I need to protect her. "Where is he?" Annabelle asks again. "Where's who?" comes Lydia's reedy voice. She's also in pyjamas, a pair of mine that I'd only worn a couple of times. Light pink with dark pink hearts. Fleecy. They're far too large, and her small frame looks tiny, swathed in the vast expanses of fabric, like a doll or a toddler playing dress-up. Not old enough to be out in the world alone, without a mother. I swallow a pang as I wonder where she's been, who she was with, whether she was safe. "Mac!" snaps Annabel, her tone vicious and cruel, as if Lydia should already know what she was talking about. Lydia sighs and walks to the kettle, and I suppress a joyful feeling. Lydia's not letting Annabel's snark affect her, and I'm glad to see it. "He wasn't here when I came down this morning, and the back gate was open," she says. I hold up my phone to Lydia. I'm about to call the police non-emergency thingy. Lydia gasps and turns back to the table, a tea bag clutched between her fingers. "The police?" "Yes, and some local vets." The colour drains from her face, and I rush over to her, helping her into a dining chair. "What's wrong, love? You look terrible. Here, let me help." I push a second chair towards her and help her prop up her legs, hoping that'll get her circulation going a bit better. She always used to seem a bit worse in the mornings, I remember. Perhaps she's not as fully recovered from her childhood ailments as she claims. I grab some junk mail and fan her with it until she shakes her head to say, "Enough." "Please don't call the police. Not yet," she whispers as I take over her tea-making. I draw in a breath of realization. Of course, she's not ready for the police to know she's returned, for the media attention, the questions about where she's been. Especially if she's struggling with her memory, the idea of all the interviews would understandably be very stressful. I put a hand on her shoulder and squeeze. "Not quite ready yet?" I ask, trying to sound understanding. She nods, giving me a grateful smile. "I don't give a shit what she's ready for or not," says Annabel, already pulling out her phone and tapping at the screen. "I'm calling the police. Mac is part of our family." Her voice cracks on the last word. I feel Lydia tense under my hand, and I let go and step forward, putting my hand on Annabel's phone. "Annabel." She shakes her head violently and pulls her phone away from my grasp. "Lydia is an adult. She's in good health. She's come back home." "Look at her," I hiss. "She's probably got horrible PTSD. We spent all those years searching for her, wanting to know the truth, and now we have the ability to find out what happened. She's sitting right in front of us, and you won't follow the proper channels. Not to mention doing the right thing to find Mac. Why not?" I muster the courage to voice the fear I haven't been able to say out loud yet, or even face in my mind. If we call the police before she's ready, she might walk out of here and not come back. "I can't lose her again, Annabel. I just can't." My voice shakes, and Annabel's eyes widen in horror at my emotion. She's never been able to cope with anyone else's big feelings, although she expects a lot of leeway for her own. Annabel groans and looks me dead in the eye. "Has she said that? Mum, has she threatened to leave if we call?" I shake my head, and Annabel releases a breath. "It's ridiculous that we haven't informed the police yet. They could be out there, finding the people who took her, using information she will give them to make sure her kidnappers are in prison, or whatever, right? That's what we want, isn't it?" Lydia looks up and I meet her gaze, exchanging a moment of understanding, as we're both pummeled into submission by Annabel's angry tone and harsh words. And she's not done yet. "Mac's gone and he could be anywhere. Running around on the busy roads, hit by a car." Annabel pauses and takes a shaky breath. "And you're saying that Lydia's immediate comfort is more important than a dog's life?" She waves her hands in frustration as she speaks. I try to keep my tone even. "Well, Lydia is a person. Mac is a dog." "Don't give me that shit. Mum, you're so terrified Lydia will run off again that you're walking on eggshells. And you," she turns to Lydia, her eyes blazing. "You know what I think?" Lydia shakes her head, speechless with discomfort. "I think you hate that Mac doesn't like you, that you can't somehow charm him like you've charmed Mum. He's not fawning all over you like you think he should. And I think you let him out on purpose while we were asleep. I think you wanted to get rid of him." "No," Lydia says with a gasp. "I love Bullshit. You don't love that dog. You can't go anywhere near him. He growls so much. You tried to poison him. You called him Max. And now he's mysteriously gone, and you won't let us report that he's missing." Tears spill from Annabel's eyes, and she angrily swipes them away with her fist. I've rarely seen her cry from sadness, I realize. Only ever anger. "What's next, hey? Will I go missing mysteriously in the night too?" There it is. There's the sarcasm and the anger I associate with my oldest daughter. Lydia stands up, swaying, and I resist the urge to reach out and hold her up. I want to step between my daughters to protect my youngest from Annabelle's wrath. Always. Annabelle, I know you love Mac. I know what a comfort he was to you after Lydia left. And Lydia's home now. He's an old dog and... I trail off. I don't know what I'm saying. That it doesn't matter that Mac's missing? That he'd die soon anyway? None of these are good points. Annabelle lets out a sarcastic bark of a laugh. What? So Lydia's home and so I don't need Mac anymore? Is that what you mean? She storms into the hallway and I hear rustling. She comes back into the kitchen wearing her coat and wellies over her pajamas. Where are you going? I ask. She pulls up the zip on her jacket and shoves dog treats into her pocket. To look for Mac, of course. She turns to Lydia. The sister I knew loved Mac. The old Lydia would have been out looking for him as soon as we realized he was gone. What? Lydia stutters. What do you mean? Annabelle smirks and turns away, throwing over her shoulder. If Mac's not home by lunchtime, I'm calling the police. And if you have nothing to hide, that shouldn't be a problem, should it? Chapter 20. Annabelle. It's not a warm day, even though it's meant to be late spring. The wind comes off the sea and tears through the legs of my cotton pajamas as I stalk from the house, my breath coming in adrenaline-fueled gasps. I'm so angry. But I know it's masking other feelings, feelings that are harder to face. Sadness, betrayal, loneliness, disappointment, fear. Anger is easier than all of those, so I clutch it to my chest like a shield. I peer between parked cars along the side of our street, behind bins, around hedges in people's front gardens. Nothing. I keep shouting for Mac, rustling the bag of his treats, whistling for him. Nothing. I head towards the sea. He loves the beach, loves burying his furry face in piles of half-dried seaweed or picking up driftwood to drop it at our feet. Maybe he's gone there to play, but when I get there, the beach is deserted and the tide is in, the white-capped waves rolling in and almost licking the sea wall. Above my head, seagulls circle, watching me, ready to swoop if they see a morsel to scavenge. I slump onto a bench and stare out at the grey-blue water, tears pricking my eyes. This isn't about Mac, even though I'm worried. This is about Lydia. When Lydia first went missing, I felt I was walking on quicksand, the ground shifting and crumbling beneath my feet. Everyone else pretended like the ground was solid, but I knew the truth. Every moment of the day, there was a horrible, gnawing dread in my stomach. The only time it went away was when I was asleep, and it came rushing back as soon as I awoke. How could I carry on with my life like normal when anything could be happening to my little sister? How could anyone? I'd see people still doing their shopping, getting their nails done, laughing at jokes. Normal lives. Why was everyone still going to work or school instead of out looking for her? The only time I felt remotely solid was when I was out walking, looking for Lydia in every window, on every bus, in every shop. I would pace the streets around our area, glancing into open doorways, imagining that someone had snatched her and was hiding her inside their home. Like that Austrian man who took that 11-year-old girl on her way back from school. She'd been a captive in his house for years, just streets away from her home, and her family had no idea. What if that happened to Lydia? She could be a captive, just a few houses away. If only I knew where to look. And now, here I am again, walking, looking, imagining the worst. The cold feeling of dread in my stomach is a memory, a flashback. It's not how I really feel. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see her face, her wavy hair escaping from its plait, her big smile with her giant teeth, her tiny frame lost inside one of my stolen hoodies, her fingertips barely poking out of the sleeves. We were sisters back then, sharing our things, bickering, playing imagination games, even when I felt too old for them. I kept expecting her to walk back through the door. "Want to play hide and seek?" she'd ask, just like when she was little, when she had energy and colour in her cheeks. And the worst part was the guilt. Every argument, every fight. That time I locked her out of my room. That time I told her she couldn't play with me and my friends. That time I said her games were too babyish for me. Could I have stopped this? Could I have saved her? The truth is, I missed her even before she went missing. Because she didn't want to play anymore anyway. She didn't have the energy. She disappeared long before she left. I lost her twice over, and no one got it. The police asked stupid questions, as if Lydia had just run away. Did she have any older friends? Any recent arguments? Threats to run away. My parents blamed each other. My dad saying Mum was too overprotective, too cloying. Mum saying Dad didn't care about helping Lydia get better. Not that it mattered once she was gone. My friends tried to help, but they didn't understand. No one did. Well, no one except Torben anyway, until he betrayed me too. I stand up from the bench, scanning the promenade in both directions for Mac, my eyes catching on every dog, checking and checking until my eyes ache. A springer launches itself down the ramp and into the sea after a stick, swimming back to drop it faithfully at its owner's feet. A lab shakes, covering a shrieking, laughing toddler with water. None of them are Mac. I sit down again, but not before my eyes catch on a lone figure wandering towards me, hands in pockets, slow-paced like he's got nowhere to be. As if thinking about him had conjured him here, against my will. My breath catches in my throat, and a surge of anger ignites in my chest. I stand up and walk away as fast as I can without running, retracing my steps back to our road. Turning the other way, just as I have every time I've seen him in the last few years, but I hear his shout, "Annabelle!" The wind catches it and whips it away, but I falter. Am I ready for this? I don't know. I slow my steps, but I don't turn around and I don't stop walking. He catches up as we reach our street, my house on one side and his on the other. A torture I've had to deal with every day since it happened. Studiously avoiding looking at his windows, checking if he's looking out at just the wrong moment. Mostly, we've managed not to bump into each other for so long that I know it's not just me doing the avoiding. I pause at the foot of our street and glance up at our house. Nothing moves. The front door is still firmly closed, the upstairs windows shrouded by curtains. It's a nice house, comfortable for a family of 4, with its double-glazed windows to keep out the brisk Scottish winds. From the top floor you can see the sea. Across the street, Torben's house is a mirror image of ours. We used to play out on the street when we were kids, me, Lydia, and Torben. Torben's a year younger than me, so he could adapt to some of my games or operate at Lydia's level too. He was the perfect playmate for both me and Lydia, until he wasn't. His footsteps get louder as he approaches, and I realize at the last minute that I'm still wearing my pajamas, and I haven't done my hair. Already frustrated, I smooth it down as best I can and give up as his footsteps slow and stop a few feet away. I am who I am. I turn to face him, deliberately not smiling. "Hey," he says, and a smile creeps over his face. To my annoyance, he's still cute, with tousled brown hair and a shadow of stubble across his jaw and a smattering of freckles across his nose where he's caught the spring sun. He's often out in the garden, helping his parents mow the lawn or pull up weeds that poke through the gravel of their driveway. I always look away, but now that he's walking towards me I can't, and my skin itches with the desire to turn away again, leaving him standing there alone like a mug. That would be fair, after all. "What do you want, Torben?" My voice is cold, and I see him flinch. He steps forward as if to hug me, but changes his mind when I don't reciprocate. "Nice pajamas." I look over my shoulder, down the street at the sea. "Stop," I mutter, looking away. He smirks. "You're out early," he says, a question in his tone. He's got a nice voice. It's deep and gravelly. I wonder, and not for the first time, what might have happened between us if Lydia had never gone missing. But it's done. Torben showed his true colours. He's not the good guy he pretends to be. Fair-weather friends are not true friends. Not long after Lydia disappeared, I blocked his number. I'd crossed the street to avoid him, and he didn't come knocking any more. Why would he want to hang out with the sad girl, with the missing sister, and the deadbeat shitbag dad anyway? I wasn't good company back then. But turning his back instead of helping find Lydia, someone who'd been his friend? That bit I couldn't forgive. Still can't. And now he's walking next to me like nothing happened, smirking at my snark like no time has passed. I turn away from him, and he falls into step beside me. If this had happened 2 weeks ago, I'd have told him to get lost, or turned on my heel and walked the other way. That's what I've been doing for the last 6 years. But to my surprise, I don't want him to get lost. I'm okay with him next to me, despite everything. Am I a fool? To be pleased to feel his presence alongside me again, to feel that familiar tug towards him like we're linked with an invisible string. Can I trust him? I still don't know. But what I do know is that Lydia's return has changed everything I thought I knew. And despite the return of my so-called sister, I've never felt so alone. We walk together in silence up the gentle slope of our street and come to a stop outside his house. He doesn't invite me in, and I'm glad of it. I wouldn't go into his house alone. But I do remember why I'm out walking in my pajamas, and another set of eyes looking for Mac is useful. Still standing on his doorstep, I tell him about Mac, and a frown crosses his brow. I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't see him this morning, but I'll keep an eye out. I'll check our shed too. I hope he turns up. He's probably run away from Lydia. He cocks a head, his brow furrowing in confusion. You know she's back, I say, framing it as a question, but it's not. I've seen him glancing towards our house as he walks by. I know he pays attention to our comings and goings, even now. I've never been sure whether it's out of care or something more sinister. He turns to me, his eyes wide. That girl is... He points at our house, and I realize he must have seen her coming and going. He often works at his desk by their front window. He probably saw her arrive the other day. He shakes his head in disbelief. He didn't recognize her as Lydia. She's come home? I nod, my eyes raking his face, looking for something, anything, I don't know. Did he see what I saw? Our eyes meet, and we exchange a long look. Without needing to say anything, I know we're on the same page. Of everyone in my life, and there aren't many nowadays, despite everything that happened between us, Torben is the one person I can say this to, and he won't try to get me sectioned. You see it too, don't you? I ask tentatively. He shakes his head lightly, but it's not a no. That she's... His words fade. She says she's my sister. I gather up all my guilt, anger, frustration, loneliness. I ball it all up and straighten my shoulders. I look out to sea again, feeling the salty wind on my face and tugging my hair. But that's not Lydia. Chapter 21. Wendy. As soon as the front door slams behind Annabelle, I turn to Lydia in full fix-it mode. I hand her a cup of tea with 2 sugars, and I usher her into the living room, where I put on some comforting background TV. 2 fresh-faced presenters on a sofa with an image of the Thames behind them. Just give Annabelle time, love, I say to her, and she nods, the mug cradled between her palms, hunched over on the couch like she's been punched too many times. Maybe it would help to talk to the police soon, I ask, trying to ignore her flinch. They'll have contacts for therapists and things, specialists to help you unlock your memories and work through any trauma. I move to sit next to her and put a hand on her knee. As much as I know it'd be easier in the short term to shove everything down and pretend nothing happened, we can't pretend forever. You'll need to face it at some point, and you can start getting on with life. Surely that's what you want, too. She nods again, but her expression is blank with pain. I hate seeing her like this, hate knowing that my suggestions make her so unhappy, so afraid. I just want to fix it. Aside from reassuring her that I'm not going to call the police, and that I'll try to prevent Annabelle from calling, I don't know what to say. We descend into silence, both thinking, both in pain. She's so quiet I almost miss it. You said you couldn't let me go a second time. I look up sharply. So don't, she whispers. So quiet I have to watch her lips to understand. My mouth drops open and my mind reels. The living room turns sideways around me. I knew she wasn't ready for the police, but is the situation so dire that she'd leave? I feel so helpless, not knowing where she's been, why she left. It's possible she could just up and leave as quickly as she did last time. After all, I still don't know where that house is, the one she remembers living in. She could go back there and I'd never see her again. Is that... I swallow the bile that rises in my throat. Is that what she's saying? Is she threatening to leave if we call the police? My body feels hollow with panic as I imagine our house without Lydia once more, her bedroom empty and cold, only Annabelle for company, my life in front of my computer, desperately trying to generate attention on my daughter's case. I can't go back. I won't. So instead I change the subject, scrabbling for reasons she could stay, reasons why this is the best place in the whole world for her, a place she can rest and recover, where she is loved. You're an adult now. I assume you have things you're interested in, subjects you'd like to study if you went to university, or a job you'd like to pursue. She's still, but I can tell she's listening, thinking. I try not to smile, pleased with myself for finding my way through her armor. I don't even know if she has qualifications, if she went to school after 13. My poor girl. Is there anything you can tell me about where you've been? She shifts in her seat and takes a sip of tea. Things are coming back to me in little snippets, she says, and my heart soars. There's hope. I nod at her to continue. I think it's being here. Back home, I mean. Maybe it's all the memories. It helps being here, sleeping in my room, and seeing those photographs. Maybe it unlocked something. I stand up, ready to get the albums out again, but then I sit down again. There's time enough for that later. Lydia suppresses a smile behind her mug, and I feel another surge of hope. If she's feeling comfortable enough to laugh at me, we're making progress. If only we could make progress in other areas too, like with Annabelle. I'm sorry about Annabelle, I try, and she flinches. Like she flinches every time Annabelle enters a room or comes up in conversation. I know she's not easy. She'll come around. Can you tell me a little bit about her? I know we used to get on. I saw it in the pictures, and she didn't used to be so... Spiky? I finish. That word seems to describe Annabelle so well, both her looks and her personality. Lydia smiles. Spiky, yes. Lydia's right. Annabelle used to be soft and kind, just like Lydia herself. It'd be easy to say that Annabelle changed when Lydia left, that losing her sister hardened her. But the truth is that the bulk of the changes in Annabelle happened before Lydia left, long before. I wonder how I can explain this to Lydia without feeling like I'm betraying Annabelle. But Lydia's living in the house with her. She deserves to know who she's living with, at least to an extent. If she's walking on eggshells all the time, she needs to know what eggshells to avoid and how she can best manage Annabelle's moods. Annabelle has some mental health issues, I start. They began before you, well, when you were still at home, but we shielded you from the bulk of it. It was all a bit serious for someone of your age to have to worry about. But she got help and ended up with a good doctor here in Edinburgh, who she still sees, and she's on a strict medication schedule to keep everything under control. And so far, I cross my fingers and hold them up to Lydia, who smiles, her mental health is managed. It's why she's still at home, though. I didn't think she'd cope, living independently or working full-time. And luckily, now we've paid off the mortgage, we're financially in a position where it's manageable for me to be the only breadwinner. There's more. I'm sure Annabelle will tell you more herself once you guys become more comfortable with each other. Lydia listens carefully as she finishes her tea. Then she puts the mug on the coffee table in front of us. Thanks for telling me. Annabelle makes more sense to me now. She stands. I'm going to go and get dressed. Maybe it'll be nice for Annabelle if she sees us looking for the dog too. I fight back a pang of guilt that I didn't tell Lydia about what led to us finding that doctor or keeping such a close eye on Annabelle's medication schedule. But timing is everything, and I'm still hoping that my girls can find their way back to an affectionate relationship one day. That can never happen if Lydia knows the full story about her older sister. Chapter 22. Annabelle. That's not Lydia, I say again, tilting my head backwards, indicating across the street towards our house. Torben's eyes flick over my shoulder and his expression sours. He shifts his feet, scraping little stones against the tarmac pavement under his boots. He says, making a quiet rumble in the back of his throat. My heart plummets. Talking to him was a mistake. I thought I could confide in him, that he might be the one person who would listen. By the look on his face, I can tell I was wrong. I've pushed it too far, and I've trusted too early. He doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm crazy. I squeeze my hands into fists, feeling my fingernails sink into the skin of my palms. Sharp. I can't trust him. Perhaps I never could, but I'd needed to say it out loud to someone. And he's been the first person I've seen since fake Lydia came back. I'm so alone. No one will listen. There's no way Mum would hear me out if I said anything about my suspicions about Lydia. In fact, if I breathed a word about this, she'd have me sectioned and throw away the key before I could even catch my breath. It's not even that she wouldn't believe me per se, or even that she needs Lydia to be back. It's that she doesn't trust a word I say. I can see it in her eyes when we're speaking to each other. I have for years. This whole keep nodding and eventually Annabelle will stop spouting rubbish thing. She's learned to automatically dismiss me at every opportunity. I am not mentally competent in her eyes, no matter what I say, no matter how long I attend therapy and take my meds on time. She doesn't want me to feel things. And even if there's something wrong with me, I haven't hurt anyone. Should someone be punished forever because of one mistake, years ago? I'm perfectly mentally competent, and it's her with the problems. So yeah, I'm not talking to her. And my friends, the few that I once had, drifted away as they got jobs and moved into the city for work, or away from the city for more space to house their growing families. Who wants to be friends with the sad, medicated, unemployed girl who still lives at home and sabotages any opportunity she gets? I searched Torben's face, looking for a glimmer that he might believe me. I need a confidant. I need someone to believe me, and he was the only person I could think of. We were friends, once. He cared about Lydia, a long time ago. He was affected by her disappearance. A strange look crosses Torben's face as he takes in my words, his eyes scanning the horizon. Disgust crosses his face. Hatred, frustration. Whatever he's feeling, it's big and it's negative. My stomach twists. He doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm deluded. Perhaps I am. Danger, my instincts shriek. Get away. I've made a terrible mistake, telling Torben my suspicions. If the girl in my house isn't Lydia, it's still possible that somebody hurt my sister. And after Lydia went missing, in the eyes of many local people, my mother included, Torben was the main suspect. What have I done? Before I can walk away, Torben grabs my arm and pulls me roughly up the path to his house. What are you? Shush. He tightens his grip, and I struggle, my feet disrupting the gravel. But he's stronger. He pulls me into his house and closes the door behind us, plunging us into darkness. Chapter 23. Annabelle. It happens so quickly that I don't have time to register what's happening. What have I done? I think again. I didn't want this. I wasn't ready to enter his home. I don't trust him. I don't know him anymore. And yet it happened before I had even a moment to protest. And now I'm shut inside. Is this what happened to Lydia? The hallway is dark, his face in shadow, his breath coming in quick, short pants. His house smells like the remnants of a cooked breakfast and freshly brewed coffee. It's uncomfortably warm. Sweat prickles my forehead. Panic rises in my throat. What? Torben peers through the frosted glass in the front door, and I stand there, baffled, trying to work out how to get out. The back door? Push past Torben? He turns to look at me, an intense look in his eye. I draw in a breath. This was a mistake. I've chosen wrong. It's in his interests for Lydia to be back. Weren't there some people who believed he was involved in her disappearance? He'll be delighted that she's back, that he can be exonerated from the rumors that still echo along the Portobello streets, even 6 years later. Of course he wants to believe she's Lydia. The imposter narrative does not suit his goals. He won't want me to say that. He'd want me to stop talking. And if I wouldn't, maybe he'll make me stop talking. But what is he doing? Why pull me into his house? Unless he wants to threaten me, to warn me never to say that again. The hallway radiator blasts heat at me, and I feel fear rising in my chest, creeping up my throat. After all, if that isn't Lydia, then what happened to her? Did Torben have something to do with her disappearance after all? I move towards the door, but he blocks my way, turning the key in the lock. Have you never wondered why I stopped being friends with you after Lydia disappeared? he asks, his voice low. My breath catches in my throat, and he notices me looking at his hand on the door handle. I start, and my voice comes out as a squeak. I clear my throat and try again. I try for empathy and compassion, anything to keep him calm and keep me safe. People spread rumors about you, right? That can't have been easy, that they thought you were involved. He smiles and shakes his head. I will him to step aside, to move, but he stands resolute, a barrier between me and the outside world. Can you let me out? I ask quietly. Look, he says, pointing at one of the small panes of glass that aren't frosted, where you can get a clear view of the road outside. I hesitate, and he backs up into the hallway, giving me space. Reluctantly, I push my face up to the glass and peer outside. I gasp. It's Mum and the imposter, walking slowly along the road, peering under cars. I can see Mum shouting, calling for Mac. Lydia is holding a bag of dog treats pinched between two fingers, like she doesn't want them to get too close to her. Her gait is strange, a little lopsided, like she's avoiding stepping on the cracks on the pavement. Didn't think you'd want them to see you, he says, beckoning me into the house. Especially not talking to me, the bad news boy from across the road. But it's quiet here, and we can talk properly. Mum and Dad are playing golf. House to myself. Cuppa? I swallow the fear rising in my throat and nod. This is a terrible idea, and I should not be here. Chapter 24. Wendy. It feels strange to be out walking around Portobello with my daughter again, for the first time in 6 years. I want to hold her hand, to parade her in front of the neighbours who I know are watching. I can practically see their net curtains twitching. We walk past Archie, a man in his 70s with a wee border terrier who always tries to nip at Mac if we're out with him. I nod, and Archie nods back, but he doesn't smile. Are you friends with many of the neighbours? Asks Lydia, glancing at the grand tenement blocks that line the road as we approach the sea, their large bay windows on the top floors looking out across the water. Inside, they're all high ceilings and varnished wooden floors, much too grand for the term flats, but that's what they are. I shrug, and suck air through my teeth in a hiss. That's not an easy question. They helped a lot when you went missing, I eventually settle on. She nods, seeming to accept my answer. I'm glad she doesn't have any follow-up questions. We go single file to walk past a large communal bin and 2 oncoming teenage boys walking shoulder to shoulder who don't move to share the pavement. They're both wearing sports gear, probably off to play five-a-side at the Power League. I tut over my shoulder at them and reclaim my position next to Lydia on the pavement. We're leaving our street now, and the wind picks up as we head towards the seafront promenade, seagulls swirling overhead. After Lydia went missing, the flurry of concern and media coverage began to fade after a few weeks. People stopped dropping round with food, and the concerned looks turned to side eyes and crossing the street to avoid me if I passed people on my way to and from the police station or to various interviews. The neighbours were the worst. Before, we'd known people in passing, especially the parents of kids the same ages as mine, enough to exchange pleasantries and know each other's names. But when Lydia didn't reappear after a few days, I became a pariah. No more Tuesday morning Earl Greys with Sally at number 43 after school drop-off. No more beachside blether with the other dog owners. No more of Mrs. Rafiq's proud updates about her son studying medicine at university. Just faux sympathetic smiles and, "I'm in a bit of a rush today, let's catch up soon though." I've thought about it a lot in the years since. At first it felt like they blamed me, like they believed I drove her away, or worse, that I was somehow involved in Lydia's disappearance, like I'd killed her and hidden her body under our floorboards or something ghastly. But given some distance, I think it's a form of victim blaming. People blame victims because they need unpleasant events to feel like they're driven by logical reason, right? People feel uncomfortable when they hear about a lung cancer patient who has never smoked, or a burglary at a property with a sophisticated security system. It's much easier to blame a rape on a short skirt than it is to accept that it could have happened to anyone, no matter what clothes they chose to wear. I'm not justifying that belief, just trying to understand it. So those around me wanted to find a reason why Lydia must have left, to convince themselves that whatever happened to her would never happen to their own precious offspring. They needed to avoid the fact that the world is random and cruel sometimes. It was easier to believe I must have done something to deserve it. And with that, they distanced themselves, as if I had somehow caused Lydia's disappearance, or like it could be contagious, and by associating with me, their own precious child might similarly disappear. And now she's back, and I can tell those suspicious busybodies to shove it where the sun doesn't shine. My daughter is back, and it wasn't my fault. My suffering was real, and their heartlessness was cruel. I want answers as to where Lydia has been, not just to solve the mystery, but also to exonerate myself. People always say that difficult conversations are easier when you're not facing each other, sitting next to each other in a car or out for a walk. It's time. We turn down the promenade and walk alongside the sea, watching the waves sweeping up the beach. The wind catches my hair, and I raise a hand to brush it out of my face. "Lids," I start, feeling how nice it is to use her childhood nickname again. So many years of using her full name, of saying it over and over so it remained in people's consciousness. Lydia Holly Timpson. Lydia Holly Timpson. Never Lyd, or Lids, or Lulu, or any of the other silly names we gave her throughout her childhood. The TV and newspapers didn't need to know that part, the homey part. "What happened when you left?" She's quiet for a minute, and I wonder if she heard me over the waves. "Lyd?" "I told you, I can't remember a lot." For the first time since arriving home, she sounds irritated. I'm pleased in a way. If she's allowing herself to get annoyed and to show it, she's starting to feel at home. It's normal to be annoyed with your mum, especially if she keeps asking you the same question again and again. Well, I think with a shrug, I wouldn't have to ask the same questions again and again if she would just give me some answers. I want to know under what circumstances she left and who exactly this family were who took her in. Were they the kidnappers? Or just helpful people taking care of a traumatized child? And it'll be good to get her talking a bit, help her uncover some memories before we tell the police, which has to happen soon. It's been too long already. "Okay, let's try another way," I say, after a couple of minutes of silence. "I'm going to tell you what happened the day you went missing, from my side. And you can tell me if it triggers any memories." She shoves her hands in her pockets and sits down on a bench. I take a seat next to her and take a deep breath. The day Lydia went missing was a normal June day, approaching the end of the summer term, and the weather had been beautiful for the last few days, so all the kids were resentful about sitting in their classrooms, staring out at the blue sky through the grubby windows. Lydia had even, uncharacteristically, asked to take the day off school that day, saying she thought she might have a migraine coming. But I knew she just wanted to lie in the garden and read a book, and she'd missed too much school recently anyway, so I sent her off like normal, waving from the door as she rounded the corner. A decision I'd regret forever. That was the last time I saw her. I told the police everything I could remember. She was wearing her summer uniform, a knee-length black skirt and a white polo shirt, white ankle socks and black shoes. Her navy blue school jumper was tied around her waist. Her strawberry blonde hair was in a long plait down her back. She was carrying a purple space-themed backpack, heavy with school books. It was only a 10-minute walk to school, and she'd been walking it by herself for years now. She'd often stop off to collect her friend Amina, who lived in one of the big detached houses on the next road over. But she didn't turn up at Amina's house. School should have called when Lydia didn't arrive at her registration that morning, but the problem was that she'd been off sick so regularly that year that they assumed I'd forgotten to call in. I continued with my day like normal, working from home. At the time, I was a pharmaceutical rep. I didn't have any appointments that day, so I was doing admin most of the day, making appointments, returning emails, planning routes for future days, filling in forms, completing expenses claims. If Lydia had come home at any point, I was there. Lydia usually got home from school around 3:30 p.m, and that day the time came and went. I was still working, and I remember looking at the clock at 4 p.m. when Annabelle got home and thinking it was strange that she was back first. I heard Annabelle turn on the TV, and that's when I got the feeling, that something wasn't right. Usually Lydia raced home from school so she could claim the TV first. There was always an argument, but not that day. When I asked, Annabel said she hadn't seen Lydia all day. She'd assumed her sister had stayed home from school. When I called the school, they said the same. The nausea started, a curdling, churning feeling in my gut that never went away, until this week. I called Leonard, who was by then living in an apartment near Haymarket, hoping he'd picked her up at some point to have some one-on-one time with her. I was always trying to get him to be more involved, especially since we'd separated. But no, he hadn't seen her either. Neither had any of her friends' parents. I even went round to Torben's and banged on the door, but he was surly and unforthcoming as usual. I tried to get information out of him, but eventually his mum barged between us and sent me away with a fly in my ear, as if I was the one in the wrong. Awful woman. Leonard came over, his face ashen and his eyes haunted. Even Annabel was worried, curled up on the sofa with her legs tucked up into her hoodie, biting her nails and staring at the TV but not taking anything in. Spacey as usual, but that was her meds. I could tell she was worried. I called the police at 6 p.m, more than 2 hours after Lydia was usually home. Over 10 hours after she'd originally walked away from me. 2 officers came over half an hour later. Eventually they found shoe prints in the gravel on Lydia's route to school, along with evidence of a scuffle. The wearer was never identified. A few days later they found Lydia's backpack, covered in mud and under very suspicious circumstances. But they never made an arrest, and that was the start of the 6-year-long nightmare I just crawled out of. Now it's Lydia's turn to talk. Chapter 25. Annabel. "I mean, she looks like Lydia," says Torben, handing me a large cup of strong coffee. "It smells amazing, so much nicer than the cheap stuff Mum buys, but I can barely stomach a sip or two. I won't turn my back on him. I still don't know if I can trust him." I take the cup and lean back into his sofa, trying to look like I'm not on edge. It's cooler in the living room, the windows open and the sea breeze fanning into the room. The sweat has dried on my skin. "She's got the right colour hair, the same height and build," he continues, fading off and taking a sip of his coffee. I watch his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. I lean forward, resting my forearms on my thighs and cupping the mug between my palms, pleased to have someone to talk to about this. But anyone can dye their hair and lose a little weight if they already look a wee bit like someone. His mouth drops open. "Surely not. That's insane." I shrug. People can do things like that. I've been researching, and there's quite a few cases. There's the girl who claimed she was Madeleine McCann a couple of years ago, remember? And the French guy who moved in with a family from Texas, claiming to be their lost son. He sits forward in his seat, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Oh yeah, I saw the documentary about that one." My heart beats faster. He believes me. He's on the same page. There was even this case of a girl who... I stop myself. When Lydia first went missing, I found a case of a girl who disappeared for years. And when she was eventually found and identified, she begged police not to take her back to her birth family. When they looked into it further, it turned out her parents were abusive and she'd left voluntarily. I can't say it out loud. I can't bear the idea that someone was hurting Lydia, or that she'd leave me behind through choice and never contact me again. There has to be a reason why she's never been in touch. How would this girl even know about Lydia, about your family? That's a serious commitment, pretending to be someone else. Like, does she know where you keep the teaspoons? Is she behaving like a guest, or like she lives there? I lean back, looking up at the ceiling, thinking over the last few days. Her accent is different. Her walk has changed. She hesitates when she walks into a room, as if waiting to be invited in, whereas my sister would bound in and launch herself at the sofa like she was trying to break it. She doesn't know me. She doesn't recognize old jokes we used to make. She doesn't automatically flick the TV onto Friends the second she gets the remote. And she is terrified of Mac, who hates her right back. I wanted her to be Lydia. I wanted my sister back so badly. But something was off right from the moment she walked through the door. She smells different. Mac hates her, and she claims to have no memory of why she left or where she's been. Is that even possible? Does amnesia work like that? I've no idea, but I can look it up. And she won't let us tell the police she's back. At the mention of the police, A light goes out in Torben's eyes. He sits back in his seat, a baffled frown on his brow. "Why not?" he asks, but his tone is different now. He's less interested, more guarded. I wonder again what happened back then. Was he interrogated by the police? Accused of the crime? Was there evidence that the police found but they didn't have enough to charge? I have so many questions. I shake my head, shoving down the voices plaguing my mind and focusing back in on the moment. Compartmentalize. Says she's not ready, that she wants to remember more first so she has more to tell the police. And Mum went along with it, cozying up with her and showing her all the old family photos and videos, trying to trigger memories or something. It's messed up. Your poor Mum, to play this trick if it's true. That's the thing, isn't it? If it's true. Because if I'm wrong, and this is really Lydia, the big changes in her must mean that some absolutely awful things happened to her, to change her so profoundly. She's had such a horrific 6 years that trauma means she can't remember anything. And then she finally comes home, and her sister doesn't believe her. That's even worse. He nods. You'd be taking a risk. Yep. So I have to be careful. Gather evidence. Wait until the right moment to spring a trap and get justice for the con. Because if she's not Lydia, there's a con artist in my house, and we don't know what she's capable of. He heaves a huge sigh. This is big. I feel overwhelmed with what I have to do and the risks involved. By challenging this imposter, I might be risking my life. Mum's life. Mac's life. I can't afford any mistakes. I look at Torben, his face a man's face now, with stubble along his wide jaw and a wisp of chest hair emerging from the top of his shirt. But underneath all the manly features, I can still see the friend who played with me and Lydia all those years ago, digging to Australia on the beach and shrieking as the cold waves crept up his legs. Maybe I was wrong about him. Maybe everyone was. So tell me, I say, remembering his question as we stood by his front door. Have you never wondered why I stopped being friends with you after Lydia disappeared? I get a sudden wave of sadness that we haven't spoken in the past 6 years. Our friendship implosion due to distrust, suspicion, and fear. What happened 6 years ago? He swallows hard, and a look of sadness crosses his face. I wanted to help Annabelle. I nod, encouraging him to say more. I remember how much he helped in those early days. In that awful limbo time, he came over every day, offering to help with the search, sharing things online and flyering around Portobello. But all that stopped when, well, he turned his back on me, on Lydia. And I did help, he says, his thoughts clearly mirroring my own recollection of that nightmare period after Lydia didn't come home. I could tell how sad you were, how worried, and I wanted to make it all go away. So I started to poke around, to look for her myself. Air escapes from my lungs in a big rush. Of course he wanted to help. And then the rumors started. His chin crinkles as he represses an emotion, and I feel a pang of sympathy for the confused teenage boy he once was. I close my eyes. I hated him for abandoning me. But now I'm older, time has smoothed my wounds. I can see things clearer now. Of course he had to back off. I can't imagine what that must have felt like, to have all the neighbours whispering about you. He was only a teenager, and he'd cared about Lydia like she was his own little sister. Suddenly she was gone, and poor Torben tried to find her. Torben, I say in a small voice. He says, still thinking about the implications of this. Will you help me, please? We could investigate, gather proof that she's not who she says she is. If there's 2 of us, we might stand a... My voice trails off. He's shaking his head. A violent, decided no. He stands up, coffee slopping over the side of his mug. I'm sorry, Annabelle. He puts his coffee cup on the table and takes my half-drunk cup from my hands. I look at it with regret. I was enjoying that. I wish I could help, but I can't. Please don't ask again. His voice is cold and detached, all friendliness gone from his face. I don't understand. I stand up too, knowing our chat is over. This friendship too is still over. As much as we were once close, that time is done. For good reason. He leads me to the door. Why not? I ask, angry now, and before I can even protest, I'm out on his front doorstep. He looks at me, his eyes cold. He pushes the door closed, and the key turns in the lock. Anger flares in my chest. Just another reason to never trust anyone, to never ask for help. Mum chose Lydia over me. Lydia disappeared. Dad chose himself and his new family. My friends slipped away, and now Torben has rejected me. Again. Who can I trust? There's no one to help. I must do this alone. I walk away from Torben's house, a flicker of doubt slithering through my gut. But can I trust myself? Chapter 26. Wendy. I look at my daughter's face as she stares out to sea. Her cheeks are pink, her complexion glowing. Her hair is shiny and thick, her breath clear and strong. She's the picture of health, my daughter. I never thought I'd get to see the day that Lydia looked strong and healthy. And it's doubly valuable, as for many years it seemed like I'd never see her again, healthy or otherwise. Do you remember being ill? I ask, and she shrugs. Not really, although little bits are coming back. I nod. It must have been traumatic, all those doctor visits, missed birthday parties and waning friendships. The doctors could never work out what was wrong. Their best guess was a complex allergy, a reaction to a combination of things instead of just one, which is why the allergy tests could never identify a specific allergen you might be reacting to, or something autoimmune was their other theory. She nods slowly, still gazing out at the breakers as they hit the shore. Occasionally, she'll glance towards a dog, checking for Mac, but they always run back to their owners in the end. It's never Mac. The wind picks up and she wraps her skinny arms around herself, and I realize that she's not wearing a jumper. I feel a pang of guilt. I'm supposed to be looking after her, and here she is in the late spring morning without proper clothes on and no body fat to warm her tiny frame. I slip out of my own jumper and hook it around her shoulders. Do you think we could head home? She asks. I don't think we're going to find Mac here. We're nearly home when we stop in our tracks at the sight of Annabelle emerging from that boy's house across the road. She sees us coming up the road and stops, a guilty look on her face. No sign of Mac at Torben's, she says to Lydia, accusation in her tone. Her expression changes, frustration wiped away by a wee flash of triumph. But he's pleased to hear you're back, Lydia. She sneers the last word, as if calling her a slur. I frown and resist the urge to step in. It's not unreasonable that she's told someone Lydia's back, after all. It's a huge piece of news. But it makes my skin itch that Torben is the first to know. That boy. He's bad news, I know it. I still can't trust him, even with Lydia's safe return. After all, we still don't know what circumstances she left in. He could still have been involved. He could still have committed a crime. I didn't realize you were still friends with him, I say, adding a question to my tone. After everything. Annabelle shrugs, her face a mask, but I can tell she's listening. He must be so pleased. I turn to Lydia. You and Torben were pretty close, back in the day. Do you remember him? I hold my breath, wondering if Lids might be about to answer one of the biggest questions I've had all these years. Whether Torben had anything to do with her disappearance. I've long suspected there's something not right about that boy, but Lydia shakes her head. I pinch my lips together in suppressed frustration. I need more than this. Years of waiting and still no answers. I wish I could be happy that she's back, but the itch of needing to know is too great. Really? Because the police thought you might have been with him on that final day. Why? Annabelle asks, her tone sharp. I shrug, not wanting to say anything that could influence Lydia's memories before they return. So, what did Torben say? I ask Annabelle, who has fallen into step beside us as we cross the street back to our house. Is he pleased? She flashes me a dirty look, and I can feel the distaste radiating off her. When did she begin to hate me so much? What did I do, except love her and her sister? Not really, no. I can feel Lydia tense. Annabelle doesn't notice, and she turns to Lydia with a nasty tone in her voice. He wants answers, Lydia, like everyone. I'm sure he does, I say mildly. What does that mean? She asks. She really needs to get hold of her anger sometimes. I turn to Lydia. A lot of people suspected Torben had something to do with your disappearance. There was a lot of talk. Rumours, you know. Her eyes widen and she glances over her shoulder back at Torben's house. People at school called him a murderer, says Annabel, her cheeks flushed with outrage, as if Lydia was the one making the accusations. They accused him of killing you and dumping your body in the sea. He got beaten up multiple times. Your return was meant to clear his name. I'm sorry I can't remember, Lydia says quietly, and my heart goes out to her. Maybe you'd remember if you went to the police, answered their questions. See a therapist or something, for God's sake. We've all been in limbo while you've been off God knows where. The least you could do is let us call the police. She stops and turns to face Lydia, her voice becoming louder. We deserve answers. Torben deserves his name clearing. This is pathetic. Well, I say quietly, pausing until I can tell by the set of her shoulders that she's listening intently. Sometimes rumours have a basis in truth. Annabel stops walking. What? Just say it. I'm surprised to find I agree with Annabel, but not the way she's delivering the message. We do need to get the police involved. It would help us all. So I tell Annabel what I've been holding back from her all this time. The real reason her friendship with Torben came to such an abrupt end 6 years ago. The police found Lydia's backpack not long after she went missing. Annabel rolls her eyes and starts walking again, trudging up the path to our front door. I never saw her trying to rekindle her friendship with Torben after that. But now I've seen her leaving his house. It's time that she knew. They found the backpack in Torben's house, covered in mud. Chapter 27. Wendy. That's absolute bullshit and you know it, she says, her voice loud and accusatory. He was helping. He wanted to find her as much as we did. But I also see her glancing over her shoulder at Torben's house, her brow furrowed as she processes the news. Even with her denial, I know there's a part of her that, like me, can't shake the suspicion now it's planted. And good, frankly. I should have told her earlier, but police interviewed him and crossed him off their list pretty quickly, and at around the same time, their friendship stopped abruptly. She didn't need to know. Go on then, she says, her voice oozing with hostility. Tell me how Torben supposedly got hold of Lydia's backpack after she went missing. She rests a balled fist on her hip with affected nonchalance. Even if that's true, it clearly didn't indicate his involvement, or they would have charged him. She raises her voice, probably trying to mask her uncertainty. I walk faster and unlock our front door, holding out an arm to usher the girls back into our house. That's enough, Annabel, I hiss. Not on the street. Lydia steps past me and into the hallway, but Annabel stays on our garden path, her hands on her hips. I beckon her inside, but she shakes her head. What? You don't like everyone knowing our business? Exactly, I say, beckoning her towards the open door. She lets out a nasty laugh. That's rich, considering how much of our lives you've aired on social media. So you can put it all out there to thousands of strangers. But I can't talk to my sister, she mimes quotation marks in the air, on my own street? Is that it? I reach out and grab her coat, realizing with mortification that Annabel has been wandering all over the street in her pajamas. I try to pull her towards me, into the house, but she shakes me off, pulling herself out of her coat, so she really is just standing there in our front garden in her pajamas, her hair in disarray and her eyeliner smudged from sleep. Get in the house. You're making a spectacle of yourself. She looks crazy, like she's just stepped out of a psychiatric ward. Maybe that's where she should be. Oh, Mother, you've been making a spectacle of all of us for years. Me wearing my pajamas is nothing. Something inside me snaps. I'm meant to have everything I wanted. This was meant to be the beginning of a new life, a happy life, the first step on my way to everything I'd ever wanted for me and my children. And Annabel is going to ruin everything. I know it. She's unstable. She can't be trusted. Not for the first time. I wish it was Annabel who disappeared, not precious Lydia. I used to feel guilty when this thought popped into my head uninvited, but not anymore. The stakes are too high. She's going to drive Lydia away, and I cannot let that happen. I want to turn away and slam the door in Annabel's face, but I can't. For a moment I imagine the satisfaction of turning the key in the lock and going inside. the quiet peace of the house without her lurking presence. But instead, I content myself with the only weapon I can wield. I gather my sweetest, gentlest voice, and I say the most cutting things I can think of. "Oh, Annabel, I know this is hard for you." Her shoulders relax at the sympathetic tone. She thinks I'm on her team. "You've been the center of my world for so many years, and now Lydia is back, and she needs more from me right now. It's hard that you don't have my full attention right now, but you can't take it out on your sister, okay? Your jealousy cannot be Lydia's problem." I watch with satisfaction as Annabel's body language closes up, her shoulders rise, and her arms fold over her chest. Lydia needs our care and love right now. She needs me to take care of her, to help her feel safe so she can remember what happened to her. And I'm sorry if that means you feel a wee bit neglected, but you're an adult. I think you can cope. Right? Game. Set. Match. While she's stunned into silence, I usher her into the house and close the door, just in time as she explodes in a yelling fit which would have echoed across the road and mortified us all. "Are you absolutely insane? Why are you acting like any of this is normal? I'm not a child anymore, and I'm not the one who needs to face the truth here. If we ever get the full truth..." I turn away as she rants and raves, vehemently denying any jealousy, all the while asserting that Lydia doesn't need me, that I can't help her, that I am incapable of helping anyone, which is frankly preposterous considering how much time I spent caring for Lydia when she got sick. I learned so much about healthcare and remedies that I briefly considered retraining to be a nurse, except that Lydia needed me too much for me to take that time away from the house. Annabel's face is red, and a sweat breaks out on her brow as she rambles, but I can't bring myself to tune in and engage with whatever she's saying. Her words are unintelligible, and I shake my head, showing her that she's not going to upset me. "It's okay to be angry," I say in a simpering voice that just makes her louder and more angry. I wait until she pauses for breath. "Have you taken your meds today?" She growls in frustration and throws her hands up. I flinch at the sudden movement, but I'm not afraid of her. As much as she's gruff and angry, I know she's not violent. She doesn't want to hurt people, not anymore. I stand in the hallway and watch as she stomps up the stairs and slams the door to her room. As soon as the house is quiet, I take a long, deep breath and let it out slowly through my lips. Lydia's return wasn't going to be smooth sailing. These things never are. People are complicated, and so is life. A cough startles me out of contemplation. Lydia standing in the doorway watching me. "You okay?" she asks quietly. Her voice is soft, a relief after Annabel's harsh tones. I look at her, taking her in, feeling a soaring of love in my chest, like all the love I had to give while she was gone had stored inside me, waiting to be unleashed at her in one big lump on her return. Where does all that love go when it has no one to go to? For me, clearly I stored it up, but perhaps Annabel is different. Perhaps she stopped loving Lydia to protect herself. Maybe it was easier to resent a missing sister than it was to miss one. I do feel sympathy for Annabel. Once we've called the police and Lydia's had all the therapy, perhaps the three of us can go to family therapy together and hash everything out. "I'll be okay, thanks, Lydia. It's just a big transition. I think Annabel is struggling." She nods, giving a pursed-lipped smile. "If there's anything I can do," she says, and I detect that she's just saying it as a thing to say. But she's given me an idea. Actually, there is something you can do for Annabel. Chapter 28. Annabel. I pace my room, suppressing a scream of rage. I want to destroy something, to rip my artwork from my wall, to throw things from my window. But I've made that mistake before, making destructive decisions while angry. It backfires immediately, and you're left still angry, but also having to clear up the mess you made. It's so undignified. I slump down on my bed and stare at my ceiling, tears pricking my eyes. So much to unpack. First, Torben. Why did he have Lydia's backpack? And why was it covered in mud? I remember the prickle of uncertainty that I felt when he first pulled me into his house, how unsafe I felt. But then it turned out he was preventing Mum and Lydia from seeing me talking to him. He was trying to help. just like he tried to help find Lydia after she disappeared. He must have found her backpack while he was out looking for her. Nothing more suspicious than that. The police didn't pursue him. There must have been nothing else to connect him. I've always known Mum suspected his involvement and perhaps even sent the police in his direction. She was so frenzied in the aftermath of Lydia's disappearance that she clutched at every straw. Maybe she even stooped as low as to plant evidence on her prime suspect, just to get the police to look at him closer. And of course, she'd have given no thought to the impact on an innocent teenage boy or her eldest daughter, when my only friend would no longer say hi to me in the street, when I had no one to talk to. She doesn't care about me, never has. It was always Lydia, and only Lydia. Your jealousy cannot be Lydia's problem. I shouldn't let her bother me. I know she did it on purpose. She got that look on her face, the twinge of triumph before she said it. As soon as she said it, I was plunged back in time to those lonely years. The start of it all, really, where Lydia and her sicknesses and the pursuit of a diagnosis took center stage in our lives, and my needs became nothing but an obstacle, a burden to be pushed aside. I worried about Lydia too. I had to watch as her hands shook when she raised a spoonful of cereal to her lips, the milk dripping from the spoon back into the bowl because she couldn't keep her hands still. No matter how much she slept, there were always dark rings around her eyes, her skin grey with fatigue. I found Mum's search history on our family computer. Early onset Parkinson's, autoimmune diseases, childhood cancers. The searches made my stomach clench and bile rise in my throat. Was Lydia going to die? Mum would take her to the doctor practically weekly, but they'd never get any answers. They'd run tests, they'd issue medications, testing different theories. At one point, she had a back brace to straighten her spine, and Mum was injecting her with something to suppress her immune response every day. I loved my sister, but as her sicknesses got worse and we had no further answers, I became resentful. It was like I was invisible. At dinner time, all the questions would be for her. How are you feeling? How was your day? Do you have a headache? How's your stomach? Do you want me to cut your chicken smaller? And I was just there, eating my dinner, tucking myself into bed at night. No one asked how my day was. I started skipping classes, gave up piano lessons, and I was good. Mum didn't notice. I was the background character in Lydia and Mum's medical drama. It must have been nice, having loads of adults fawning around you all the time. Mum and Dad, teachers at school, doctors, family friends, all asking how she was and if things were improving. A small, ugly part of me would wonder what it was like, being the center of the universe like that. To be so revered. To have our mother at her beck and call all the time. To have anything she wanted brought to her bedside in case it helped. For a while I even wondered if Lydia was faking it for the attention. But Lydia wasn't like that. She didn't want the attention. She hated being sick. I'd hear her crying during the night when she thought no one could hear. She couldn't fake the vomiting, the tremors, the allergic reactions. She missed her friends. She couldn't go to parties or on school trips. She couldn't even eat school lunches like everyone else. She had to bring her own special lunch in a box, put it in the school nurse's fridge, and go get it at lunchtime before she could sit down and eat. But I was a kid, so I wasn't always rational. Sometimes, like when Mum and Dad skipped my piano recital to take Lydia to a last-minute appointment, I'd get angry, and yes, jealous. I'd snipe at Lydia, take her toys, but she was so weak, so kind, that she'd just let me. I like to share with Annabelle, she'd say, in her sweet little voice, which would make me hate her even more, even while I loved her and worried about her. But Mum had no patience for that kind of behavior. I could see the resentment on her face whenever I needed something that would take away from Lydia. Nobody wants to be ill like Lydia, she'd hiss at me over the breakfast table before I went to school. On another day, when Lydia got her breakfast in bed while I got bundled out of the door like an inconvenience, "Your jealousy isn't a good look, Annabelle. It seems like you have some growing up to do." I wanted to spit my cereal back into the bowl and throw it at her head. I wasn't jealous. I was neglected. And now, years later, I'm back in exactly the same place. Pushed aside, in limbo, beholden to Lydia, although now it's not her illness that's dangling over my head. It's her amnesia, her disappearance, the lack of justice. Don't ask questions, Annabelle. You might scare her away, re-traumatize, mess things up for the investigation. Don't call the police, Annabelle. She's not ready. Don't talk. Don't shout. Don't be angry. Don't acknowledge that there are other people who might have wants and needs. There's only Lydia. The whole world revolves around Lydia. And the worst thing is that if I was given even the slightest chance, I'd love Lydia. I'd want to reform a sisterly relationship with her. I'd want us to be friends, if this person was Lydia. But she's not. I vowed I'd call the police if Mac wasn't back by lunchtime, and it's almost that time. I wonder if I have the balls to call them when Lydia has begged me not to. But there's still that tiny part of me asking, what if? What if it is Lydia, and I'm hurting my own sister, denying her experiences, questioning her intentions? And yes, traumatizing her if I call before she's ready. How hurtful that would be. I bristle when I hear the knock at my door. Mum, here for a second round, I'm sure. But when I pull myself from my bed with a groan and slide back the deadbolt on my bedroom door, it's not Mum standing in the hallway with a fake, ingratiating smile. It's Lydia. What? I say, but I try not to sound too snipey. This is the first time she's knocked on my door since she got back. Her cheeks pink and she shuffles her feet in her brand new M&S slippers. I was wondering... She runs a hand through her strawberry blonde hair and looks into my room. I pull the door closed, so I'm blocking the doorway. That's my private space. Yes? A shy smile creeps its way across her lips. I'm 19 now, she says, with a slight pause before she says her age, as if she had to think about it. And we've never been out for a drink together. What do you think? Pub tonight? My stomach swirls. I'd love to go for a drink with my sister. I want to be friends with my sister. But this isn't my sister. The thought of spending time alone in a pub, sitting across from this stranger one-on-one for hours, makes me feel nauseous. But maybe we could keep an eye out for Mac on the way. I cough and let go of my door, letting it swing open and watching Lydia's eyes flick behind me, taking in my room. I wonder again what this imposter wants. Is she trying to rob my family? Good luck to her. We don't have anything of value. Is she gathering information for some long-term plan? My eyes flick again across her face, trying to compare this imposter to the Lydia I remember, the one from the police age progression images, and the one I see in old childhood photos. She sees me looking and angles her head away. I don't know, but there's something about this imposter. Something I can't quite put my finger on, but it's like the answer is staring me in the face. I narrow my eyes, and Lydia cocks her head, a mischievous smile on her face. What? She asks, and I want to shut down that look of triumph in her eyes. I can't let her win. I look at this stranger pretending to be Lydia as she stands waiting for my reply to her drinks invitation, and I realize that this girl, even if she isn't Lydia, knows something. Even though she's pretending not to have any memory of her life before Lydia's disappearance, there's still a level of knowledge about Lydia and her disappearance that an ordinary person couldn't have amassed. Why us? Why Lydia? How did she know where we lived? The police and media always kept our address a secret, even when the media furore was at its height. And I know Mum was always careful about protecting things like that on her social media too. How did she find us? How did she know we were an option for this kind of scam? This woman, whoever she is, might know where Lydia really is. She might hold the key to finding my real sister. Finally, the biggest question that I should have been asking right from the moment that I realized this truly wasn't Lydia. What does she want from us? I stare at Lydia for so long that she starts to look uncomfortable. Finally, I clear my throat. The police can wait another day. That sounds great. Let's go after dinner. Chapter 29. Annabelle. It's a sunny day, so the pub is full of sandy-footed beachgoers, their noses and cheeks reddened by the sun. There's a huge crowd at the bar as Lydia and I push our way through the doorway and look around the high-ceilinged pub. For a moment I imagine what this building must have been like as a house, before it was converted into a pub. It would have been such a grand mansion, with its huge bay windows aimed out to sea, and now it's covered in brewery branding. The only furniture, leather-covered bar stools, and little round tables scattered about, all full of empty beer glasses and screwed-up crisp packets, revellers crowded in. Seeing there are no tables, Lydia and I look at each other. Lydia shrugs. "You go and grab us a perch on the sea wall. I'll get us drinks in plastic cups," I say, raising my voice to be heard over the rumble of tipsy chatter. She shakes her head. "Can I order?" "I'd like to buy my sister a drink for the first time," she says with a smile. I suppress a roll of my eyes and shrug. "Sure, thanks. I'll have a gin and tonic, please." "Good choice," she says with a nod, and she disappears into the crowd. I turn and back out of the pub, heading across the promenade to the sea wall, which is dotted with others who have had the same idea. I claim us a free stretch of concrete wall and settle on it, my back to the promenade and the pub. Where does she get her money, I wonder? Has Mum given her some, or did she bring some with her? And if so, what did she do to earn it? Or, if she's the con artist I believe her to be, who did she steal it from? In front of me on the beach, a terrier runs across the sand, dragging a huge clump of seaweed behind him, his owner calling futilely from the other side of the beach. That dog's not coming back for a while, I think, with a smirk. But immediately the smirk drops from my face, as I remember our Mac still missing. I know Lydia had something to do with it, despite her pretense at looking for him as we walked along the prom to the pub. I only hope she just opened the door to let him run off, as opposed to anything worse. My stomach squeezes with anxiety for our lovely dog. "Here we go," trills Lydia as she approaches across the promenade, dodging kids on scooters and adults on bikes as she crosses. "2 gin and tonics," she says, presenting me with a plastic pint cup. "I got us doubles, same as going back in that queue." I nod and take the cup, which is full to the brim. I thank her and take a sip, flinching when I realise that it's a generous pour. She must have batted her eyelashes at the barman to get maybe even a third shot in these. "Stop," she gasps, grabbing my arm, and I almost choke on the tonic bubbles. "We didn't say cheers," she says, holding out her cup to touch mine. I swallow and lift my cup towards her, my mouth pursed. "What shall we toast to?" she asks, an innocuous smile dancing across her lips and a twinkle in her eye. I feel like I'm being played. Does she know I know? I need to play along, to pretend I believe she's really Lydia. After all, that's how I'm going to get her to lower her guard, to think she can trust me. "To sisters?" I suggest tentatively, feeling like I'm betraying myself, and Mac, and Torben, and Dad, briefly, before I realise he relinquished any claim he had on my loyalty when he abandoned us for a new family. She holds my gaze. "To working out the truth," she says, lifting her cup expectantly. A challenge. Oh, she's clever. A nice double meaning there, and she knows it. She's testing me. I touch my plastic cup to hers, my brain whirring. "It's so nice here," says Lydia, flipping her legs over the sea wall so her feet dangle over the sand, her back to the pub and the people strolling by. "I'm so glad we're getting some of the evening sun." And she's right, I notice. The beer garden is in shadow now, the last rays of the spring sunshine hitting the beach and the sea wall where we're sitting, but sinking fast behind the seafront buildings, which cast their long shadows over the gardens and the promenade, shadows slowly creeping closer as the time ticks by. Halfway down my gin and tonic, and I'm already feeling a little giddy. I haven't eaten enough today, I realise. I forgot lunch and didn't join Mum and Lydia for dinner. One more of these and I'll be useless. My plans to extract information from Lydia totally scrapped. But she's nearly at the end of her own gin, her cheeks flushed. At least we'll both be tipsy together, I think with a smirk. Maybe her tongue will loosen. "So we used to be pretty close," Mum said. Lydia asks, clearly thinking along similar lines, use this time to gather information. I think she misses when we used to be friends, I shrug. "We did hang out and stuff, yeah. Can you really not remember?" She nods. Bits and pieces are coming back, but it still feels like I'm stepping into someone else's life. I raise my eyebrows, impressed. Isn't that a recommended technique for liars? Tell as much of the truth as you can, and she is doing that here, as she's literally a stranger stepping into a stranger's life, my sister's life. "Mum said you felt a little ignored after I went missing." I scoff, shaking my head. Mum has her own version of events. I'd take what she says with a pinch of salt if I were you. She turns towards me, swinging one leg over the wall so she's straddling the concrete, facing me. She cups her drink in both hands and takes a sip. Intriguing, she says, her tone inviting more. Screw it, I think. I'm going to lean into this for one night only. Let's pretend this is Lydia. My sister is back. I have nothing to lose, not really. I nod. I was ignored long before you went missing. Lydia, you were the golden child, and you were sick. Mum wanted you to get better, so you were the only thing in her universe. She'd parade you around to doctor after doctor, try medication after medication, test after test. But they only seemed to make you sicker. And you were jealous? I laugh, a mirthless chuckle. I would never have wanted the type of attention you got, I say, remembering Lydia's haunted face as Mum bundled her into the car for yet another medical appointment, or the unshed tears in her eyes as she heard Mum on the phone telling one of Lydia's final remaining friends that Lids couldn't play at the arcade as she wasn't feeling well again. But yes, I wished we could go back to how things were before, when we were closer. For a while we were each other's number one, like best friends. She drains her drink. But my illnesses took that away? I shrug. You didn't have the energy to play anymore. You were like a ghost. She gestures to me, indicator I should finish my drink. When I do, she stands and holds out a hand for my empty cup. I don't hand it over. It's my round, she laughs. Tonight's my treat. We're celebrating. I raise my eyebrows, but her grin doesn't falter. It's not every day your little sister returns, and now we can pick up where we left off, before everything, before I got sick. It was hard to be so ill, but it must have been hard for you too. You lost your playmate and Mum's attention all at once, and it sounds like Dad was pretty absent for a lot of it. Without warning, my throat feels thick with emotion. I've never spoken about that time with anyone, really. When Lydia first started to get sick, I pushed back a bit, attention-seeking from both Lydia and Mum, and was accused of being selfish, of being jealous of the attention on Lydia. But that wasn't it, I know now, in retrospect. I was lonely. But before I could crystallize that or articulate it in any way, Lydia disappeared. Suddenly I wasn't the older sister of a sick kid, but a missing one. Any demands for attention I might make went from being slightly selfish to being diabolical. And in the face of missing posters and search parties, no one asked me how I was. No one cared. And now, all these years later, someone does care, or at least she's pretending to. Someone is looking at me directly and asking what that experience was like. And the hurt and rejection come flooding back like it was yesterday. Lydia doesn't notice that I'm not feeling particularly articulate, and she waves the empty plastic glasses at me with a cheerful flourish. I'll be right back with more drinks, she trills. I turn my back to the pub and take deep breaths as I stare out to sea, watching the breakers lapping on the shore and the seagulls whirling around looking for scraps. Behind me, two little girls, almost school-age, sing Aqua's Barbie Girl as they skip along ahead of their parents holding hands. Life in plastic. It's fantastic. I'm calloused and hardened, I know. It was what I needed to do to survive, block myself off from people so no one could reject me or hurt me. If I don't need anyone, I came to believe, no one can let me down. And it's worked. I'm independent, I'm strong. I'm an orphan with 2 living parents and an only child with a sister, or someone who claims to be a sister anyway. As I watch Lydia picking her way through the meandering families strolling along the promenade, another large gin in each hand, my sadness, self-pity more like, morphs into something else. Something that feels safer somehow. Anger. It was hard to be so ill, she'd said, looking me straight in the eye. As if this con artist could appropriate Lydia's experience like that. Lydia was genuinely sick, and she didn't want to be. She'd apologized to me over and over, tears in her eyes, sad that she couldn't come with me to the park, or sit up long enough to practice French plaits on my hair. Yes, it was hard for her to be ill, devastatingly hard. And this stranger, this imposter, has stepped into her identity and pretended that was her experience. My poor sister, sick, then missing, and now her identity stolen. What kind of person does that? I watch as a kid on a balance bike nearly runs over Lydia's foot. The parent pulls him out of the way, and she gives them a blinding smile as she reassures them it's totally fine and continues making her way towards me. She smiles at me as she hands me the cup, but as I reach forward, she pulls it back. "Whoops," she says, handing me the other cup. I'd already had a sip from that one. "Here's yours." This next gin is just as strong, but this time I drink it fast, barely stopping for air until the cup is empty. Lydia side-eyes me, looking unsure for the first time since she asked me to come to the pub with her. She thought she was making progress with her con, I realise now. She thought my presence here was a sign that I believed she was really my sister. The gin and the early evening sunshine have gone to my head, and I find myself swaying slightly as I sit on the wall, staring out to sea. "This is such a cute part of Edinburgh," Lydia's saying, but I tune her out, stewing in my own anger. If I open my mouth to speak, I won't be able to stop the tirade that comes out. Without saying anything, I hop off the wall and shoulder my way through the beer garden to get to the bar, pushing sunburned people out of my way. The bartender sees the 2 empty pint glasses and nods at me. "Same again?" he asks with a smirk and a nod out to the promenade. "You're with the redhead, yeah?" I nod, and he turns his back to me, adding at least 2 shots of gin into the first cup. But something odd happens, and I watch him carefully. He's only put gin in one of the cups. The other one is just tonic. And now her drink swap, "Whoops, I already had a sip from that one," makes sense. And her generosity with the first 2 rounds. She's been getting me drunk. I'm at least 4, maybe even 5, gins further ahead than her. Little bitch. I watch carefully as the bartender finishes our drinks and holds out the card reader for a frankly extortionate amount of money, considering only one of these drinks contains alcohol. I tap my card and collect the drinks, weaving my way through the crowds in the beer garden and then past strolling holidaymakers on the prom. As I emerge, I spot Lydia on the sea wall, talking to someone. A man is leaning over her, a big smile on his face. But Lydia's leaning back, putting space between the 2 of them. An unwanted overture, I deduce, picking up my pace as I approach and making sure to hand the gin-filled drink to Lydia. "Everything all right?" I say to Lydia, throwing a dismissive half-smile at the man as I sit next to her on the wall. He's greasy-looking, with 3-day stubble across his jaw and a yellowing black eye. "Just saying hello," he mumbles, his words slurred. "Ah, a drunk trying his chances. I know what to do with these." I open my mouth to tell him to leave, but Lydia's faster. "Well, thanks for saying hi, but we're having a catch-up." Lydia pulls a smile across her face. "A long overdue one," she says, winking at me and raising her gin to her lips. She winces as she takes the first sip. I suppress a smirk. "Do you know each other?" I look between them, and I swear the man nods once. As he's about to answer, Lydia doubles over, coughing. The man raises both hands as if accused. "Don't mind me, I can tell when I'm not wanted." He turns back to the pub. "Nice to see you again, pal," he says to Lydia, and stumbles his way back, nearly colliding with a cyclist on his way. "Thought he'd never leave," says Lydia as he's out of earshot. "Is there anything better than a strong gin and tonic in the sunshine?" she asks. "Nice to see you again. Did you know him?" I ask, and she takes another gulp of her gin, closing her eyes at the strength of the spirit, buying time. "He called you pal," she shrugs. "Mistaken identity. I don't remember anyone from back then." Did she know that guy? And if so, does that mean anything? It doesn't necessarily prove or disprove my theory that she's an imposter. She could be the real Lydia and still have someone recognize her. After all, it seems like she's been out and about living her life, as opposed to caged in someone's basement. I bite my tongue, mentally filing this away. She's about halfway down the drink when I see the telltale flush creeping up her cheeks, the one which would have arrived much earlier had she been drinking from the start like me. In contrast, the plain tonic is diluting the alcohol's effects for me, removing any trace of hope that this is my sister or that we are just out for a nice drink together. No, there is no nice drink with this evil person. She's playing a game, and I need a plan. But for now, the drinks are too strong and my anger too much. I wish I could remember more, she says, her eyes flicking to me. There are so many memories we could share. I can barely suppress the roll of my eyes. This again. She probably thinks she's so clever, pretending the trauma of her kidnappers led to amnesia, playing on our sympathies and our sensitivity to her ordeals, gathering information so she can continue to impersonate my missing sister, but no more. I drain my drink. You are not my sister. She freezes, her feet dangling in midair over the sand as she hangs her legs from the sea wall. We're about 6 feet up from the sand, and for a moment I imagine shoving her off the wall and leaving her behind, running home and locking our door, calling the police so they're waiting when she returns. What do you mean? She says in a faux hurt voice. I thought we were building something. And now it's my turn to show my hand, or at least to show this imposter that she doesn't have the measure of things quite yet. There's more going on here than she thinks, and no amount of information gathering is going to give her the knowledge she needs. I stand up, brush my hands along the backs of my thighs to dislodge any sand. I look her directly in the eyes, those eyes which are the same colour as my sister's, but don't have quite the same gold speckles that Lydia had. If you were really Lydia, you wouldn't have come back here, not after everything that happened. The imposter's face pales. She opens and closes her mouth, but no sound comes out. That's how I know you're not her, and you should do exactly what the real Lydia did and get the fuck out of here and never look back, or something bad will happen to you, like it did to Lydia. I turn around and walk away. Chapter 30. Wendy. The house is quiet, and for the first time in years, it's not the heavy, lurking silence like a weight over my head. Now it's a peaceful, temporary quiet, which I know will be over as soon as my daughters return from their drinks. I'm frankly surprised that Annabelle agreed to this, but a small part of me dares to hope that it signifies the beginning of a harmonious, happy home life for all of us. A new beginning. Maybe Annabelle is coming to terms with Lydia's return. Perhaps she's forgiven her sister for her illnesses, for going missing, for taking attention away from Annabelle. After all, Lydia didn't ask for any of this. I wander around my quiet house until I find myself hovering in Lydia's doorway, inhaling the scent of her room now that it's occupied. It used to smell of dust and laundry detergent, if it had been one of those times where I'd washed her bedsheets in the hope she'd return home soon. Behind it all, there was a stale, lingering scent, like something decaying. Now I can smell her skin, her shampoo, her deodorant. The decay odor is gone. I could cry. I'm so happy. The only thing we're missing now is Mac. I make a mental note to contact the vet again, to ask if they've had any reports or leads as to his whereabouts. I can't bring myself to make posters. Too many memories. I'll do another door knock around the neighbours tomorrow. And we're also missing Leonard, I suppose, although I've been pleasantly surprised that Lydia hasn't asked too many questions about the whereabouts of her dad. Perhaps he was more absent than I remember, even before Lydia went missing. He had already left by that point. I'll attempt contact if Lydia asks me to, I decide. Once we tell the police she's back, and I update my socials, the news will be out. Everyone will know. And, as I'll tell the girls, their dad can get in touch if he wants to. We still live in the same place. My phone number hasn't changed. I leave Lydia's room and head downstairs to the kitchen, where my laptop sits open on the kitchen table. I make myself a cup of tea and pick through my notifications, neglected since Lydia came home a few days ago. I don't need these accounts anymore, I realize. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, Blue Sky. I set them all up to raise awareness of Lydia's disappearance, to make sure that people were keeping an eye out for her. And now that job is done. I didn't expect them to get so big, to have such broad reach. I partnered with missing persons charities, did sponsored content for home security brands with a faux smile on my face, posted candid videos on YouTube or TikTok every day. Even the snarky comments barely glanced off my hard shell of determination. Every day, I received DMs from people around the world, women in South Korea whose babies were taken and sold to the West through dodgy adoption agencies, the children told they were orphans, families in America looking for runaway teenagers, brands wanting to collab, It's endless. I'm organized with it. I often schedule posts ahead of time, so even though I haven't been online since Lydia came back, I've been posting. But my engagement is down. I haven't been responding to comments or tags like I usually do. I love the interaction, I realize, and the thought of folding these accounts makes me feel a wee bit bereft. I've made friends, built a living through this, helped others in similar positions. Just because Lydia is home doesn't mean I have to stop this. In fact, maybe it'll be even more successful now. After all, isn't it even more useful to hear advice and insight about a missing child from someone whose child came back? I'm #goals, as they say, and definitely #blessed. I can't wait to announce her return. The stats on that post will be through the roof. I might even go viral. Maybe I'll do a video, and Lydia can appear at the end. Surprise! And it's all for a good cause, even now. Now that my own crusade is done, I can turn my attention to the plight of others, an ambassador for the missing and lost. I jiggle my shoulders in excitement as I see my future unfurl in front of me like a red carpet. Invites on daytime television, consultation requests from missing persons charities, raising awareness of others' missing loved ones. There are so many opportunities here. I take a sip of tea and open one of my inboxes. There's the usual brand partnership requests, a home security system, an online grief counseling company, a self-defense alarm manufacturer, and a true crime podcast asking for a soundbite. Then there's the messages from individuals. These are the ones which always touch my heart and keep me doing this. A woman in Wigan writes to express her condolences about Lydia. At Crime Mum, I've shared this on my Facebook. More people need to see this. Hope you get answers soon. An account from @FindTanner in Anchorage. My brother went missing in 2018. I know the pain never goes away. Thank you for keeping awareness alive. And there are the weirdos, conspiracy theorists, and haters, of which there are many, unfortunately. I usually try to disregard them. Sometimes they're even quite funny. But in the absence of anything else to do, it's not like I can post about Lydia right now, and with the hubris of a person who has got everything they ever wanted, I dive in. At the top of my inbox is a message from a psychic in Blackpool telling me Lydia is near water and to reply if I want a private reading. No thanks. Although I give her a begrudging nod and a chuckle when I realise that the pub Lydia's at tonight does overlook the sea. The second one I open is from @SkepticSteph, whose bio reads, "Love to dissect cold cases and discover secrets lurking under the surface." @SkepticSteph. I've been looking into this case, and I think the police are covering something up. Is it possible one of them is involved, and the others are hiding it? I click out of that message without responding, but out of habit, I don't block her. Even the most madcap theories deserve attention. When Lydia was missing, I used to keep these in case anything corroborated the ideas and I could contact them to get more information. I jumped on every clue. I'm overcome with a sudden rush of exhaustion as I realize that I don't have to think about it all the time anymore. Even while I was sleeping, my brain was looking for her, scouring our every interaction in the run-up to her disappearance, analyzing every possible clue in case it offered a lead. Sometimes I even wondered if her kidnapper had been in touch and I just didn't know. Inserting themselves into the investigation, you know. So I'd keep every message, block no one. I don't have to do that anymore. I can just delete @SkepticSteph's message and forget about it forever. I'm free. Finally, the last message that's come in while I've been off taking a wee social media break to be with Lydia, a new follower. @SickSnark. Making money off your missing kid. You're disgusting. I hope she's dead. A few days ago, a message like that would have made me shudder. Now, I can roll my eyes, block them, and move on. As I'm doing that, I hear a noise from the other side of the kitchen wall. I freeze, listening. From my seat at the kitchen table, I can hear something, or someone, moving around in the garage on the other side of the wall. An intruder? It would be just my luck to get burgled in the same week that Lydia returns. I close my laptop quietly and tiptoe out of the back door and round to the side door into the back of the garage. It's standing open and I can hear rustling. "Mac?" I shout, hope filling my chest. The rustling stops. I can hear breathing. My breath catches in my throat. It's not Mac. It's a person. That neighbor boy poking around? With my hand on the doorframe and my body blocking their exit, I summon the strongest, most authoritative voice I can. "I can hear you in there. Come out or I'll call the police." There's a squeal and something clatters to the ground. I step into the garage and pull on the light cord, illuminating all the accumulated junk of the last 20 years. "Lydia?" She's standing in the middle of the garage, surrounded by boxes. Some have been moved and opened, I can see. Her eyes are wide, like she's afraid of me, afraid of what I might do to her. My stomach twists, and I wonder again where she's been, who she's been with, whether they hurt her. Was she locked in, tied up, imprisoned? Or could she come and go freely but just chose not to return to me? The fear in her eyes tells me she's been through horrors. Horrors she'll have to share when we contact the police. Soon. She'll need therapy. She's probably got PTSD. Once she's processed it all, the media will be clamoring at our door to talk to Lydia, even more rabid than their desire to speak to me. After all, the missing girl is much more interesting than the mother. She might even get offered a book deal, like Natasha Kampusch, or a TV show, a panelist on Loose Women perhaps, or an agony aunt slot on morning TV. She'll need therapy, even if she's not traumatized. It'll be tough to deal with all the attention. She's always been a wee bit shy, not like me and Annabelle, who are much more gregarious and sociable, in contrast to Lydia's introversion. I wish I could do it all for her. "Sorry," she mumbles, as if I've caught her doing something wrong. But she isn't. I can see that she's combing through a cardboard box with her own name scrawled on the side with a Sharpie. There's nothing wrong with looking through a box of your own stuff, even if it does make me feel uncomfortable to know that she's been snooping through the garage. "Where's Annabelle?" "And how are your drinks?" I ask, looking around the cramped, dusty space. It's packed with stuff, some in boxes, some just loose and lying around. When Leonard lived here, this was his workshop, and he kept it meticulously tidy. Tools hanging on the walls in their proper place, workbench clear, boxes lined up straight against one wall. But since he left, I had no motivation to keep it tidy. I'm not working in here, fixing things like Leonard did. So the garage is an extra storage space. The cardboard boxes quickly morphed from their neat rows along the walls, now scattered and stacked haphazardly across the floor. Leonard's tools are mostly still in their places, although those I've had to use are missing from their outline on the wall. I lay them on the workbench so they're easy to get to when I need them. And there's stuff the girls grew out of that I couldn't bear to throw away. An old playhouse, a broken keyboard, a rusty bike, outgrown roller skates and a hockey stick, the tape unfurling from the handle. "Drinks were good, thanks," she says, hesitating. She opens her mouth and closes it again, and I know there's something she's not saying. And I'm pretty certain it relates to Annabelle and something she's done. Do I want to know? I'm sure I'll find out eventually. And Lydia's here, so at least Annabelle hasn't chased her away. Perhaps that's all I need to know for now. "We need a clear-out in here," I say to Lydia, but she's not listening. She's staring into the box she's opened, the one with her name on. "What's this?" she asks, and I frown at the tone in her voice, which I can't quite identify. Trepidation, maybe? Fear? What could she have found in here? I step towards her. She leans over the box, not reaching inside, as if whatever is in there might jump out and bite her. I move closer and peer inside, braced for a rotting mouse or something mouldy. But it's none of that. In fact, I realize with a laugh of relief, it's a bunch of medical equipment. I reach inside, and Lydia steps back as if I'm about to throw something at her. I give her a reassuring smile and pull out a plastic shell covered in various straps and buckles. "Remember this?" I ask, trying to sound bright and breezy. But in my mind, I hear her cries of pain, her begging me to let her take it off because she couldn't sleep. My whispered reassurances that it was for her own good, that it wasn't forever, that I loved her and cared for her and wanted the best for her, that this would help her be healthy in the long run, at least I hoped. And then giving her more medication to help her sleep, sitting with her in the middle of the night, waiting for her eyelids to finally flutter closed. I hold it up, marveling at how small it is, how small her torso once was. She wrinkles her nose, shaking her head. The freckles on her nose are more pronounced than they were when she first arrived a few days ago. She must be spending more time outdoors since she returned home. I like that. What is it? She asks. I look at her, open-mouthed. How can she not remember? I knew she had trouble remembering everything from back then, but this was such a source of pain and humiliation that I'm shocked she has no recollection. Your scoliosis brace, I say, watching her for any sign of recognition crossing her face. Nothing. She's blank. She shrugs. I guess I blocked it out, she says, her voice going up at the end with a question. I put the brace back in the box. You had a curve to your spine, and it was getting worse as you grew. You had to wear this brace all the time, even while you slept, to try and encourage your spine to be straighter. You hated it. She picks it up and holds it against herself. I wonder if more information might help trigger her memories, so I keep going, telling her how she felt like she couldn't breathe in it, that it gave her bruises and aches and made her feel sick, and that the doctors would just shrug and say that was normal, to wait longer, to try harder, as if she wasn't already trying her hardest to struggle through every day with all the issues her body was already fighting against. My poor baby. Without thinking, I pull her towards me, wrapping my arms around her and crushing the brace between our bodies. She doesn't put her arms around me, she's still holding the brace, but I think I feel some release in her, as if she's relaxing in my arms. We're so lucky you're healthy now, I whisper into her hair. She pulls away and moves to look at the other stuff in the box. A blood oxygen monitor, a stethoscope, a few out-of-date EpiPens, an old CPAP for sleep apnea, a face mask from an asthma nebulizer, a stack of those disposable cardboard vomit bowls, a bright yellow sharps bin for used needles. It's all covered in a fine layer of dust, and Lydia looks faintly disgusted as she rifles through it. I resist the urge to tell her to be careful, to put the box away neatly, in case she ever needs these things again. But why would she? It seems she's grown out of all her ailments. We're so lucky. Not everyone has this privilege. She closes the flaps and I turn to the door, ready to head together into the house. But I pause as I realize she's not following me. I turn. She's opening another box, this one marked Leonard. What about this stuff? Is it Dad's? Why didn't he take it with him? She pulls out a sweater and holds it against her body. It's huge on her small frame, but the green of the wool matches her eyes. I shrug. I made that for him. Knitted it while I was in doctors' waiting rooms and beside your hospital bed waiting for test results. Maybe he didn't want the memories, or didn't want something I'd made for him. Maybe it made his new wife uncomfortable. She drops the sweater back in the box, on top of the other piles of clothes Leonard never returned for. New wife. Ugh. She shudders. I shrug. A whole new family, I say. Wife, kids, dog, the lot. We were replaced. I sniff. I carefully arrange my features to mask my resentment. When marriages end, the Weens are often reassured that the parents may not love each other anymore, but they still love the children just the same. Only Leonard's behavior showed the opposite. Not only did he leave me, but he also abandoned Lydia and Annabelle too. And that is hard to forgive. Heartless, mumbles Lydia, finally stepping away from the boxes and following me into the house. What were you looking for anyway? I say, as I shut down my laptop and switch on the kettle for tea. She twists her mouth, as if she's keeping a secret. I don't know, really. It bothers me that I can't remember. Maybe I was looking for answers or trying to trigger memories. I nod. I understand. Even if the things that happened to Lydia after she disappeared were majorly traumatic, it baffles me that she can't remember her home life before that too, especially when she clearly wants to remember. I hope these memory issues aren't permanent, love, I say, pulling a packet of rich tea biscuits from the cupboard and offering her one. Although if that means I get to keep you here forever and take care of you for the rest of our lives, that's okay with me. Chapter 31. Annabelle. I wake the next morning with a mouth so dry it feels full of cotton balls. I roll over and grab a bottle of water from the mini-fridge I use as my bedside table. There's a protein iced coffee in there too, but the thought makes my stomach churn. I need to be gentle to myself today. It's late. I've slept through a lot of the morning. But that's okay. It's not like I have a job to go to, since Mum ratted me out to the local community centre and they cancelled the art classes for the elderly that I'd proposed to run. Apparently, they don't like people like me working with vulnerable adults. Now that Lydia's back, I'm delighted to fly under the radar a bit more with Mum, with the new hope of actually getting out of the house and getting a job sometime without her screwing it up for me or making up a reason why I have to stay at home. And maybe one day soon I can rent my own place and get out of this mausoleum I've been trapped in for my entire life. After all, I was only staying for Lydia, and now she's back. I down the water, gulping it hard until rivulets run from the side of my mouth and down my neck. I wipe it away with the sleeve of my pajamas and stifle a gag as my stomach protests. For a moment I hope that Lydia feels as rotten as I do, but I realize that she barely had anything to drink except the one drink I bought her. Me, on the other hand, had all those gins and then wandered along the prom to Joppa and back, looking for Mac as the sun slipped below the horizon. I feel a rush of anger at her, the con artist, being all friendly and pretending it was a familial drink with her sister, when actually she wanted to trick me, get me drunk, and probably mine me for information. I sit up in bed and throw the covers back. If it's information she wants, it's information she'll get. And today is Tuesday, I realize. The first Tuesday of the month, no less. Perfect timing. Chapter 32. Annabelle. I shove my feet into slippers, wrap a dressing gown around my body, and stumble down the stairs to the kitchen, where I drink more water straight from the tap. When I turn around, wiping my mouth on my sleeve, I'm startled by a figure in the doorway. Lydia. Leaning against the doorframe, her arms folded, a smug expression on her face. I glare at her, immediately filled with rage, but no, today requires a different tack. "Morning," I say, in the most neutral voice I can dredge up. She raises her eyebrows in surprise. "Morning?" she says, like a question. She's clearly confused at why I'm being so friendly after my accusations last night. "Coffee?" I ask, holding up the cafetiere. She nods, eyeing me with suspicion. She watches me in silence as I make the coffee, and then she follows me as I take it through to the living room, where I pull a photo album off the shelf and open it out onto the coffee table, alongside our mugs and the coffee pot. "What are we doing?" she asks. I suppress a smirk and flip it open to a page in the middle. These are all our school photos, dating from as early as nursery and showing us getting older and more awkward as we head towards puberty. Then there are the blank pages after Lydia's final picture, age 13. I did have one more school picture, but Mum just shoved it into the back of the album, loose. Without Lydia's angelic face alongside it, my own image wasn't important enough to display on the pages. I leave the album open on Lydia's last photo. It's a good quality photo, and it's big too, 7 by 10 inches. There's a dove grey background, and it's an upper body shot, Lydia leaning both elbows on a soft surface and leaning towards the camera, one cheek propped on her hand and a genuine smile on her face. She's skinnier than the previous picture from the year before, and the shadows under her eyes are darker. Her illness must have been getting worse, but still she was at school as opposed to sick at home. I make a show of pushing down the cafetiere plunger and pouring the coffees. Lydia's imposter sitting next to me, her knees together and her hands tucked under her thighs. She's nervous, I realize. She doesn't know what I'm planning. I feel a thrill at the power. This must be how she feels all the time, impersonating Lydia and knowing I know. It's a rush. Once both coffees are poured, I hand her a cup. I wait until she's nearly raised it to her lips and then, "Don't worry, it's just coffee." She pauses, confused. I affect a faux friendly smile. "I haven't put anything in your coffee." She puts the cup back on the table without taking a sip, and I hold in a giggle. "I wanted to look at this picture of you. Really look." It might be the light, but I think she goes pale. I hold the picture up next to her face and make a show of flicking my eyes between her and the picture. "Well, you're pale like her, and you have the same strawberry blonde hair." I move the picture closer to my face and squint. "Different eye, though. I don't know what you're... And here, look." I point to Lydia's jaw on the picture, and I start to reach out towards the imposter's jaw, where the bone is more angular and sharp. "I think your face shape is..." "Stop!" She slaps my hand away before I touch her. I withdraw my hand, a thrum of triumph that I've rattled her, as she puts her hands back in her lap like they're electrified. She shakes her head. This is ridiculous. I nod. I totally agree. She clenches her jaw in frustration. I hope you know I'm giving you an easy ride right now. This could be a whole lot worse. I could call the police, or the press, or the paparazzi. She looks at me sharply. I'm not ready for that, I told you. Mum supports waiting while I try to recover some memory. I'm not falling for that, and I wasn't finished. I reach forward and pick up my coffee, downing half of it in one gulp. I pause and wait while it hits my empty stomach, bracing for nausea which doesn't come. Hopefully this hangover is brief. There are worse things than the police in this community. Portobello is a lot smaller than it seems. What do you mean? People will have seen you out and about, and people talk. Even if we haven't openly announced Lydia's return, you'll have been spotted, gossiped about. Did you see Wendy with the girl with red hair? Is Lydia back? And Mum can't keep it quiet. She'll be dying to post it on her social media accounts. She's got quite the following, you know. She swallows and reaches out to get her coffee, but she just holds the mug, doesn't drink. What are you saying? She asks, her voice harsher than usual, her careful tone gone. Just get to the point, Annabelle. I stand up and stretch. Just that it's the first Tuesday of the month, and you should be prepared to answer some tricky questions. She swallows loudly. What? I shrug and feign casual indifference, even though I'm buzzing. Nothing gets past them. They'll see right through you, and one of them will probably call the police. She stands up and paces to the window, staring out at the road and the sea beyond. Who? What's happening? I'm not playing these games. I suppress another giggle. She might not be playing these games, but she's definitely playing some of her own, and I'm going to win. I lean forward as if I'm imparting a great secret, and I whisper, You should leave. Now. Chapter 33. Wendy. I'm on fire today. I've tidied away the terrible mess Annabelle left in the kitchen this morning, coffee grounds everywhere, and the photo albums all over the coffee table. That girl needs to take some responsibility. I've vacuumed all the carpets except for Annabelle's. She won't let me have a key to her room, otherwise I would have done in there too. You can't be too careful with this group. They're judgy and they have a lot of time on their hands. A complex combination, all mostly retired women with that post-menopausal bullshit detector which I value so much. It's like women get to a certain age and they shed their people-pleasing instincts. I like them. They're my friends, and I'm delighted to host. We started off as a book group about 15 years ago, but as our tastes diverged and life got in the way of reading, we became more of a social club. We meet once a month, mostly at my house in the last couple of years. With only Annabelle at home, it was easy to prepare for hosting, and it was nice to have a break from the monotony and feel some life back in the house, even for one afternoon a month. And that afternoon is today. I buy some fresh flowers from the florist on the high street, lilies for the kitchen and roses for the living room. They'll fill the house with their fresh scent. Even though the weather's looking like it'll be nice enough for us to be in the garden, which will be lovely, with the begonia in bloom for spring, I have time to run the lawnmower around the garden and do a quick check for any Mac poos. Although he's been gone for over a day now, I remember with a pang as I'm pacing the garden with a bag over my hand. I know Annabelle's been out looking for him a few times, but with no luck. I return to the kitchen and dispose of the unused poo bag as the doorbell rings. First to arrive is Agnes from next door but one, who likes to sit out on her front step with a glass of wine and wave at people walking to the beach on sunny days. Then they trickle in every few minutes. Sian, who lives in Joppa, Mary, who helps run the local WI, Gina, the youngest of the group in her late 40s, then Sam, Joy, Julia, Claire, Megan, and finally Sarah, who's always last, but makes up for it by bringing an excellent bottle of Sauvignon Blanc already chilled, with condensation gathering along the sides of the bottle. It's a sunny afternoon, so I shepherd everyone out into the garden, glancing up the stairs as I pass. Both Annabelle and Lydia are home, and I don't know if they have plans to come down. Annabelle usually stays up in her room for the duration. Once I've got everyone settled, with a drink in their hand, I head upstairs and knock on Lydia's door. She opens it a crack and peers through the gap, as if I'm an intruder and I might somehow push my way into her space and steal all her stuff. "Hey, love, I wondered if you wanted to come down and meet my friends. There's a few you'll likely recognize. Sam's here. You remember, she's Sophia's mum. You went to primary school with Sophia. And Joy, you were at dance classes with her daughter for a couple of years when you were tiny." She nods, her face blank. "Are you okay? You look a bit peaky." I reach out to feel her forehead, but she flinches as if my touch might burn her. "Sorry," I say, realizing I still don't know what she's been through or what might trigger her trauma. I feel a wee bit frustrated about the eggshells I need to walk on. If I don't know where she's been or what happened to her, I can't protect her or help. I risk inadvertently startling her or reminding her of something bad that happened, and I can't avoid it if I don't know what I'm meant to avoid. Everything feels like a trick or a trap, and I shouldn't feel like that with my own daughter. Especially, and I hesitate to even think this in the face of what Lydia has experienced, but my own experiences are valid too, especially after everything I've been through over the past 6 years. My daughter is home, and I want to celebrate that. I straighten up and drop the gentle, softly act. "There's no need to hide in your room," I say in a firm tone. "Freshen up and come down to say hi to everyone. I'm away to tell them you're here," I say, turning away as soon as the words leave my mouth. She starts to protest, but I don't stick around to hear it. I'm at the bottom of the stairs before I hear her door swing shut. I head out into the garden, where my friends are scattered around the various seating areas. A few at the table and chairs, some in the sun lounges I dug out of the garage, and a couple of the younger, more sprightly ones sitting on the wall that runs around the edge of the decking. I clap my hands and glance up at the house, where I can see that Lydia's bedroom window is open. Good. I want her to hear this. "Ladies, thank you for coming," I say in a loud, clear voice. "I have a happy announcement." The blether stops, and everyone turns to look at me. I stand tall. I've always been an extrovert. I definitely get my energy from social situations. I flourish under everyone's gaze. Perhaps I should have pursued a career on the stage instead of the healthcare industry, although I suppose social media influencing is a similarly public-facing role, and I'm semi-famous online. I glance up at Lydia's window, and perhaps I see some movement there. Good. I wanted to thank you all for your support over the last few years. I know I've not always been the chirpy, vibrant person you got to know at the start of this group, but you all know why. And tonight I'm happy to tell you that we've had some very good news. I see head tilts of curiosity around the group. They probably think it's something small. We've had a lead about Lydia's potential whereabouts, or the police have found her coat or something. They're going to be blown away. I pause for effect, running my eyes across every face, their gazes riveted on me, waiting to hear the news. I wish I could film this moment, so I could watch their faces on repeat as they realize the truth. But that would be a little unseemly, and these women aren't quite as comfortable with social media as I. I open my arms, palms out to the group, and I say it, the words I've been dying to say out loud for 4 days. My daughter Lydia has come home. Chapter 34. Wendy. I see hands raised to mouths, and I hear gasps around the garden. Julia raises a hand to her chest, as if holding her heart. Cian stands up and rushes towards me, gathering me in her arms. The others follow, and soon I'm surrounded by bodies, hands patting my shoulders, voices cooing in my ears with glee. My cheeks flush hot, and I can't wipe the smile off my face. Tears fill my eyes. At that moment, a cloud shifts, and a beam of sunlight hits the garden, like poetry. If this was a movie, the soundtrack would soar, and the audience would reach for their tissues. Even though Lydia's been home for 4 days now, this moment feels like the real celebration I've been waiting for, and she's not even here. When the fuss has died down and everyone's raised a glass to toast the news, the questions begin. Joy is the first to speak up. "Where has she been?" she asks, and I close my eyes for a moment. I knew there'd be questions. My friends are incisive, but I didn't think about how humiliating it might feel to not be able to answer some of them, especially when I want to know the answer so much myself, too. I take a sip of the glass of Prosecco someone has thrust into my hands, stalling for time. "I tell you what," I say, pausing while I wait for all eyes to return to me. I'll go and see if she's up to coming outside and saying hello to everyone. I set my Prosecco glass on the table and head inside, up the stairs and to Lydia's room, where I knock on the door again. I can still smell that slightly musty odour, and I make a mental note to hire a rug doctor and clean her carpet. It's probably dusty. When she opens the door, she's standing with her jacket on, sliding her mobile into her back pocket. "Hey, I was just heading out." My mouth falls open. Where does she have to go? And who with? My stomach twists with anxiety at the thought that she might leave without telling me and not return. With a flash of fear and frustration, I can't help but wonder if this is because of something Annabelle did or said. She won't stop until she drives Lydia away again. I can't bear going through it all over again. But all I say is, "Oh? Yeah, She looks over her shoulder into her room. "I thought I'd go and look for some new clothes in the charity shops. We can't always be buying new stuff when I need a whole wardrobe. And I don't want to wear the teenage stuff we kept," she says, nodding towards the half-empty drawers. "It's a bit out of date." I fix a smile on my face, glad she wasn't trying to run away or something terrible. "Well, before you do, my friends would very much like to see you. Just for a minute. They're out in the garden. You might remember some of them." I hold out a hand to usher her with me down the stairs, but she doesn't budge from her bedroom doorway. Her face looks hollow and afraid, and I realize with a pang that she likely hasn't been in any social situations with large groups for a long time. Since school, probably. I didn't think about what it would be like for her, thrusting her so far out of her comfort zone like this. But on the other hand, I can't tell my friends she's back and then not have her come downstairs to say hello. I can imagine Agnes's face as I explain that she's not coming out, and hear the whispered accusations behind her hand. Maybe she's just imagining that Lydia came back. The grief must have got to her. I'd be the woman with the imaginary daughter, a figure of fun to laugh about, behind cupped hands. I can't take no for an answer on this one. "You don't have to stay out long. It'll be good for you." I beckon to her, and to my delight, she steps forward into the hallway. I let out a breath of relief. But Annabelle's door lock clicks, the sound of her unlocking it, and opens slowly, hissing on the carpet. "The book group is here. I'll come too," she says, and I don't know if it's my imagination, but I think I see her throw a funny look at Lydia, a smirk. Lydia sees it and looks away, her eyes pleading with me for a reprieve. I put on my most soothing voice and put a steady hand on her upper arm. "They're lovely, and they've been so supportive while you were missing. Agnes wrote letters, Sarah and Joy printed loads of flyers and distributed them around the area. You can head out to the shops after a few minutes if it's too overwhelming. Maybe one of them will ask a question that triggers some memories," Annabelle points out in a sweet voice. A look passes between the girls, and again I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no time to interrogate, so I keep my hand on Lydia's arm and escort her down the stairs as gently as I can. When we enter the sunlit garden, my friends all burst into a round of applause at the sight of Lydia, and a tear comes to my eye once more. They're so supportive. I'm so lucky. I have everything I wanted. I wish I could go back in time and tell the Wendy of a year ago that she'd get here eventually, that the torturous wait would be worth it. No one tries to hug Lydia, which I'm grateful for, as I see her shoulders curl in on themselves as she tries to make herself smaller under the focused attention of my friends. They all stand up and crowd around us, all talking at once. "You still have your lovely hair," says Sian, which makes me roll my eyes. As if going missing would change that. Weird. "Was it terrible?" asks Sarah, and I shoot her a look. "Were you kidnapped?" she asks, oblivious to my unspoken messages. "Were there other people? Were you trapped or tied up? Did you see your kidnapper? Did they feed you regularly? Were you harmed?" I'm torn. Part of me wants to stop the questions, to protect Lydia from their unwavering gaze, but the other part of me wants these answers. I've not dared ask these questions in case I scare her off, and part of me did know my friends would do this. Part of me wanted them to. Perhaps an external party would prompt more answers than me and Annabelle, I'd thought. Lydia opens and closes her mouth, but she doesn't try to answer the questions. Annabel steps forward, and all eyes turn to her in surprise, as if no one realized she was there. Poor Annabel. Always in Lydia's shadow even now. She steps up to Lydia and whispers in her ear, something that I just about catch. Told you they'd have questions. I give her a sharp look. What is she up to? Chapter 35. Annabel. The con artist looks like she wants to die. It's hilarious. Mun's friends have surrounded her like a pack of hyenas around a rotting carcass, all picking pieces of flesh off her bones. I knew they'd do this. I warned Lydia they'd do this. Perhaps I can make a few strategic comments which might persuade one of them to drop a little call to our local police station. I could make the call myself, of course, and I still might, but it's better for me and a peaceful life if it comes from someone else. If Mum won't do it and Lydia refuses, maybe I can say the right thing and one of Mum's friends could do it for me. I could go the worried sister route. Mum's been so swept up in it all that I just don't think she's thought about what happens next. You know, how vulnerable Lydia might be without proper professional support. Or, even better, I could get someone on my side, igniting suspicion. It's so strange that she doesn't remember things, even the smallest details, like her favorite food. I could even tell them about how much Mac hates her. A dog lover like Julia would understand how suspicious that is. If I pick the right audience, I could even cast doubt on whether Mum knows what's best for Lydia, or concern for Mum's mental health. It's like she's afraid Lydia might disappear again. Maybe she needs help to take the next step. As I consider my options, I make a show of offering around a platter of hummus and crudités. Julia and Joy make eye contact and thank me, taking a few nibbles as I pass by, but the rest of the women act as if I'm invisible. It's okay. I'm used to it. It's always been this way. Still strategizing, I head into the kitchen to get myself a wine glass. And while I'm in there, I hear hushed voices floating in from the open window. Well, of course, the other one's a bit of a tearaway, says one voice, an older-sounding crope to her words. Oh, yes? Agnes and Gina, an unlikely pair. Agnes is older than the others, in her mid-70s, when the average age of the rest of the group is mid to late 50s. I don't think she ever worked, and since her husband died 5 years ago, she took on the role of professional busybody in our street, even arranging her living room furniture so that she can see everyone going past from her armchair by the window. Every time I walk past her house, I can see her face peering at me through the glass, taking note of my every move. You weren't around when all the drama happened, says Agnes, lowering her voice further. I lean over the sink to get my ear closer to the window. What drama is she gossiping about? Lydia's disappearance, I suspect. When she went missing, Gina clarifies. Gina's newer to the group. She moved here a couple of years ago, so her son could get in the local high school's catchment. There's something sharp and incisive about her face, like a vulture watching prey from a branch, waiting to swoop. Now that I think of it, of course the busybody and the vulture are friends. No, before that, hisses Agnes. They had the police involved and everything. Then they sent the other daughter away for a bit, the older one. A sensory memory blasts into my brain, the smell of antiseptic, the scrape of a coarse blanket against my skin, the sound of a door lock clicking into place. I reel backwards, my Prosecco glass mission forgotten. I don't know why, but I'd assumed that incident was in the past. It's my worst memory, the darkest time of my life. Even now, even after losing Lydia for so long, nothing can touch the loneliness and desperation of that time, and I thought it had been forgotten. In a way, Lydia's disappearance gave me a clean slate. The attention was off me, and I appreciated that. And now Lydia's back, or so everyone thinks, and with her reappearance has also returned my terrible, awful, shameful reputation. I won't go back outside. I can't. Not even to watch Lydia's increasing discomfort as Mum's friends interrogate her. No, because now, as I walk among those women, all I'll see in their eyes as they look at me is the accusation, their awareness of the terrible thing I did. A year before she went missing, I tried to murder my sister. Chapter 36. Annabel. Abandoning my plans for Prosecco and enjoying the imposter's discomfort, I slink upstairs to my room. I feel like I've gone back in time 10 years, and I'm back to being the reject child, while Lydia holds court to an audience of devoted admirers outside in the sunny garden. A dark thought chirps in the back of my mind. At least while she was gone, I had a chance to be the best sister of the two. This isn't Lydia, I have to remind myself. Lydia isn't doing this to you. The imposter, a criminal, a con artist, that's who this is. Someone with an agenda. It's not Lydia's fault. She's still your sister. You can still love her. In my room, I pull my curtains across the window to block out the glaring sunshine, and I throw myself on my bed. My room is my sanctuary. I've filled it with things to make me feel comfortable, to feel like I have control. When Lydia disappeared, I was on the cusp of adulthood. I'd left school, and I was applying for universities. A year later than all my friends because of being in the mental health unit during application time. When the offers started to come in, Lydia had just gone missing. Mum and I didn't even talk about the large, fat, university-branded envelopes full of paperwork that slapped onto our doormat every few days. We just left them on the table by the front door until the deadlines for accepting the offers passed. Getting away to study didn't feel as important anymore, and certainly no one was asking about my academic future at a time when my sister could be murdered or captive. The only important thing was #FindLydia. Instead of working on my applications or creating a new portfolio, I spent every day helping with the search efforts. Of course I did. What else was there? Time passed, with no sign of Lydia. The media attention waned, the donated meals from neighbours fizzled out, and Mum began to spend every day at her computer or on her phone, carving out a niche of social media awareness and rapidly gathering hundreds and then thousands of followers. The human brain can't sustain the level of stress and panic that we experience at the start of a crisis. When Lydia had been missing for a couple of months, the nightmarish feel of her disappearance started to wane, and the panic returned in flashes, less and less frequently. It sounds awful, but having a missing sister began to feel normal. Her empty room, everything left exactly where she'd left it the day she walked out and didn't come back. The empty chair at our dining table, the medication not taken, prescriptions not collected. I would have days that felt like before. I'd meet a friend and go charity shop shopping. And when I returned home with my bags stuffed full of second-hand clothes, I'd deflate as it all hit me. I couldn't show Lydia my finds, and Mum would look at me with disgust for seeming like I was moving on. I needed to get out. I wanted to see who I was as an adult in the world. I wanted to study or get a job. To rent my own room in a house filled with other people my age. To learn how to struggle with money. To negotiate a shared fridge. To let my laundry pile up until I had no clean underwear. Important life milestones, you know. But every time I filled in a job application, went to an interview, or inquired at an art school, something would come along to stop my progress and keep me at home. Mum was concerned I wasn't yet ready, or she'd escort me to the doctor and request a tweak to my meds, which left me drowsy and unmotivated for weeks. I began to suspect she was monitoring my emails, hiding my post, contacting people on my behalf. But to express those fears would open me up to accusations of paranoia, and I knew where that could lead. Words like relapse, committal, inpatient. I couldn't go back there. Not again. So instead, I made myself smaller, controlled what I could. I bought a mini-fridge for my room so I could control what I ate and when. I installed a lock on my bedroom door so no one would come in while I was out. I was so alone. Around the same time, Dad did his award-winning slow fade from our lives. He'd already moved out before Lydia went missing, and suddenly he was a total no-show. His phone went straight to voicemail, and his semi-regular visits to check in on the search stopped. The love I had for him curdled into resentment, especially when he didn't return my calls week after week. Mum was a ghost too, always at her computer and only focused on one thing, finding Lydia. Everything that had once formed our family had disappeared. Our loving, caring mother, our fun, gentle dad. If Lydia ever did come back and I was gone too, she'd turn right around and walk back out of the door. So I stayed. I stayed in case Lydia came back. I stayed because it felt like the one thing I could do. And now everyone believes she's back, and no one will believe me when I say it's not my sister. It'll just be another item on the list of reasons why Annabelle is crazy and needs to be institutionalized. And I can't go back into one of those hospitals. I just can't. I'd die first. I feel so helpless, so useless, so untethered and aimless. Mum won't wait to call the police much longer, no matter how much she's trying to accommodate Lydia's requests to keep her return a secret from the newspapers. One day soon, we will tell the police that Lydia has returned, and they will start to poke around in this imposter's business. They'll uncover who she is, what she wants, and where she came from. They'll arrest the imposter for conspiracy to kidnap. They'll start looking for my sister properly, find out where she is and what happened to her. And meanwhile, I don't have to stay here anymore. I could move out, get a job, go to art college, maybe tip off the police on my way out the door, I think with a smirk. Without waiting another second, ignoring the buzz of conversation filtering through the open window, I grab my laptop and open the web page I've had bookmarked for almost a decade. The online application for the most prestigious art program in Scotland. I can't be a ghost anymore. I can't wait longer. It's time to start living. Chapter 37. Wendy. Lydia was an absolute star today. After a wee wobble at the beginning, where I was worried she wouldn't come out to see my friends, she turned out to be a social butterfly, charming Agnes by asking about her roses, asking Gina about her son's choices for hires, and handing around the bottle when people's glasses looked low. She's grown into a wonderful young woman. There was a time in her early teens when her illnesses were so severe that I'd thought this day may never come. She'd become so withdrawn and shy after so much time recuperating and resting, missing out on key social opportunities like parties and school trips. She struggled to look adults in the eye and answered questions with a mumble while staring at her feet like a much younger child. But she's blossomed, and she's so sociable and grown up. I wish I could say the same for Annabelle, who made a swift exit early into the party. Still, it seemed like everyone had a better time after she left anyway. No one wants to be glowered at from the sidelines while they're having an afternoon prosecco in the sunshine. Finally, Agnes leaves, the last guest, as always. She's been lonely since her husband died and doesn't want to face an empty house. Lydia helps me collect glasses and empty bowls of nibbles from outside, and there's a companionable, satisfied silence between us as we wash the dishes and clear the kitchen. Without asking me, she goes to the fridge and gets out ingredients for spaghetti bolognese. "You sit down, Mum," she says, pouring me a glass of red wine and setting it in front of me at the dining table. "You've been on your feet all day, and this is the least I can do." I blink back a tear. It's a gift indeed to have your efforts noticed and acknowledged by your own children. I know she hasn't been living here for the past few years, but I'll let myself take some credit for her good upbringing. Surely things like manners are a little like language acquisition, encoded early in childhood for a solid foundation forever. That doesn't explain Annabelle's habitual rudeness, however, but maybe that's just her innate personality. Also, I remind myself, she's mentally ill. It's not her fault, and it's not necessarily her character. It's her illness. And she's good at taking her meds, so I can't fault her for that. Everyone has different strengths, and it's just that Annabelle's strengths lie elsewhere, not with socializing and politeness. I watch with satisfaction and pride as Lydia works quickly, chopping the vegetables and setting them to fry in a pan, seasoning the meat as it cooks, and generally demonstrating excellent culinary skills. Where did she learn? I feel a sudden pang of regret and loss. Did some other woman teach my daughter to dice onions and brown meat? Did Lydia love her? I bat the thoughts away, shoving them down. Positivity got me through the last 6 years. I can't let it fail me now. The kitchen quickly fills with the aroma of frying onions and garlic, which somehow smells so much better than if I was cooking it myself. I'm looking forward to this meal, I realize. No one has cooked for me in years. I didn't hear Annabelle leave, so perhaps tonight is a good opportunity for a family meal, all together. I stand up, grab a third wine glass from the cupboard, fill it with wine, and I mount the stairs, carrying the glass. Time to make some peace. I knock gently on Annabelle's door. The soft music pauses. "Yes," she says, but doesn't open the door. "I brought you a drink," I say, hope in my voice. I thought maybe you could join Lydia and me for dinner. I'm not sure if I imagine it, but I think I hear a smothered groan, then footsteps. Then the door opens a crack. Her face appears through the gap, one eyeliner-encircled eye looking at me with distrust. I'm not hungry. I suppress a flash of irritation. Why can't she just love me? I've done so much for her over the years, and I asked for nothing in return. Heck, I forgave her and accepted her back into my home after what she tried to do, and that wasn't easy. It was frankly quite terrifying, until I learned to trust her again. For the first time in a while, I let my irritation bubble over. Listen, I hiss, my soft voice gone and replaced with a harsh rasp. Through the small gap in the door, I see Annabelle's expression cloud with surprise. Yes, I'm not always the perfect mother. Yes, I'm a human being, Annabelle. I'm not made of stone. I feel things. I feel that you don't like me, your own mother. I feel that you don't want to be in the same room as me. I see you turn and walk away when you find me in the kitchen. It hurts. I've got feelings. I am important. Listen, I say again. Lydia has come back to us. Her expression clears, replaced with a smirk. Is anything ever not about Lydia? I ignore her and carry on. There is still so much we don't know. We don't know how or why she left, and we don't know how or why she came back. And as far as I'm concerned, what that means is that until we have that information, we treat her kindly, we cherish her, and we try not to chase her away. I hiss those final words through my teeth. Lydia is cooking dinner for us, and I want you downstairs in 5 minutes to enjoy the meal. Smile, be kind, and try not to be so Annabelle, she finishes for me with an indignant laugh. That's what you mean, Mum, isn't it? Try not to be so myself that I chase Lydia away again. Try to be more like Lydia, right? I shake my head and push her bedroom door open. She steps back in surprise. I hand her the glass, red wine sloshing over the rim and trickling down my wrist. A droplet lands on the carpet and I don't look down to assess the damage. It's in Annabelle's bedroom anyway. She probably doesn't care, and she wouldn't let me inside to clean it anyway. She hasn't let me inside for years. I turn and walk away. To my surprise, Annabelle does emerge from her room 10 minutes later and wanders down the stairs carrying her empty glass, her cheeks flushed from the wine. I smile at her in gratitude as she slinks into the kitchen and takes her place at the dining table. Lydia glances at me, and I give her an encouraging grin. Isn't this nice? I try to say with my eyes. Lydia looks uncomfortable, but we limp through our meal, pretending we're a normal family. Your friends were nice, Lydia says, after a particularly long silence. I like Gina a lot, and Agnes. Annabelle rolls her eyes. Gina's a bitch, and Agnes is the nosiest old cow I've ever met. They're only nice when they want something. Lydia puts down her knife and fork. You're saying that because they don't like you. It's such a sisterly jibe that I almost crow with joy. My girls are fighting, just like a normal family. I sit there, calm and serene like the eye of the storm, ready to pick up the pieces when they've finished sniping at each other. Perhaps they're making up for lost time, getting the adolescent squabbles out of their systems that they couldn't do while Lydia was missing. A regression, so to speak. Annabelle glares at her. I don't give a fuck whether Mum's friends like me or not. Their opinion means nothing to me, especially as they think the sun shines out of your ass. Shows what their opinion means, she adds under her breath. Lydia raises her eyebrows. I don't think anyone said anything about not liking you, Annabelle. They didn't have to, I can tell. Well, you're not very astute then. They seemed concerned about you, actually. Annabelle swallows hard, as if something got stuck in her throat. I heard some of them talking about how you got sent away, Annabelle, she says, her voice sweet and curious. What was that about? A heavy silence fills the kitchen until Annabelle collects herself. Nothing, she hisses. That wasn't about anything. Nothing that's any of your business anyway. Surely it is my business, though. If you got sent away for something that might affect me. Well, I didn't, so shut up about it. She slugs some wine and slams the glass back onto the table. And also, you were here back then, living in this house. She gestures around the room with her fork, and I watch silently as a piece of spaghetti falls to the floor with a wet slap. For a moment, I expect Mac to scurry over to it and hoover it up. I feel a pang of sadness when I remember he's gone. Annabel doesn't register the poignancy of the moment and continues like the battering ram she is. Presumably you would remember, if you're really my sister. You'd know exactly what happened and why. So there's no need to talk about it, is there? If you're really my sister. Annabel's words ring through the air. Not this again. That's enough, both of you, I say, once again in that tone I haven't had to use for more than 6 years. Mum, I'd like to know. One of your friends today said some things about Annabel's past which were quite concerning. That she got sent away for doing something. Lydia looks at me, eyes wide and innocent, her whole face covered in concern. I'm just worried about her. I'd like to know what to look out for, to keep her safe. And you. My bedroom is next to hers. What if she... Annabel pushes her chair backwards, and the legs scrape loudly on the kitchen tile. Your concern is bullshit. You don't care. You want more information on me, on this family. She leans down and shoves a finger in Lydia's face. I don't know what you're up to or what you want, but I'm going to work it out. I'm going to find out where you've come from, and who you really are. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be rotting in prison for the rest of your life. And with that, she turns on her heel and storms from the room, leaving Lydia and me sitting silently at the table, staring into our bowls of delicious bolognese, no longer hungry. Chapter 38. Wendy. Annabel's bedroom door slams, and the house seems to rattle with the force of it. Lydia bows her head and sniffs, and I'm filled with sympathy. All she wants is her old life, the one she left behind. She didn't ask for any of this, especially not these baseless accusations from her paranoid sister. I make a note to call the GP, perhaps talk about tweaking Annabel's meds. Her paranoia and suspicion are really ramping up lately. I hope she's not heading for another wee breakdown. I stand up from my seat and step to Lydia's side of the table, placing an arm around her shoulders. She tenses under my touch and then relaxes into me. Still getting used to being home, understanding that she's loved, and letting it happen. The damage of the last few years must be immeasurable. I look forward to everything being out in the open and getting Lydia some robust counselling to work through all of this. But for now, I have to be her rock. Annabel means well, I say, simultaneously cursing myself that I can't say anything more robust or helpful. She was your protector, you know. Lydia looks up at me, her eyes glassy. What do you mean? When you were sick, she'd bring home your schoolwork, deliver notes from you to your friends, shut down anyone who was spreading rumours about your illnesses or that you wouldn't be back. She's a fierce friend. And a fierce enemy, Lydia says, her tone resigned. That, too, I agree reluctantly, but she'll come round. We're all still getting used to this new life. It'll take time. Lydia sniffs again and shrugs. I can see her gathering herself for what she says next. I know she struggled with her mental health. I want to respect her privacy, her right to keep her medical history confidential if she doesn't want to share it. But at the same time, Mum, I'm living in the same house as her. I need to know if there's a possibility I might be in danger. Her eyes flick from side to side, and she adds quickly, even if it's an accident, I'm sure Annabel wouldn't hurt anyone intentionally. I keep my expression neutral as I remember that day 7 years ago. The sound of Lydia coughing, the sulphurous smell in my nose, the panic, the locked door, no key in sight. Yes, she does deserve to know. At least some of it anyway. And I begin. Annabel struggled with being a teenager. Depression, hormones, not being the centre of attention. And my separation from your dad too. She was always close to him, so when he faded from our lives, she took it hard, especially as you were so sick at the time too. She nods. That must have been hard. I don't intend to go into details. That's Annabel's right to share if she wants to. But what I can tell you is that she made a mistake. There was an accident, I say, picking my words carefully. What kind of accident? Her tone is sharp. It bothers her that I'm not answering her questions. My stomach twists, and I'm so tempted to tell her. I can see the hurt in her eyes, like I'm choosing Annabel over her. And I'm not. I wouldn't. I'll let Annabel tell you. It's her thing to tell. You were a victim too, she says, her lips pursing in a childlike pout. I just shake my head. "But she wouldn't hurt me, surely?" she asks, eyes wide. "You showed me the photo albums. We used to play together. We loved each other." A lump rises in my throat, and I swallow it down. I clear my throat and carry on, revealing the parts I feel I can. "She's perfectly fine as long as she keeps up her medication." Lydia swirls spaghetti around her fork, but doesn't raise it to her mouth. "Is that why she's still at home? Not living independently or something? She strikes me as the kind of person who would want to move away, to start her own life." For a moment, I get a flash of how this house would feel without Annabelle's lurking presence, her silence sloping into rooms, her sarcasm and resentment. Her room dark, the door locked, just shuffling and low music coming from inside. Instead, it would be just me and Lydia, like roommates and friends. No tension, just companionable mother and daughter time. I sigh. Maybe it's time Annabelle did move out. I've tried so hard to support her over the past few years, and one of the ways I've done that is by showing her that she'll always have a home here, that she can stay as long as she needs. She's proven herself capable of coping with independence. She takes her meds, she sorts out her own food and laundry. Maybe we're not so far away from the next step after all. I'll talk to her about this next time she's in a good mood. "Perhaps you're right," I say to Lydia, and she grins at me, likely thinking the same thing as me, how peaceful this house could be. "But what I do want you to know is that you're safe, Lydia. You're safe in this home with me and Annabelle. We're your family, and this is your home. I wouldn't do anything to make you unsafe, and that includes Annabelle. If you weren't safe with her, I would tell you." Lydia gives me a dark look, almost a glare. Her usually sweet face is transformed into something shocking and ugly. I recoil, but then it's gone, a resigned smile as she looks down at her plate. She sighs, "I just feel like while I'm here I deserve to know who I'm living with." While I'm here, panic fills my veins. Am I interpreting that correctly? It sounds like she's implying she might have to leave if she doesn't find out the truth about Annabelle. I can't lose Lydia again. I open my mouth, almost tempted to tell her everything. After all, I do think she deserves to know. But there's part of me that agrees with Annabelle. Lydia was there back then. Surely it's better to get her therapy, to help her recover those memories herself in an organic way instead of forcing it. She's your sister, Lyd. That's never changed. She waited for you to come home, like we all did, and she missed you. So much. Maybe more than I did, even. That last bit isn't true, but it sounds good. Lydia pushes back her plate, half-eaten. "Mum, I'm not even sure if I should sleep with my door unlocked." A chill trickles down my spine. I feel the same, I want to say. I'm scared of Annabelle too. But I can't. Chapter 39. Annabelle. 7 years ago. It was one of my last art classes before the summer, and I was working on my portfolio for my advanced hire. I had my earbuds in and was listening to Karen O's latest solo album while I put the finishing touches to my self-portrait. I felt like myself while I was creating art, able to forget about my worries and just focus. And I was so proud of this particular project, a series called Fragments of Identity, which used a collage of torn-up photographs, magazine clippings, old letters and layers of acrylic paint. Mixed media, apparently. I usually thought that the essays we had to write to accompany our work were a load of bull, but I actually believed in this project. Today I was working on the third in the series, and I'd managed to capture a lost look in my eyes that I felt reflected how lost I felt in my life. Lydia's illness seemed to be getting worse, and Mum had pulled her out of school for the whole term. The sister I used to hang out with was gone, replaced with a pale ghost who barely spoke. I was lonely and desperately worried about Lydia, and the art room was the only place I could let go, even just for the duration of the lesson. I'd raided the bathroom bin a few times and was tearing up empty medicine boxes and medication leaflets, along with some blurred selfies I'd taken with an old disposable camera, layering them onto the canvas board. I was already planning my essay in my head, an explanation about how chronic illness doesn't just affect the sufferer, but also the people around them. I barely looked up when Mr. Ryder, the headmaster, came into the room, but it caught my eye when I noticed the 2 police officers hovering behind him in the doorway. Mr. Ryder pulled Miss Fraser aside, and I looked back down at my work. But I started to pay attention when I noticed the other pupils looking up and putting down their paintbrushes and clay. I took out an earbud just as Miss Fraser turned and pointed me out to the officers, their high-visibility jackets glowing. They didn't move, and neither did I, just staring at each other across the classroom, like we were facing off across a boxing ring. My cheeks grew hot, and my whole body seemed to fizz like an Alka-Seltzer, going hot and then cold. I hadn't done anything wrong, had I? I couldn't think of any time that I'd broken the law or even done something accidentally. I hadn't even shoplifted. Unless. My blood froze, and for a second I thought I might be sick. Maybe this was it, the thing I'd been dreading without looking directly at it. Maybe Lydia was dead. "Annabel," said Mr. Ryder, and his already tall frame seemed to grow even taller, towering over Miss Fraser and the police officers next to him. "Can you come here, please? There are some people who would like to speak to you." I could feel my classmates staring at me, their eyes boring into the back of my head as I put down the pieces of torn photographs and wiped my hands on my apron. "Someone's in trouble," jeered Elliot, a skinny, greasy-looking boy who'd been my rival since the beginning of high school. I glared at him and walked across the room, my shoes sticking to the lino under my feet. It was the longest walk of my life. Miss Fraser, her wavy hair falling out of her messy bun like usual, looked me right in the eye and gave me a nod, like she was saying, "It won't be as bad as you think." I gave her a half smile, trying to tell her I was ready for whatever it could be, but I wasn't. Nothing could ready me for what was about to come. My cheeks burned with humiliation as I felt all the eyes on my back. The police officers, a man and a woman, led me out into the corridor, and Miss Fraser came too, standing right next to me protectively, her shoulder almost touching mine. Mr. Ryder stood back at a slight distance, like a security guard. I wasn't sure who he was guarding, the police or me. "Annabel," said the woman police officer, who looked like she was in her mid-30s, fine lines around her eyes but otherwise smooth skin. Her hair was scraped back in a low bun at the back of her neck. "We'd like to speak with you, please. Can you come with me?" There was a fleck of toothpaste at the corner of her mouth. I couldn't stop looking at it. How embarrassing for her, I thought. The last normal thought I'd have that day. "We've got the meeting room next to the staff room," said Mr. Ryder, gesturing down the corridor with one of his long arms. He'd always reminded me of a spider. Miss Fraser gave me a sympathetic, thin-lipped smile as I was led away down the deserted hallway and around the corner. Mr. Ryder ahead of me and the 2 police officers behind, as if afraid I might try to make a run for it. What was this about? What if Lydia was dead? Or Mum? Or Dad? "What's this about, please?" I asked in a small voice, but no one answered me. Finally, we sat down around the round table in a meeting room I'd never been in before. There were 6 fabric-covered, slightly padded chairs around the table, and a fake plant in the middle, the plastic leaves covered in a fine layer of dust. Immediately, I wanted to touch the leaves with my fingertips, make marks in the dust. I sat on my hands instead. The male officer cleared his throat. "Annabel, I'm Detective Constable Tom Lennox, and this is PC Eleanor Richardson." I tried to look at them, but their fluorescent jackets were almost blinding under the room's overhead strip lighting. I looked back down at my lap as he continued. "We're here because something serious has been reported, and we need to speak to you about it. It's important that you know that you're not under arrest yet, but we do need to ask you some questions." Yet. Remember to breathe, I told myself. But it was easier said than done. What was I being accused of? My palms began to sweat, and my hands shook where they were pinned under my legs. My knee started to bob. PC Richardson spoke up next, as if they'd rehearsed their respective roles ahead of time. "This is about an incident involving your sister, your mother, and the gas oven. We understand that the house was locked and they were inside, with the gas switched on. That is obviously a dangerous situation for them to be in, and we're wondering how it came about. Can you tell us what happened this morning before you left for school?" My mouth filled with saliva, and I looked around wildly until I spotted a tiny wastepaper basket in the corner by the door. I might need that. I was dangerously close to throwing up my breakfast. The woman took out a notebook and a pen, the nib poised over the page. "You don't have to answer anything without a solicitor," Mr. Ryder said, and for a moment it felt like he might be on my side. But if he was, surely he'd be telling them there was no way I'd try to kill Lydia, that I loved her. Everyone knew that. I realized my cheeks were wet. I was crying, sobs racking my lungs. When did that start? I couldn't speak, couldn't defend myself through my tears. I didn't do anything I wanted to tell them, but the words wouldn't come out. Nothing I could say would make it better. At least Lydia was still alive. In the hours and days that followed, they took statements from Mum, from Lydia, and from some teachers who had seen me that morning. And they took my phone too. Social workers decided that it wasn't safe for me to return home, in case it had been deliberate, and I might try to harm Lydia and Mum again. I knew I hadn't wanted Lydia dead. At first, I thought I remembered leaving the house that morning, but soon I'd been asked about it so many times that everything got blurred together in my head. Every morning's routine meshed together into one until I couldn't remember anything specific about that morning, especially whether or not I'd switched on the gas and laid tea towels under the back door so the house would eventually fill with gas while Mum and Lydia slept upstairs, catching up after a fitful night's sleep. Maybe I did do it, I started to think. I didn't know anymore. Eventually, I was referred for an urgent mental health assessment and sent to an adolescent mental health unit. It was apparently easier if I went voluntarily instead of getting sectioned, so that's what I did. I thought doing as I was told would show them all who I was, a normal, kind girl who loved her family. All the time, I said very little. I was so baffled and confused. I was there for 2 months, where I attended intensive therapy and assessments, all of which made me feel more confused and mentally ill. There must be something wrong with me, I began to believe. As sane as I'd felt before the police arrived that day at school, within a few days I felt like I might be the kind of person who would try to kill her mum and sister. I felt such guilt. I was in the right place. I took all the meds I was prescribed, even though they made me dopey and made my mouth taste like metal. I went to every therapy appointment and spent a lot of time in the art therapy center. The center let me carry on with my schoolwork, and eventually I sat my hires privately in a tiny office in the unit that smelled of stale coffee and an undertone of decay, watched by a sour-faced nurse called Cormac. By the time I was deemed safe to go home, term was over. I never finished the Fragments of Identity series. I never saw the collage again. I guess it got thrown in the bin. When I got back home, Lydia was even sicker. But even worse, she wouldn't speak to me, wouldn't look at me. The sister I knew was gone, and she believed I'd tried to kill her. Chapter 40. Annabelle. Now, I spend the next couple of weeks researching art schools and courses, attending virtual open days, and reading prospectuses. For the first time in years, I feel energized and excited for what's about to come. It's like I've been trapped in a tunnel underground for years, and I've decided to dig myself out. Eventually, I settle on the Glasgow School of Art and their BA in Fine Art. It's a good school, and their program is varied, so I can explore all the mediums I'd wanted to look into before I was forced to leave school early all those years ago. It feels like an opportunity to make up for lost time. I only hope I can be as creative as that younger, more hopeful Annabelle, the Annabelle who hadn't yet been broken down by the world. I know a couple of old school friends who settled in Glasgow, so I could even move into someone's spare room, leave Portobello and this mess behind forever. And then it's the best part. I start working on my portfolio. I never stopped making art, but my efforts since leaving school were lackluster. I'm not sure why. Perhaps because I'd been so broken down by the way I ended up in the mental health unit, never getting to finish my hires portfolio, or perhaps because my home life was so strange and echoey after Lydia went. It was a struggle to feel creative while living in a mausoleum. In the last couple of weeks, I realized what it could be. My meds. I've taken them religiously since returning from the unit, terrified that if I missed a dose, I'd be sent back. But when the imposter showed up, Mum's attention was so diverted away from me that I knew she wouldn't notice if I stopped taking them. And when I did stop, suddenly, all my creative urges returned. It honestly makes me sad to think that I could have been making art all this time, if not for these evil little pills I've been prescribed. So no more. They go in the bin, one by one, and I immerse myself in my art. And I still feel like myself without them. No mood swings, paranoia, delusions, nothing of the symptoms I was initially told I had. Maybe I grew out of them, or maybe they were never there in the first place. Maybe I was fine all along. I feel fine. No, I feel better than fine. I feel galvanized and inspired, like my brain is working on a new level. Every day I go out and walk for an hour after breakfast, calling for Mac and reattaching missing dog posters that have detached from lampposts. And then I come home and work. All the time I'm working away at my portfolio, my mind is in overdrive, puzzling out Lydia's disappearance, where she could have gone, how this imposter knew to come here, what she knows, what she wants, and, most importantly, where is my sister? I sketch, I sculpt, I cut and paste, I paint and I write. Mum and Lydia mostly leave me alone. They asked questions at the start, but when I refused to tell them what I was doing, they backed off, happy in their own bubble of self-delusion, pretending everything's okay and that there isn't a cuckoo in our nest. The pieces come fast, and I feel like I'm in the most creative mode of my life. In a couple of weeks, I have 20 pieces for my portfolio, and a written statement to explain the pieces and their theme: double lives and chronic illness. It feels like both a tribute to the real Lydia and an exposé of her imposter. I take old photographs of Lydia and combine them in collage with photographs of the new Lydia, taken without her knowledge and always blurred, because she won't let us see her clearly. Sometimes I paint over them, a mask, a spill of paint, always obscuring the imposter's eyes. In my statement, I describe how people with chronic illnesses are forced to live a double life, performing wellness while privately suffering, like Lydia did so often during her childhood. But I know the real message behind it all. This is not my real sister. I'm in the garage one day, looking for old paperwork to use in a collage, when I find Lydia's old scoliosis back brace in a partially open box. My breath catches in my throat as I hold it in my hands. It's tiny. She was tiny, so fragile, and now gone. I'm almost knocked over by a wave of emotion. Wherever she is now, I hope she's not in pain. I hope her illnesses are manageable. I hope she has someone to look after her. Whatever happened to Lydia, wherever she is now, this back brace will never fit her again. She'll be an adult now. She doesn't need it. I get the idea for the biggest, most impactful part of my portfolio submission. I mount the back brace upright on an old mirror so it looks like it floats, and I add silicone skin impressions inside the brace, ghostly remnants of the wearer. Like Lydia was here moments ago, as if she left so fast that little parts of her remained behind. I surround the base with old pill packets and add a tiny speaker playing whispered monologues, as if Lydia is talking about her illnesses. I write in my statement about how medical devices shape the body and identity, how the brace imposed form on Lydia's body and represented medical surveillance, and the tension between correction and constraint. I write about the brace as a kind of armor for Lydia, protective but also imprisoning. It represents the performance of correct posture and the erasure of natural form. It's perfect. And finally, my portfolio is done. I submit my application, and I wait. Chapter 41. Wendy. With Annabelle distracted with her art, Lydia and I can truly bond. There are no more outbursts, and it's as if Annabelle has finally accepted that her sister has returned. Lydia and I both heave a sigh of relief, and it feels like we're making progress towards her accepting that it's almost time we told the police about her return. Just a few more days, she says when I ask about it. I'm still maintaining my social media accounts, but my posts have become more generic. I no longer post about Lydia and keeping an eye out for her. Instead, I share the profiles of family members looking for other missing people. I post about Mac, asking Edinburgh folk to keep an eye out. No one comments on the slight shift in my content, but I can see in my stats that my engagement is still dropping. Although my follower numbers stay the same, and that's what matters. My engagement will be through the roof again once I can announce Lydia's return. It's only a matter of time. Lydia and I develop a new routine, and it's like looking at the life I should have had, the one where both my daughters were home during the last 6 years. We have breakfast together and wander down to the Lidl to choose what we're having for dinner and bring it home. And then we potter around, reading on the lawn, catching up on chores, and decorating Lydia's bedroom into something more fitting for a girl nearly in her 20s. Later we cook together, me showing Lydia the cooking methods my own mother taught me. It turns out that spaghetti bolognese is the only thing that Lydia knows how to cook, so we have fun with the basics. Lasagna, chili, tray bakes, risotto, a roast dinner, and we work up to more complex dishes, beef Wellington, paella, stews and pies. My mum taught me this recipe, I tell Lydia, as I show her how to roll the dough for pierogi. She looks at me in surprise. She did? I smile, realizing that I get to tell Lydia about my mother, as if they'd never met. Lydia's memory problems bother me a lot, and I have pinned a lot of hope onto the conversation we'll have with police and the eventual therapist appointment she'll have to recover her memories. But in the meantime, I've begun to find a perverse pleasure in the opportunity to tell Lydia all about her past and our family from the beginning, reliving it all alongside her and letting her see it all as I do, the positives, the negatives, the happy and the sad. I tell the truth, of course, but it's also nice to talk of it with no challenges, especially as Annabelle's not around to dispute my version of events or poison things with her attitude. It's like I have a clean slate. So as we smooth out the pierogi dough and mix the fillings, I tell Lydia about my mother. Yes, she was Polish, I begin, watching Lydia's half smile as she listens and cooks at the same time. I tell her about Mum's journey on foot from Poland during the Second World War, after the Nazis had seized her family home, and how she met my dad in a refugee camp in England before they married and moved up to Scotland after the war. Phew, Lydia says, wiping her hair away from her forehead with the back of her flour-covered hand. I'm so glad they had a happy ending. My hand stills, paused over the mixing of the pierogi filling. Not happy? She asks, observing my body language. I purse my lips to the side. My parents had a hard life, and they were hard people because of it. I'm sure there are parts of me which were affected too. We lost so much. I shrug. But that's life, I guess. What did you lose? She asks, and puts down her spoon to stand next to me, a hand on my arm. She's such a sweet girl, so comforting, so emotionally aware. She's easy to talk to, so I tell her. I had a brother, I say, my voice catching. Had? Stalling for time, I rinse my hands and sit down at the kitchen table, while Lydia continues to spoon pierogi mix onto the pieces of dough we've laid out. He died when we were 12. He was my twin. She winces and comes to sit by me at the table. I'm so sorry. He drowned. We played at the beach every day in the summer, and he was such a good swimmer. And one day I looked up from the hole I was digging, and he was gone. A riptide or something. They never found his body. My God, Lydia says. I shrug again. It was a long time ago. Still, he was your twin, and it must have changed your family too. I nod. That was the hardest part, the impact on my mother. She just faded away. She'd always been distant and a little cold, the way of her generation, after all they'd been through in the war. But after Marius died, well, it was like I didn't have a mother anymore. I was 12, so I could look after myself. But I was also old enough to recognize what I had lost, both in my brother and in Mum. You're a wonderful mum, Lydia says, her hand on mine again. And I'm sure it was a comfort to Annabelle that you knew what she was going through. You know, when I was missing. You had lost a sibling too. What a lucky, yet horrible coincidence. I pause. I hadn't thought about it like that. And I've never spoken with Annabelle about Marius, or made that connection between our experiences. I feel a pang of guilt. Perhaps Annabelle deserved more. She certainly needed more, but I didn't have anything to give. Still, there's no point in regrets, is there? And now she's working away at her art and seems relatively happy. Perhaps we're all on the up. Lydia about to receive the help she needs, me with both my girls at home, and Annabelle finally pursuing her passion as she'd always wanted. As if she sensed my thoughts, Annabelle wanders into the kitchen, paint on her forearms and her hair held back by an Alice band. Her face is clean of makeup, and without her ridiculous mohawk, she looks softer, more approachable. Like her old self, the one from before. Child Annabelle. My baby. She smiles a hello and heads to switch on the kettle for her afternoon cup of tea. "We're going to be okay," I say, and Lydia looks at me, a puzzled expression on her face. I realize that she's not been privy to my thought processes over the last few minutes, but her puzzlement clears and she nods her agreement. She's always wanted to please, wanted to be on my team. She's a sweet girl. I turn to Annabelle, who's leaning against the counter, scrolling on her phone. "What are you up to today?" I ask. She shrugs, not glancing up from the screen. "Thought I might browse around for accommodation options in Glasgow. Maybe book a couple of viewing—" She stops short, her attention grabbed by a chime on her phone. Her face goes pale, and her knuckles whiten around the handset. There's a tremor in her arm as she stares at the screen, her mouth opening and closing. I hear her breath turn ragged. Whatever she just read, it's not good news. My stomach twists. "What's up?" I ask, and Lydia glances up from where she's wrapping the dough around the pierogi filling, her hands stilling. She can sense the change in the air. Annabelle lets out a shrill, gut-wrenching scream and runs from the room. Chapter 42. Wendy. Lydia looks at me, wide-eyed as we listen to Annabelle's noises as she clatters up the stairs, slamming her bedroom door behind her. After the scream, she starts howling, an animal-like keening sound that chills me to the bone. Crashes begin, thuds coming down through the ceiling. It sounds like she's tearing her room apart. Lydia's pale, her hands shaking as she dusts the flour from her palms and crosses to the sink, her movements cautious and careful. This is trauma, I realize as I watch her careful movements as she tries to remain calm in the face of Annabelle's unpredictability. Flashbacks, I suspect. PTSD. Who knows what dark memories these sudden noises and outbursts ignite for Lydia? Again, I wish I knew what had happened to my daughter, how I could help and protect her. Still listening to Annabelle's movements upstairs, I pull Lydia into my arms and shush her, telling her everything will be okay. But my words are hollow. I don't know if what I'm saying is true. It's been a long time since Annabelle has had a big outburst like this, and this time I have no idea what's triggered it or when it might end. From upstairs I can hear the sound of her smashing up her room, the shattering of glass, the big double thump as she throws something against the wall and it crashes to the floor. Tearing, growling and snarling, Lydia cowers in my arms. "She won't hurt us," I whisper to my daughter, relishing the opportunity to comfort and care. "She won't?" she asks in a quiet voice. "Annabelle will do more damage to herself and her stuff than anyone or anything else," I say sadly. "You're safe." What would have caused Annabelle to react like this? It must have been something on her phone. Bad news. Perhaps it's about Mac. I know she's been putting up posters, visiting local vets. Maybe someone got in touch and they found him. Maybe he got knocked down by a car and they found his body. That would hit Annabelle hard. And once it would have devastated Lydia too, although she's barely mentioned Mac since he ran away. Still, I'll give her space to process this, and I'm sure in time, as her memories come back, she'll be as devastated as Annabelle is right now. If that's what's upsetting Annabelle anyway. With a sigh, I release Lydia from my comforting grasp. "It's going to be okay," I reassure her. "You stay down here. Let's give her some space. In a few minutes, I'll go up and check on her." I roll up my sleeves and start transferring the pierogi to a pan. I'm halfway through when the doorbell rings. I glance up at Lydia. "Would you mind?" I gesture with my flour-covered hands to show that I can't open the door. She nods and heads out of the kitchen. I hear her talking to someone, and she returns carrying a large cardboard box. "It's for Annabelle," she says as she puts the box on the table. "It's heavy." With trepidation, I pick up the box. She's right, it is heavy. I'll take it up to her, see if there's anything I can help with. I knock on Annabelle's door, but there's no response. Everything is quiet now, and I briefly imagine that she's knocked herself out somehow, banged her head on the wall until she faints, and now she's lying on her bedroom floor in need of help. I set the box down and try the handle. Locked. "Annabelle? Open up, please. I need to check you're okay." Nothing. I knock again, hard this time. My fears for Annabelle's safety fuel my frustration. I bang again. "Annabelle, I respect your need for privacy and let you have a lock on your door. But for your own safety, I will have to remove it if you don't open your door when you might be—" "Oh, shut up with all the drama," she croaks, her door opening a crack. Her tear-stained face peers out at me, her cheeks streaked and her eyes puffy. "What do you want? Why can't you leave me alone?" "What's happened?" I ask, relieved that she's not lying in a pool of blood or harming herself with a shard of broken mirror like she had been in my imagination. "Is it Mac?" She wipes a tear angrily from her cheek with a balled fist. "It's got nothing to do with Mac. It's none of your business." She seems to rethink her hostility, and her expression clears slightly. She glances down at the cardboard box by my feet. She points. "What's that?" I shrug. "It just arrived for you. It's heavy." She leans down and peers at the label, and then straightens up, her face a mask of anger and frustration once more. She kicks the box as hard as she can. It skids across the hallway, narrowly missing colliding with my legs. The side of the box is caved in, the cardboard split where her foot connected. I back off, my breath caught in my throat. "Annabelle!" Her door slams closed. "Throw it away. I don't want it," comes her muffled voice through the closed door. Wounded and slightly shaken, I step around the damaged box and trudge down the stairs back to Lydia, relieved I can just walk away. Sometimes I feel like there's hope for my relationship with Annabelle, and then days like this happen, and it feels like we'll never have a healthy, functional relationship. At least I have Lydia. Chapter 43. Annabelle. When Dad left, when Lydia disappeared, when Grandma died, when Dad stopped answering my calls, when Torben abandoned me. There are so many moments in my life where my heart broke and hardened. But today's email shattered me into 1,000 pieces. Its brutal words, disguised as empty compliments, rattle around my head like an echo. We received many excellent applications in a competitive selection process. I'd thought I was guaranteed a place. I realize now, as I lie face down on my bed, tears trickling into my balled-up duvet, I was arrogant. Although your submission was strong, we regret to inform you. My portfolio was good. I made sure of it. The art was skilled and meaningful. My statement was strong and ambitious. I was proud of it. We will not be offering you a place at Glasgow School of Art for the upcoming academic year. I'd even booked some viewings for flats in Glasgow, a room in shared accommodation with bay windows and high ceilings, a studio flat all to myself, a lodging in a basement flat with a live-in cat. I could have a roommate, friends, a part-time job. All the things I've missed out on because of the prison I created for myself, pretending I needed to stay here for Lydia, pretending I needed to take the pills, to numb myself to the point of mindlessness. I was a ghost, and then I came alive with hope. As I prepared this application, I'd imagined my life in all the different places I could live, and all the Annabelles I could be, out in the world by myself for the first time. It was my turn to start living. We encourage you to continue refining your skills, and perhaps to apply again for a future intake. I don't know the worst part, that I expected a place, or that Mum and Lydia were standing there, looking at me when I read the words that took away all my hope for my future. I felt so exposed and embarrassed, as if their eyes on me in that moment had stripped away all my skin and left all my muscles and nerves raw and exposed to the air. If it had been the real Lydia standing in the kitchen, watching me in my lowest moment, hearing my screams of anguish, I'd feel even worse. I never want Lydia to see me like that. So I suppose that's a positive of this whole dire situation. I don't care what the imposter thinks of me. I don't care that she saw that. And then, the absolute kick in the teeth. Incredible timing. Like the universe was laughing at me. My huge parcel of art supplies that I'd spent much more on than I could afford. Sketchbooks in various sizes, a graphite pencil set, erasers, charcoal, ink pens, brushes in so many sizes, shapes and bristle types, paints, acrylics, watercolors and oils, a paint palette, craft knives, adhesives, canvas rolls and stretchers. I'd bought everything I'd need for the course, thinking I would just pack it up and take it with me in a few months when term began. Hundreds of pounds wasted. I can't even open that box. I can't go out into the hallway and pick it up, bring it into my room. I can't look at it. There's a soft knock at my door, and I muffle a groan into my pillow. "I'm fine," I shout into the padding. "Just leave me alone like I asked." Honestly, if Mum doesn't go away, I can't be responsible for how I behave. I need to be alone. But the awkward cough from the other side of my door isn't Mum's, it's Lydia's. "I just want to know if there's anything I can do," she says, the fake concern oozing from her voice. I feel a surge of anger at her audacity for coming up here, for trying to talk to me when I'm a total stranger to her. The ordinary, day-to-day irritation of her pretending to be my sister, tricking our mother into giving her free room and board, I can cope with that normally. But not today, not her pretending to be my sister and using my relationship with Lydia as a pretense under which to offer false comfort when I'm at my lowest. I can't stomach it. I stand up and wrench the door open and lean right into her face. I make my words slow and clear, as if she has no brain. "Get away from my bedroom, you awful ghoul!" And I slam the door in her shocked face. But to my astonishment, she doesn't leave. She knocks again. "What do you want?" I screech, and it's clear to both of us that I'm not talking about why she knocked on my door just now. I just wanted to know if there was anything I could do to help. I wrench the door open again. "I'll tell you what you can do," I point at the box of art supplies. "Take that box into the garden, build a bonfire, and burn everything inside. Don't talk to me again until everything is ashes. Do you hear me?" "But," I fix her with the harshest glare I can. "Listen, sister dearest, I know, and you know I know. I don't want your fake performance of sibling love right now. My mum can't even hear you, so drop the act." She gives me an awkward giggle, looking over her shoulder at nobody as if to show an imagined studio audience how ridiculous she thinks I'm being. But she turns away and crouches to pick up the art box. As she stands, she blows a strand of strawberry blonde hair out of the way of her eyes. "I'll look after this for you. Keep it safe. You let me know when you change your mind and want it back." "Burn it," I spit and slam the door. Chapter 44. Annabelle. I let myself have a couple of days to mope, and then I'm okay again. After all, there are other options, other art schools, other life paths, other missions. And in the meantime, I need to get back to uncovering whatever the heck is going on with this girl impersonating Lydia. It's time to push some buttons and return to the detective work I'd abandoned in the excitement of waiting for the application response. It's nice to have some goals, expose the imposter, find Mac, get a one-way ticket away from this place. I shower for the first time in a couple of days, and then I style my hair and do my makeup, catching sight of myself in the mirror and feeling relief. Annabelle's back. As I'm finishing up styling my hair, I hear the click of the front door, and I realize that Lydia and Mum have gone out. One of Mum's friends had invited them over for coffee. I vaguely remember overhearing her mention. Perfect timing. I wait a couple of minutes to make sure they don't return for a forgotten umbrella or something, and I sneak into Lydia's bedroom to go through her stuff. The smell hits me as soon as I get inside, that stale, sweet undertone, although it's not as strong as it was when she first arrived. Perhaps it was the smell of an empty room going unoccupied for so long. She's got to have ID, a driver's license or a passport in her real name. If I find that, it's a smoking gun. A burner phone, maybe. Something in addition to the phone Mum already gave her. Her room looks immaculate, so I'm careful with my movements. When I pick up the novel on her bedside table and flick through the pages, I make sure I put it back down in exactly the same position. When I lift the mattress, I smooth out the quilt cover when I'm done, erasing any sign I've been here. I discover two things that look suspicious. In her bathroom bag, I find a brown eyeliner pencil, its tip blunt and well used. I've never seen Lydia use eyeliner, and there's no other makeup there. No mascara, no blush, no foundation. Only a brown eyeliner and a sharpener. She's usually clean-faced and makeup-free, but maybe that means nothing. In her wardrobe, I discover my box of art supplies, still crumpled from where I kicked it. I make a note to take that back soon. Behind that, shoved into a shoe, I find a tiny notebook with an attached pen. On the first page it says Memory Diary, although I know that in itself is a disguise in case this notebook is found. A quick glance shows me I've hit the jackpot. It's a carefully recorded list of facts about every member of our household. There's a page from Mum entitled Wendy, another smoking gun, as if she were really Lydia. Surely it'd say Mum. The page is a list, her middle name, her birthday, and something that makes my blood run cold. Brother, Marius. Spelling? Drowned age 12. I knew Mum had a brother who died, but she's never spoken about his death. She used to say it made her too sad, and she would shut us down if we asked any more questions. I remember one day, not long before Lydia disappeared, when she'd asked 1 or 2 questions too many, and Mum blew up at her, yelling about how some things were private and we needed to learn to keep our noses out of other people's business. I remember jumping to Lydia's defense. "It is her business, though," I remember saying, in that tone of superiority and feigned maturity that teenagers so love. What if he died of something genetic, something that Lydia might be predisposed to? She deserves to know. We both do. I'd felt a little thrill at Lydia's grateful smile, but Mum was having none of it. She yelled something almost unintelligible about an accident, and for the first time she actually stormed out of the house, leaving Lydia and me alone, glancing at each other, our cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shame at having upset our mother so deeply that she'd walked out. She was gone so long that eventually I texted Dad, who promised to head over after work instead of going back to his flat as usual. But by that point, Mum had returned, pale-faced and quiet. We never asked about Mariusz again. I feel sure Lydia would have remembered that, even if she's forgotten everything else. And yet, here she is writing notes about the dead brother in her notebook, taking notes as if cramming for an important exam. Busted. And yet, I think with frustration as I skip through the pages looking for my own name, this is still not enough evidence. She could easily explain this away as trying to trigger her lost memories or whatever. There's the page I've been looking for. Annabelle. It's a bulleted list. Born 6 years before me, now age 25. Mental health? Medicated. Quick to anger. Loyal. Likes art. Dislikes Wendy. Doesn't trust me. Be careful. My cheeks flush red as I read this distilled list of me and my life. Is this all I'm boiled down to? Likes art. Jesus Christ. Better improve your detective skills, I mutter as I flick through the remaining pages. Torben, neighbour. Potential love interest? Get closer. Involved in disappearance? Backpack? So she's bought into the old belief that Torben could have had something to do with Lydia's disappearance. I feel a pang of sympathy for him, even through my renewed feelings of betrayal. Sure, he has abandoned me every time I've needed him, but no one deserves false accusations. I know that better than most. He was so vilified when Lydia went missing. Everyone knew he'd been taken in for questioning, and even when he was released without charge, people still whispered and gossiped about him. Even now, he's cautious and withdrawn, demonstrated by how quickly he backed off the other day, afraid of the rumours resurfacing again. I've got to protect him from this imposter if she's trying to toy with him too. To an extent, I'm okay with her being here in our home. I know I can protect myself, and I'm sure Mum can too. She's tough, and she's wily. Whatever this imposter is planning, Mum will come out of the other side, surviving and thriving, I'm sure. Like a cockroach surviving the apocalypse. But Torben deserves so much better. He's kind and trusting, an easy victim for a con artist. And I'm sure she is. A con artist, that is. I wonder if she's done this before. Maybe there are other families she's infiltrated. She's perhaps been doing this for years, hopping from home to home, spinning a sob story to get free accommodation for a few months, hacking into their savings and learning where the valuables are kept. I flick through the notebook once more and stop dead when I come to a page in the middle, one with a longer list than the others. Lydia. Chapter 45. Annabelle. I skim the list in the imposter's careful handwriting, with looped Y tails and curly L's. At first it looks like a list of illnesses, the ones Lydia suffered from when she was a child, which she's miraculously recovered from now. Lydia, 13 when missing. 19 now. Shy and sick. Scoliosis, food intolerances, allergies, autoimmune stuff. Chronic fatigue? Heart issues? Close with Mum, friendly with Annabelle. Dad? Munchausen's. I stop short at that last item. I know that word. What does it mean? I pull out my phone and quickly search. What I find makes me sick to my stomach. Munchausen syndrome, also known as factitious disorder imposed on self, is a mental health condition where a person intentionally fabricates, exaggerates, or induces physical or psychological symptoms to assume the sick role. I want to throw that notebook across the room and trash the whole place. How dare she? This evil con artist has infiltrated her way into our lives, impersonating my sister, and now she has the audacity to imply that Lydia's illness wasn't real? Lydia isn't even here to defend herself. I'm disgusted. I saw the suffering Lydia went through. I saw her shaking, sweating, vomiting. I saw her crying because she wanted to be normal, to see her friends, to attend birthday parties, to go to school. The accusation that she faked it all is absolutely outrageous. I want to burn this notebook, and doubly so because it doesn't prove anything about the imposter's identity. It's just another clue that can be interpreted either way. It's not enough. As I'm staring at the notebook, contemplating my next move, a noise from downstairs sets my senses on alert. The front door. Mum and Lydia. Are they back? As quick as I can, I shove the notebook into the shoe and slam the wardrobe closed. A bag falls from the top of the wardrobe, but there's no time. I ignore it and rush back towards my own room. She'll have to assume it fell by itself. But as I cross the top of the stairs, I see that it's not Lydia and Mum returning home early, but someone standing outside the closed front door, waiting. I must have been too engrossed in the notebook to hear their knock, but as I stand watching, I see them shift and raise their hand to knock on the frosted glass once more. My heart still banging wildly in my chest, I descend the stairs. I open the door, and as soon as I see who's there, I drop to my knees. Chapter 46. Annabelle. I didn't expect to cry, but the sight of Mac on our doorstep looking healthy and happy, if not skinnier than before, makes the tears well up. He squeals in delight when he sees me, and I drop to my knees to bury my nose in his fur and hold his wriggly little body close as he licks my cheeks and pokes me with his claws in delight. I barely look up to register Torben as he stands there, a makeshift lead in his hand. He's tied a blue laundry line loosely around Mac's neck. "Where did you find him?" I ask in a shaky voice, trying to hold Mac's excited face away as he lunges for another lick at my cheek. "Thank you so much." "I heard barking down the bottom of our garden, so I went to investigate. Turns out he'd got into our neighbour's shed somehow. Luckily they had some old bird food in there, and I think there was a bucket to catch drips from the roof, so he had food and water." I cuddle him closer, feeling the protrusion of his bones now that I'm aware of what he's been through. The poor thing. It's been a couple of weeks. He can't have been in there the whole time. He shrugs and reaches out to ruffle Mac's ears. "No collar," he says, indicating Mac's bare neck. "Maybe someone took him in, thought he was a stray. I gave him some food and water before I brought him over, but you might want to get him checked out by the vet, too." I gather Mac under my arm and stand up, brushing my hair out of my face and wiping my eyes. He got lucky. Torben nods, a smile making the dimple on his left cheek flash before it quickly disappears again. All this time, I'd thought Lydia had done something to Mac, chased him away because he wouldn't play along with her pretense. I mean, it's still possible. Perhaps she trapped him in the shed and left him to die. But at least she didn't hurt him. And it could have been an accident, I suppose. More frustration. There's so little proof. No evidence to prove she's lying. It's driving me insane. Torben looks between Mac and me, a flash of affection in his eyes, and for a moment I feel like it could be possible for us to be friends again one day. I miss our friendship, but I can't forgive him for abandoning me twice. Once when Lydia first went missing, and again now, there's a stranger claiming to be her. He doesn't want to be involved. and so we can't be friends. But we can be neighbours, I think, proud of myself for swallowing my pride. I can choose not to hold on to old resentments. Is this personal growth? Come in. I'll put the kettle on. I step aside and gesture for him to come inside. He glances over my shoulder, his expression wary. It's only me at home. Mum and Lydia are out for coffee. His expression clears, and he steps inside. In the kitchen, I fill up Mac's bowl with water and give him some more food. He rushes straight over and gobbles it down, only pausing to glance up and check I'm still there, his tail wagging slightly before returning to his food. I watch for a moment, tears of relief prickling my eyes. Then I put on the kettle. I'm about to grab some tea bags when I freeze, remembering the bag in Lydia's room, the one that fell as I closed the wardrobe. I inhale sharply. I need to go back up there before Lydia comes home. I need to make sure there's no evidence of my presence. You okay? He asks, and I whirl around, chucking tea bags into the mugs and rushing towards the door. There's something I need to do. Back in a sec. And I rush from the kitchen and up the stairs. Lydia's door is ajar, the bag still in the middle of the floor where it landed after Torben rang the doorbell. It's a laptop bag, I realize as I pick it up, feeling the weight. She must keep it out of sight, on top of the wardrobe. But my opening and closing the door had caused it to fall. Jackpot. I regret inviting Torben inside. Lydia is home all the time. This might be my only chance to snoop on this laptop. But Torben's sitting downstairs by himself, waiting for a cup of tea in the kitchen. Damn. I stand there in the middle of Lydia's room, frozen with indecision, until a cough startles me from my reverie. I start, turning to the door, to see Torben leaning against the frame, a half smile on his face. Busted. Again. Did I interrupt something? He asks. At first it feels invasive, Torben's presence upstairs in the house when it's just me and him here. But I remember all the times when we were kids, when he used to come over to hang out, watching movies, playing games in my room or Lydia's. He's been all over this house, and it's normal for him to wander around upstairs. It's not like it's someone like Mum's friend Agnes or Julia poking around the top floor uninvited. What's the smell? He asks, looking around the room for the culprit. Smells like something died in here. He picks up a pillow from the bed and puts it back down, as if the source of the smell would somehow be hiding under there. I shrug, inhaling through my nose. I can't smell it anymore. Just stale air, I think. He grimaces and pushes open the window. I lean down and pick up the laptop bag, reaching inside and drawing out an old laptop, slightly battered and scratched. I open it and the screen immediately flicks on. No password requirement. I'm straight in. Oh, wow, I say, not believing my luck. Is this Lydia's? He asks, stepping into the room. I guess, I shrug. We're about to find out. I sit on the bed and pull the laptop onto my knee. This could be it, I realize, my opportunity to find out the truth. Torben glances over his shoulder, back down the stairs towards the front door. What are you doing? They could be back any minute. You said they're out for coffee. Keep a lookout, I hiss at him, opening the browser window and beginning to poke around. Chapter 47. Annabelle. This is it. The proof I've been looking for. I'm holding it in my hands. I can tell. Somewhere in this laptop is the key. But there's no time. It looks like the imposter left the laptop in a hurry without properly shutting it down. It was already switched on, with no requirement for the password to log in, and her browser window was already open to her emails. An email account where she uses an alias instead of a real name, so I still don't know her real identity. I station Torben at my bedroom window, looking out into the street to yell if he sees Mum or Lydia coming. He's not happy about it, but he agrees. There'll be time to shut everything down, as my room has a pretty good view down the road in the direction of Gina's house. I quickly run my eyes down the list of names in Lydia's inbox, looking for anything familiar. But I can't see anything. It's messy, but there's only one option. As fast as I can, and without reading anything, I forward as many of her recent emails as I can to my own inbox, carefully deleting them from the sent items as I go. When I've done 10 or 15 or so, I click into the email settings and set all incoming emails to auto-forward a copy to my burner email account. Even if Lydia finds this setting, she couldn't link the email address with me, general.admin@lifemail.com. For good measure, I open up the browser's saved passwords and find the one for Lydia's email provider, clicking on the button to reveal the password. My first roadblock. A pop-up asking me to enter the PC's password to reveal it. I've not a clue. I close the window and try a different angle, opening up my documents and scanning the folders of saved items. Maybe she's got a document with passwords saved or something. Someone without a PC password enabled must have lax security. What the hell are you doing? The laptop is slammed closed and wrenched from my hands. I look up to see Lydia standing over me, her hair disheveled and her face and chest blotchy with emotion. She's out of breath. Behind her, Mac stands with his feet planted wide apart, a low growl rumbling in the back of his throat as he stares at Lydia. Nothing's changed there then. I hear a movement from across the hallway, and I realize that Torben is still in the house. I close my eyes briefly, hoping he stays unseen. I don't need him to be caught up in this. Why didn't he warn me? Mum and Lydia must have returned via the back way, coming in through the garden gate. I messed up. I'm immobile as I think about what my next move should be. Straight apology or an excuse? Maybe I could say I was testing the Wi-Fi, or... No, a partial truth is simpler. Sorry, I didn't mean to snoop. I heard a thump, and when I came in to check, your laptop had fallen from the top of the wardrobe. True. I gesture up to her hiding place. I was checking it was still in one piece. It seems to be working fine. I got it started up and was just shutting it down. An insincere smile spreads across Lydia's face, and it chills me to my core. The smile of someone who knows they have the upper hand. You need a better excuse than that, sister. She hisses the final word like a taunt. I stand up and fold my arms across my chest, facing her. Over her shoulder, I see a flash as Torben whisks out of my room and along the hallway towards the stairs. Mac gives a final growl to Lydia, then turns and follows him. Lydia doesn't notice. I don't need an excuse to be in my own house, in my sister's room. You, on the other hand, what are you hiding? She tilts her head, the smile getting wider. I should be asking you that. You were the one poking around in my stuff, and now you can tell me what you found. I'm sure it was fascinating. I told you. I was checking it was still working. I didn't find anything. Liar. Surely there's nothing to find, if you are who you say you are. She laughs. I suppose it's very sisterly to find you going through my stuff, just like old times. I roll my eyes. There's something in that laptop, I know it. I can only hope I've done enough to find out what it is. She affects a calm tone, but I can tell I've rattled her. If you have questions for me, all you have to do is ask. There's no need for this pathetic spy game. She steps towards me and I see a flash of danger behind her eyes. The innocent, wide-eyed pretense she affects around Mum is gone, replaced with a threat. If she wasn't holding her laptop in her hands, I'd genuinely be worried she might hurt me. What do you want, Lydia? I ask. Or whatever your name is. Why are you here? The sweet smile is back, sickly and fake across her whole face, her eyes still cold above it. What everyone wants, Annabelle, she says, tilting her head and hugging the laptop to her chest. Her voice is quiet, too quiet to carry outside of this room. A family, a home, and if you have a problem with that, I have no qualms in pushing you out of the way to get it. You think you know everything about me, but I can assure you that you have no idea what I'll do to get what I want. It's the closest we've come to an admission that she's not Lydia, but it's still not enough. I have to bring out the big guns, flush her out of her lair like the little weasel she is. I affect a voice as sickly sweet as Lydia's, and I step up to her so I can feel her breath on my cheek. She smells of coffee and baking, with an undertone of Mum's perfume. Poison. You'll be pleased to know that your homecoming celebrations are about to kick off. I've tipped off the press that you're back. It's only a matter of time before our house is surrounded by journalists and photographers. They'll be here any minute. Let's see how easily you can slide into this family once your face is on the front cover of newspapers across the country. Shall we? Chapter 48. Wendy Mac is back, his tail wagging so hard that he's wiggling around the kitchen as I fuss over him. I pick him up and cuddle him. He smells of dust and mold. Although he's looking skinny, he seems pretty healthy. I give him a pat and a dentistick because his breath smells bad, and I'm just checking to make sure his water and food bowls are full when I hear the screams from upstairs. Full-blooded yelling, like the girls' worst arguments when they were teenagers. I'm at Lydia's door in moments. "What's going on?" I gasp, my lungs in overdrive from the run upstairs. I scan the situation, wondering what Annabelle has done. Has she hurt Lydia? The thought is never far from my mind after what happened years ago and how Annabelle has reacted to Lydia's return. I honestly thought she would be delighted her sister has returned, but instead Annabelle seems almost threatened, as if Lydia could take something away from her. Nothing is further from the truth, and I wish she could understand that. Lydia just wants a loving, healthy relationship with her sister and a calm, stable family life. It's my job to protect her and make sure she gets that. The last thing I want is Lydia to leave again. Lydia rushes around her room, emptying clothes from her drawers onto her bed. She's panicking. Her movements are erratic, her breaths coming fast and shaky. I push past Annabelle from her position, lurking in the doorway with a triumphant smile on her face, and I put a calming hand on Lydia's arm. "What's happened?" I ask again. "What's happened is that the truth has come to bite her, and she can't face the consequences of her actions," says Annabelle with a smirk. For a second, I imagine shoving Annabelle out of the room and slamming the door in her face, but instead I shoot her a look and focus back on Lydia. "Lids?" I say softly, trying to gently encourage her to slow down, to pause her erratic movements. "Whatever it is, we can solve it, together." She ignores me and reaches for a hairbrush. "Remember, you're safe here. You're home." Annabelle lets out a cruel laugh. "This isn't her home, and she knows it. Why do you think she's freaking out so much? The truth will come out, Lydia." I lead Lydia to the bed and sit her down, miming deep breaths to calm her. "What truth is she talking about?" Lydia bursts into tears, sobs racking her chest. I want to gather her into my arms like she's a wee bairn, but I can tell she's about to speak, so I don't disturb her. "I said—" She heaves a breath and starts again, wiping tears from below her eyes with the back of her hand. "I said I wasn't ready. Your party was one thing, but no police. And no—" She coughs, and then reaches for a tissue, blowing her nose loudly. She pauses to catch her breath. "No media. I can't bear the idea of cameras in my face, of everyone talking about me before I even have my own memories back. The press running stories about things I don't even know yet. Can't you see how awful that would be?" I sit next to her on the bed and put an arm around her skinny shoulders. "We understand, don't we, Annabelle?" I shoot my eldest daughter a disapproving look. She gazes back at me, her face impassive. Then she turns around and walks out of the room, leaving Lydia and me alone. Lydia sobs once. "She's called them," she manages, "and they're on their way." "Who? The police?" She shakes her head. "My photo will be all over the news, and they'll find me." My stomach swirls. "Don't let them take me again," she wails, and plunges herself into my arms. Chapter 49. Wendy. The media are on their way. Damn Annabelle, damn her. I had plans. I helped Lydia get settled in, helped her feel at home, and then we were going to go to the police, let them interview her and get her the therapy she needed while they uncovered the truth of what happened to her. And then, only then, were we going to go public with the news. In a managed, gradual way. There was an order to how we'd go about this, and yes, part of the reason behind the cautious approach was to protect Lydia, to help her feel safe. And another part was the storytelling element, making sure that we released the information in a way which generated maximum engagement and allowed me to transition my social media accounts into a new phase, one of support and charitable works. I'd imagined a wee video for socials on my website, me on the sofa, a close-up on my face. "The Timpson family have some news," I'd say to camera with a smile. The camera would zoom out to reveal Lydia and Annabelle sitting on the sofa together next to me, arms around each other, beaming with happiness. "Lydia's come home," we'd say, and we'd all hug. There's loads of other ways we could announce it too, and repetition isn't a problem when social media's so quick to turn around anyway. So we could have done a POV for TikTok. POV, your daughter's been missing for 6 years, and today she turns up on your doorstep, and show a recreation of me opening the door to Lydia and seeing her for the first time. I was going to do a photo shoot of Lydia, with a couple of shots of me and her, mother and daughter reunited, and maybe even one of Annabelle and Lydia together. A press release, with me as the main contact. And as soon as the press release hit inboxes, Lydia and I would be away for a few days, somewhere remote, rural, and relaxing in the Scottish countryside as the furore gathered in Portobello. I would answer questions on Lydia's behalf, online and through email, and only when the buzz had died down would we return. Lydia would get used to the media attention, I reasoned, and by the time we returned home after a week or two, she'd be comfortable with the idea of speaking to the media. And that's when the TV shows would come calling, the interview requests, the book deal offers, and I'd act as Lydia's manager, brokering the deals, controlling access to her, making her a rare commodity, one to be treasured and valued. It turns out I'm good at social media, and I couldn't wait to show Lydia how much support she's had while she's been away. And now Annabelle has scuppered all of that by wanting some kind of jealous revenge. Damn her. It's all I can do not to stand up and storm into her room, yelling at her. But I need to override my initial instincts and focus on Lydia. This is about her, after all, not Annabelle. Lydia stands and continues gathering her things, shoving them into piles on the bed. "I need to get away," she says, panic in her voice. "I can't be in the papers. I need to be the voice of reason." "It'll be okay, Lids," I say in a calm voice. "We can't stay here, if what Annabelle says is true. So," I reassure myself, "we're just moving forward faster than Lydia wanted. We'll head away for a few days, until things quieten down, and the media discover there's nothing to report on. But from my perspective, this is a good thing. I've wanted to call the police for a while, and my followers are getting restless, wanting to know why I've gone quiet. To some extent, I'm grateful to Annabelle for accelerating things, for forcing my hand. We'll get your stuff and we'll go out the back door. You won't be seen." "Where will we go?" she sniffs. I shrug. "Leave that to Mum," I say, and head into my room to pack a bag. "You're safe with me." Chapter 50. Annabelle. The house is peaceful without Mum and Lydia, especially now Mac is back. It was hilarious watching them sneak out of the back door and across the garden, peering both ways out of the back gate before they scrambled away. It was especially amusing knowing that all of their stress was for nothing. Of course I hadn't alerted the media or whatever. I've no idea how to even do that. Although now I see how much it freaked her out, I'm tempted to work out how to do it for real. But Lydia's reaction was telling. She knows she'll be found out eventually, and she's terrified of who will find her. I wonder what she's hiding, what she's scared of. I don't care where they've gone, but I do know they'll be back. I revel in having the house to myself, wandering around each room without being on edge. I hadn't realized how much the con artist's presence was bothering me. Not knowing her motives or what she wanted meant that I couldn't relax or let my guard down at any point. Naturally, I've stripped her room to the bones, and I've found nothing odd except that blunt eyeliner pencil I came across last time. She must have taken everything incriminating with her. It's not long before I open my laptop and skim the subject lines of the emails I forwarded. A lot of them are innocuous. Booking confirmation, free pizza on your birthday, join our loyalty card program. I curse myself for being so indiscriminate when I forwarded, but in my defense, I was short on time. But then I see it. A message that's come in since the forwarding. Sender, M. Subject, we know who you are. Jackpot. I'm desperate to read the whole thing, but I resist, and instead I slam shut my laptop and tuck it under my arm, grab Mac's lead, and head across the road to Torben's house. "Thank you so much for your help earlier," I say, as soon as he answers the door. He looks uncomfortable. "I just got out in time. I was lucky they came in the back door, so I could sneak out the front." "I'm sorry you had to do that." Before I can tell him about the email, he gets in first. "I don't want to be involved in this, Annabelle," he says, but he steps aside and gestures for me to come inside. I can hear the rumble of voices in the living room as we pass the slightly open door. His parents watching Friday night TV. The companionable sound of a happy family contentedly ticking over, their everyday a calm and stable environment. No one plotting or scheming or pretending to be someone they're not. I feel a pang of loss for the normal life I could have had. But instead, I walk past the living room and into the kitchen that's a mirror image of our own, opening my laptop at the dining table. He'll understand once he sees this email. "I thought you might want to see what's here," I say, opening up my inbox. "What, Lydia's emails?" He looks slightly disapproving. "Well, she's not Lydia, for one," I say, frowning at him. I feel prickly and defensive already. "I want to know why she's here, what she wants from us. She could be dangerous." He sits down at the table across from me, his eyes pointedly looking everywhere but at me and my laptop screen. Lydia's forwarded emails all listed at the top of the inbox. I haven't opened them yet, but I can see that a couple of extras have come through since I forwarded. Emails delivered since I asked Lydia's inbox to forward a copy of all new arrivals. "Okay," he says, gathering himself to speak. "Let's think about this. For the purposes of this conversation, let's say she's not Lydia." Which she's not. My fingers itch to open the email and find out what it says, but I drag my eyes away from the screen. But carry on. He pauses and then continues, looking a little irritated. "She's been with you for, what, a couple of weeks?" I nod. "And in that time she's bonded with Wendy, tried to bond with you, she's looked at old photos and asked questions about family history. Gathering information on Lydia, yes. And she's committed no crimes." "That we know of," I interject. He ignores me. "She's not tried to take anything that's not hers or disrupt your lives in any way. It seems like she's not here to hurt anyone. What's your point?" I try to keep my tone steady. He lays his hands on the table, palms flat against the varnished wood. A muscle twitches in his jaw. "We don't know what she's running from. She must be pretty desperate to enact this scheme, and as much as I don't advocate preying on innocent, grieving families and exploiting their pain, I also don't agree with putting someone in danger, even a criminal, unless strictly necessary." When he's finished, he sits back and looks at me, his expression tense. I lean back in my chair, and Mac takes the opportunity to leap onto my lap. I fondle his soft ears, trying to swallow down my disappointment. Time and time again, I've tried and failed to connect with Torben. You'd think I'd stop trying. He's not an ally. He doesn't want to help. He never did. "What are you on about, putting her in danger? I just want the truth." "We don't know what she's running from," he says again, and I can't tamp down my frustration. I don't care, frankly. What I care about is my sister. Where's Lydia in all this? This woman knows something, Torben, and I'm going to find out. I click to open the email and turn the laptop so it's sideways on, the screen visible to us both. I get a glimpse of the first line. "Carmen, or whatever name you're using now." Torben stands up, and Mac jumps from my lap to fuss about Torben's feet, thinking there might be a treat or a walk in it for him. "Yes, maybe she's a criminal," he says, echoing my thoughts before I can voice them. "But maybe she's escaping domestic violence or a stalker. Maybe she's mentally ill and genuinely thinks she's Lydia. Or maybe she's looking for money and thinks your family are a source to be tapped." "A criminal or a grifter, then," I say, ignoring the option where the imposter is a victim. I have a good imagination, but I can't stretch it that far. He shrugs. "Or, and you said it yourself, perhaps you're wrong, and this is your sister, who has been through something horribly traumatic, and it's changed her. And you, once her biggest supporter, refuse to believe her. I don't know, Annabelle, but I do know that I don't want to be involved." My cheeks turn red with frustration and embarrassment. "Torben," I try, humiliated by how desperate I sound. His face changes, 2 red blotches appearing high on his cheekbones. "No, Annabelle. I tried to help once, and I ended up in a police cell for 4 hours. Idiot, I think to myself. Idiot for believing I could find an ally in Torben when he's shown me so many times that he can't or won't help me. Every opportunity he's had to be there for me, he's thrown it back in my face. I should have known, I mutter. I close my laptop, feeling strangely protective of what I might find there. I wish I could have Torben's help, but I've been on my own with this from the start. Nothing changes much if it continues to be just me. Why not? Why won't you help? He folds his arms. Your mum. He pauses and rubs his face, a look of distress in his eyes. I've got to protect myself. I'm not putting myself in the way of that again. I leave Torben's house without another word. I'm done. Chapter 51. Wendy. If it wasn't for the thrum of dread in the pit of my stomach and the fidgety anxiety oozing from Lydia's every pore, I could pretend this is a normal mother and daughter mini-break in the city. Lydia and I do all the touristy things, browsing the art galleries, afternoon tea at the Balmoral, admiring the views from the top of Calton Hill, and then hitting the shops to upgrade Lydia's meagre wardrobe. It should be a joy to share this with my daughter, but any joy we could have found has been stolen by Annabelle. My resentment for my eldest daughter is growing by the day. You look lovely, I say, as Lydia emerges from the curtains to show me an embroidered halter-neck dress that'll be perfect for Sally's garden party next month. Lydia has turned into a beautiful young woman. Her pale skin and strawberry blonde hair combine with her green eyes to create a striking figure, especially in combination with her athletic shoulders. I wonder where she got her figure from. I've always been solid, and Leonard had a tendency to store fat around his middle, but Lydia appears to do no exercise, and yet she looks like an athlete. I buy her the dress and many other items which looked incredible on her, and then we stay in a hotel on the Royal Mile. It's such a treat to share a room with Lydia. I'm grateful that there was a vacancy, and that we're not yet in the high season of July and August. I lie awake for a lot of the night, listening to her breathing, and thanking the universe for returning her to me. We needed this kind of trip, I realize. Even though it was Annabelle who triggered it, I'm grateful to get out of the house and have this break, away from Annabelle. I hadn't realized how much her presence had been weighing me down. The longer we stay away, the freer we feel. Lydia, too, is much more chatty and light-hearted once we're settled, and she's reassured that the newspapers haven't yet run any stories. Probably because they haven't captured any photos while she's gone. We giggle as we eavesdrop on the couple at the next table at breakfast, bickering over whose fault it was that they got caught in the rain yesterday and missed their tour at Holyrood Palace. When our giggles subside, Lydia's expression is serious. "This is nice," she says, and I can hear the implication in her voice, the same thoughts I've been having since we left Portobello yesterday afternoon. It's nice to be away from Annabelle. "I'm so sorry she called the journalists," I say, stirring my coffee and tapping the teaspoon on the edge of the cup before setting it on the saucer. I try to dredge some understanding for Annabelle's actions. She's probably trying to help in her own clumsy way. Lydia makes eye contact and then looks away. How? I take a bite of hot buttered toast and chew slowly, thinking. She always wanted her sister back. But without your memories, I can imagine it feels like there's no resolution, no answers. I feel like that too, a bit. I add, because it's true. It would be a relief to have answers, to know how you left, where you were, and who you were with. To let the police do their job and catch the people who took you and kept you captive. She looks down at her plate, her cheeks flushing. "I've started to remember a few things," she says in a quiet voice. I put my toast down slowly, as if she's a woodland creature and I don't want to startle her. "You have?" "About where I was for the first few years." I'm restless with excitement. This is it. We can call the police. I go to stand up and then I sit back down. "Calm yourself, Wendy. Don't scare her away." I focus on a nonchalant tone. "What can you tell me?" And she starts to talk. Chapter 52. Annabelle. Back home, Mac curls up on the sofa next to me. Emotionally bruised from Torben's newest rejection, I open my laptop again and navigate to the email that's automatically appeared in my inbox within the last few hours. Subject: "We know who you are." Carmen, or whatever name you're using now, did you think we'd stay quiet forever? You can't just vanish and pretend none of this happened. We gave you everything, no questions asked, and you took it all and more. We know where you are and your newest scheme. If you don't come clean, we'll go to the police. You've had more chances than you deserve. M. I stare at the screen, open-mouthed. My stomach drops. I was right. I knew I was, and I wanted confirmation of it so badly. But now it's here, there's a sinking feeling, a fear. Because a criminal has been sleeping in the bedroom across the hall, and my mother and I are her intended victims. She's an imposter named Carmen, someone who has infiltrated my family and is impersonating the person that I love most in the world. Who the hell is living in my house? And how dare she? But the anger doesn't last long as I scan the email over and over, processing its implications. I leap up, punching the air. This is it. This is the proof I've been looking for. I knew she was a con artist, and I knew there'd be something, a clue to what she's been up to. And now I know. This isn't Carmen's first con. And here is an email from a previous victim. It's not much, but it's a start. Slow down, Annabelle. This email isn't enough. It doesn't prove anything, doesn't name a crime. Don't get carried away, I tell myself. Be methodical. This is an investigation. I spend the rest of the afternoon making plans and working out my next steps to unmask Lydia and expose Carmen. I respond to the email sender, a cautious, non-leading reply designed to tease out more information. Subject: we know who you are. Hello, I found your email on Carmen's laptop. She's impersonating my missing sister, Lydia. I deserve to know the truth about Carmen and who she is. Please reply. Annabelle. Finally, joyfully, I do the thing that Carmen thinks I've already done anyway. I draft an email from my anonymous account, reassuring myself that this is the best next step. After all, I can't prove anything on my own, but if I enlist the help of professional investigators, I just have to light the match and the fire will take care of itself. Subject: urgent tip. You should look into the disappearance of Lydia Timpson, who went missing 6 years ago, aged 13. Local rumor is that the girl has returned, but they're not reporting it to the police. Even more rumor is that it's not Lydia at all, but an imposter pretending to be the missing girl. A concerned neighbor. I include our address and send it to a couple of tabloids, the ones which care little about facts, proof, and truth. And I wait. Chapter 53. Wendy. I don't remember being kidnapped, she says carefully, her eyes not focusing on me. She's far away, recalling things that have escaped her memory for a long time, dredging them from the depths. I don't remember leaving home that day or what happened, so I don't know how they did it or why. I've been trying to get everything straight because I don't know if the people I lived with are the people who took me. Your kidnappers? I ask, frowning. I don't want to lead her to make things up, but I do need clarity on the story as she tells it. Yes, I mean, maybe they thought I was a genuine foster kid and they were just doing what they felt was their duty. Or maybe they took me. I just don't know. She shakes her head, baffled and lost, and for a moment I see the wee girl I once comforted. I want to reach out and gather her into my arms, but she's still speaking and I can't disrupt that. This is what I've been waiting for. The first thing I remember is from about a year in. I was in a family home with other children. They called me their foster child, and I never questioned it. They told me that I'd been living in bad conditions and that I'd been removed from my home temporarily. I believed them. I guess maybe with the Annabelle stuff, it made sense? I feel a burst of pain in my chest, quickly followed by anger. The damage Annabelle has done is unfathomable. They told me, if I was patient and good, that eventually I'd go back home. To you. And Dad. I nod, even though I'm still trying to get my head around everything. We were homeschooled, me and the other kids, and we didn't go out much. The house was remote, down a narrow lane away from any other houses and in the middle of lots of trees. It was big and very cluttered. No internet or phones for the first few years. They had strange rules about friends and going out, like they were trying to be totally self-sufficient and we shouldn't need the outside world. For the other kids that was normal, but to me it seemed strange. They must have been born there or arrived when they were very young. What were the adults like? She shrugs. The mother was kind, but strict. Although she had other children, it seemed like I was special to her. I found out just before I left that she'd had a daughter who died, and she liked to foster because it made her feel useful. Like by caring for children in need, she was somehow caring for her daughter too. I shake my head, memories flooding my mind. I understand that. I lost a baby once, long before you or Annabelle were born, and it does strange things to your mind. She looks up at me, shock on her face. I'm so sorry. I shrug, forcing my thoughts away from that dark time. It was a long time ago. The pain fades, even if it never fully goes away. She reaches across the table and places a hand on my own. Despite everything, I smile. Please go on, I say, careful not to derail her. My fingers itch to reach my phone and record this. For the police, for socials, it's gold, but I resist. So the mum had issues. Any other adults? The dad was distant. He worked away a lot. He seemed uncomfortable that I was there, but he loved his wife, and I think he knew she needed it, this extra nurturing role. The other kids were a mix, and I think some were other foster kids, and others were their biological kids, although it was never clear. Except one girl, the oldest. She hated me most of the time. I give her a sympathetic look, and she waves it away. I got used to it. Anyway, eventually they told me my parents didn't want me back, that you'd given them permission to adopt me. By that point I was so indoctrinated that I could barely remember you, and it didn't hurt for too long. I started calling the woman Mum. I flinch, but I don't let my own emotions get in the way. Her cheeks flush, and I'm grateful to see she knows that would bother me. And how did you get away? She nods. The mum and the other kids had trained me to believe that the outside world was dangerous, and that if I went out, you'd try to snatch me, and that you weren't a safe person to be around. But as I turned 18 and became a legal adult, I started to question the stories I'd been told. I started to steal coins if I found them lying around, trying to get enough money saved to get away. Finally, the oldest girl, the one who I'd thought hated me, helped me get out in the middle of the night and showed me which way to walk through the woods to get to the nearest town. I think she was happy to see me go. Her head drops, and she looks sad. I squeeze her hand. You okay? She looks at me, pain across her brow. I feel bad. She did care for me, in her own way, the mum. I know she would be hurt that I left without saying goodbye. But I have to remember that it's likely they are criminals, kidnappers, that I am their victim. And that's hard. She nods. I get it, even as I'm filled with rage that this woman stole my child and indoctrinated her against me. But I understand the need to nurture, to help, even if it hurts. Me and this woman have more in common than anyone might expect. Chapter 54. Annabelle. It's a grim day, the sea an angry slate grey as it pounds the shore. The wind is sharp, pricking through my waterproof jacket like needles as I walk from the train station to the street named in M's reply email. The house is set back from the road behind a large overgrown hedge and along a winding, patchy gravel drive where weeds poke from between the stones. It's clear from the approach that this house once belonged to someone with money, and that money is either no longer around or it's not getting spent. As I get closer, the drive turns to reveal a shabby house with huge bay windows and sandstone streaked with lichen and worn by wind and sea salt. The once grand facade is chipped and pitted, its tall sash windows caked with grime. Ivy grows up one wall, narrowing a first-floor window to a small porthole. This place gives me the creeps. I scan the windows but see no movement, although there's a light on in a ground-floor room, the bare bulb visible through the grimy glass. I step up the stone steps and press the bell, but I can't hear if it works, so I hammer on the door, listening to the echo of my knocks inside. Nothing. I knock again, even louder this time, until my knuckles sting. Finally, I hear shuffling feet, and the door opens a crack to reveal a man's face, about the same age as Mum. A faint smell of mildew and coal dust floats to my nostrils. He frowns at me. "Can't you read?" and starts to close the door. "Wait," I say, shooting out a hand. What did you mean? I'm here to ask. There are signs at the gate. No cold callers. He moves to close the door again, but this time I do what I've seen them do in movies and TV shows, and I stick my foot in the door. It doesn't work as well as it seems to on TV, and my toes get painfully squashed inside my Converse. But at least the door hasn't closed. I'm not selling anything, I say, trying to keep the desperation from my voice. Someone called M emailed me with this address. They said, "There's no one called M here." I mean, someone with the initial M. He mentioned he knew something about Lydia. His expression is blank, and I see his fingers tighten on the door again. Or Carmen? Do you know someone called Carmen? His frown deepens as soon as I say it. There's no one here by that name. No, I know. She's... Can't help you, he barks and slams the door. I knock a few more times, but it's no use. My shoulders slumped. I trudge back through the rain to the train station. I sense something as I walk down the street towards our house, my bag strap cutting into my shoulder after my fruitless journey. The air feels different somehow, like things are going to change. As I pass Torben's house, I see him at his living room window. He moves as soon as he sees me, beckoning me. Part of me wants to go to him, to see what he wants, but I realize he probably just feels guilty that he's turned me down so many times, that he's refused to help. This doesn't mean anything has changed. He's a nice guy, trying to make himself feel better. Probably just wants to make me a cup of tea and assuage his guilt. I'm exhausted, every bone and muscle in my body aching for a hot bath and a lie down with a book in an empty house. I wave briefly and carry on walking, pretending I didn't understand his invitation. But when I cross the road to our house, I realize what Torben was trying to tell me. There's a cluster of people, mostly men, standing on our doorstep, some with cameras and some with recording devices, some aimed at the road and some at the house. They're here. The story is out. They're like a cluster of vultures, jostling each other, puffer jackets zipped against the sharp drizzle. They're blocking the path, tangled mic wires and notebooks already open, pens poised. The ones with cameras are the most obnoxious, aiming their long lenses at the house. Idling by the side of the road is a van, satellite dish on top. One of them turns and sees me, immediately dropping his takeaway coffee cup to the floor and muttering into his phone, "The sister is here now. I'll see what I can get," before he shoves his phone into his pocket and turns to aim his microphone at me. The others notice, and soon there's a wave of shouting, all aimed at me. I pull my hood over my head and tighten it around my face. "Did you know where Lydia was all this time? Is it true your sister is back? How is she? We just want to know she's all right. Are the police going to catch her kidnappers, or did she run away?" Microphones jab at my face, and the click of camera shutters fill my ears as I push through the crowd, a pang of guilt in my chest. I invited this into our lives. For a moment, a thought pierces my panic. What if I'm wrong? What if Lydia is Lydia and I've just set the wolves on my own sister? How hurt she must be that I don't believe she's really my little sister. How hard it must be to return to your family and be rejected. I shake the thought away, just as a camera lens hits my cheekbone. I shove the photographer out of the way. He shouts indignantly, but there's nothing else he can do, and rush up the garden path, fumbling in my pockets for my keys. After what seems like forever, I finally find them and shove them in the lock, frantic, until I fall through the door and close it behind me, muffling the shouts. I'm out of breath, a slick of sweat beading my brow. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, I realize. But the pretend amnesia, the fake simpering to Mum, the email from M, the notebook full of observations of our family. She's not Lydia. There's more shouting from outside as someone must walk by, but it fades when the media realize it's not Lydia. Yes, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, but I would wish it on an imposter. It's what she deserves. Chapter 55. Wendy. Even though just over 24 hours have passed, it feels like Lydia and I are entering a new phase since we last left our Portobello Street, Annabelle's threat ringing in our ears. The weather is dire, and we watch the rain from our taxi window as we crawl through the grey streets from Edinburgh to Portobello, passing pedestrians with their raincoats pulled around them, hoods pinched together across their faces. My daughter is back, I think to myself, in the warmth of the taxi, feeling it more than ever since Lydia returned. She's really back, and she's starting to remember things. Once we get settled back at home, I'll broach the subject of calling the police. It's time. I can't imagine how Lydia would disagree now. My thoughts keep returning to the sad house she described, with its ragamuffin, isolated band of teenagers, a mix of foster kids and the couple's biological children. And the two parents, a grieving, mentally unwell ghost of a mother, and a strict, distant father who prefer to turn the other way. It's better than I could have imagined, I think, with a pang of disloyalty. I know that Lydia was traumatized by her experience, but I am delighted to hear that my worst imaginings are far from the truth. At no point was she blindfolded and restrained in a windowless room, or used and abused, raped. I'm free from all my worst fears. I could skip, I could sing. It's the best case of a worst-case scenario. But as we reach the top of our road, the taxi slows, and from beside me I hear Lydia's breathing quicken. I look up and squint through the rain-dashed taxi window. A gaggle of dark North Face jackets jostle for space outside our gate. Annabelle was as good as her word. The media are here. "Stop, please," I demand from the driver, before we get too close, before they see us. Next to me, Lydia is wide-eyed as a deer. I grab her hand. The taxi slows to a stop, and the driver turns around in his seat, an irritated frown across his brow. "This where you want to be?" "We'll be okay," I say to Lydia, trying to sound cheerful and like this isn't a big deal. "We'll keep our hoods up. They'll get nothing." The rain picks up, coming down in huge drops driven sideways by the wind. Lydia hugs herself, her skinny frame shivering in fear. She shakes her head, and I close my eyes. We could go round the back, but I know since Mac's return, the back gate is locked, the bolt slung across to keep him safe. We could go anyway and scale the wall, but it's over 6 feet tall in places, and the last thing we need is a broken ankle and a bunch of media photographs of me or Lydia getting stretchered into an ambulance. They've got enough fodder already. Damn Annabelle, I think to myself, knowing full well that she did this on purpose. There are no other options. "This is fine, thank you," I say, and open my door to the driving rain. I climb out and turn around to see Lydia still sitting in her seat, her figure hunched over and tiny. I hold out a hand to her, and she slides across the back seat to my open door, glancing over at the journalists and photographers further down the street. They haven't seen us yet, and I want to keep it that way. I turn to her and pull her hood tighter around her face. I reach into my handbag and grab my sunglasses and a scarf, wrapping it around her mouth. "We're not going," she says in a small voice. "We could go to Gina's or someone else's, wait it out." I shake my head. They'll be working in shifts. Once one of them gets tired, someone else will come and take their place. They won't go until they've got what they want. The small circle of face turns even paler beneath her hood. "Come on," I say, my tone firm and my jaw set. "You're not going to let Annabelle win, are you?" She looks at me in surprise. It's a cheap shot, but needs must. We need to get back into our house, and I refuse to be made a prisoner in my own home. Any news stories will be tomorrow's chip paper. You know the saying. She shakes her head, and I'm not sure whether she means that she doesn't know the saying or won't come with me. But I turn and start along the pavement towards the house, and the sound of her footsteps on the pavement tells me that she's following, albeit reluctantly. As we approach the house, I remove my jacket and sling it across Lydia's shoulders, letting her hunch underneath it, so there's nothing of her visible. Even then, we're spotted almost immediately. "Is that her? Lydia? Are you back? Where have you been?" The shouts intensify as we approach, and for a moment it looks like they're going to continue blocking our way into our house. But at the last moment, I shove Lydia ahead of me, feeling her resistance, and the crowd parts slightly, like we're surrounded by a narrow force field. I shake my head to show we're not answering any questions. I even mutter, "No comment," at one point, feeling like a famous person. This may be the closest I ever get to being a celebrity. I push through the front gate and usher Lydia along the path, her breath coming loud and fast in her panic. Behind us, the voices get more demanding, their tone urgent, as if we owe them something. We owe them nothing. My keys scramble in the lock and I groan in frustration as I realize that Annabelle has left her keys in the other side. She's trapped us outside, knowing this would happen. The little bitch. I've never used physical discipline, but for a moment I imagine slapping her smug wee face, and I feel a thrill at the thought. I bang my fist on the door and press the doorbell over and over until I hear Annabelle's footsteps making their way down the hallway at a studied and purposeful pace. Next to me, Lydia cowers under my raincoat protector. My clothes dampen as the rain soaks through. I push closer to the house, trying to get out of the wet. "Come on, Annabelle," I shout through the door. She opens the door with a huge grin on her face, all performative welcome. "You're back," she says, pulling me inside. I turn to see Lydia inside safely, but Annabelle is one step ahead of me. Within seconds, she rips away my raincoat cover where it sits across Lydia's hunched shoulders, pulls down Lydia's scarf and pushes back her hood. Before I can stop her, she shoves Lydia back outside, onto the doorstep, and closes the door. I hear the roar of triumph from the media, followed closely by Lydia's scream of terror. I initiate a brief scuffle to get to the door, but Annabelle doesn't fight back. She knows what she's done is enough. They've got their photos and their story. Annabelle has won. I pull Lydia inside, shaking like a leaf and sobbing with anguish, and I bundle her into the kitchen. I turn to Annabelle. "Get away from her." An amused look crosses Annabelle's face, and I can tell that she's got something to tell me, something she believes is a winning hand. "Didn't you see, Mum?" I grip my teeth. "Well?" "See what?" I ask, reluctant to give her what she wants, but in need of more information. "Lydia forgot something." She points at Lydia, then taps the side of her own jaw, in the same location as where Lydia's mole is. No mole. Chapter 56. Annabelle. I can't believe my luck. The first press pictures have been taken, and the smoking gun is right there. Carmen's clean, blemish-free jaw. And that's when it all fell into place. The thing that was bothering me about this imposter's appearance that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Lydia had a mole on her jaw, and so did this imposter, until today. But there was no way the imposter could have known about Lydia's mole. I'd noticed she'd left the brown eyeliner pencil behind when she and Mum went to Edinburgh. I assumed she'd have another one, but I'd overestimated her. In her rush to get away from the press intrusion, she'd forgotten the one key element of her disguise. And now, all the photographs in tomorrow's newspapers, possibly already being loaded into content management systems for the online breaking stories, will have the evidence the police need. Within the next 12 hours, the imposter will be unmasked as Carmen, and the police will be looking for my real sister again. "Look," I say again, pointing at Carmen. "Where's Lydia's mole, Mum? This proves she's not my sister." I can't hide the triumph in my voice. It's impossible that this is my sister. And now that I've realized what had been niggling me all this time, I've got the proof I needed. The days after Lydia's disappearance were a haunted, horrible limbo. Police in and out of our house at all times of the day and night, searching, asking questions, rifling through our lives. It all blurred into one awful nightmare, with the exception of one particular conversation, when a police officer mentioned Maddie McCann, and that's when Mum crumpled into a heap on the floor. That was the moment I realized my sister could die. I might never see her again. Specifically, the police officer had brought up Maddie's distinctive-shaped pupil leaching across the iris. I was only little when Madeleine McCann went missing, but I remembered the poster campaigns with their focus on her unusual eye. We now wonder if that emphasis on her eye was a mistake, the police officer, D.I. Peterson, had said, and his colleague grimaced. There are theories that consider whether publicizing her distinctive eye may have led to a kidnapper, avoiding her being out in public. They killed her, you mean? Because her eye was too recognizable for her to be used for whatever they'd kidnapped a kid for? I said, hating all the pussyfooting that we had to do, pretending that everything might be fine even though it definitely wasn't. Pretending that Lydia had maybe got lost on her way to the shops, or had a surprise sleepover without telling anyone. Like Lydia could go 15 minutes without a painkiller or an antihistamine. The female police officer, Detective Cho, nodded quickly. It's something that we've considered, something we've learned from. D.I. Peterson held up a recent picture of Lydia that Mum had printed at Boots earlier that day, along with 50 more. "Can't have too many," she'd said with a sad shrug. "We're thinking that we might withhold a key thing from the public about your sister's appearance. We'll obviously publicize her main distinguishing features, her hair color, height, weight, etc., but with something that can't be disguised, like an eye anomaly or a mole, in your sister's case, we'll hold that back. We think it might help with identification, but also deter the serious crimes triggered by distinctive features. They can dye hair, but it's harder to remove a mole." Mum went funny then, pushing her chair back from the table and putting her head between her knees. Must be the image of some bad guys forcibly removing Lydia's mole from her face. Heck, it even made me feel queasy, and I have an iron stomach. Now, the scammer stands in front of me with a clean jaw, no mole in sight. She'd known about the mole, when the public never had that information, and in her rush to get away from the press intrusion, she'd forgotten to take the eyeliner pencil she used to draw the mole on her skin, the one element of her disguise that tied her appearance directly to Lydia. "At least you managed to get it on right," I say, pointing at my own jaw and hearing the cruel taunt in my words. Now I know this person is definitely not my sister. "Have there been any days when you forgot and drew it on the wrong side?" I ask through a laugh, and turn to Mum, expecting shock, realization, betrayal, gratitude. But Mum is typically bullheaded, refusing to look at Carmen's mole-free face and barely meeting my eye, her face a mask of suppressed emotion. "Just leave her alone, Annabelle," she mutters, and pushes past me to the kitchen to put the kettle on. Always with the tea, a mask, a distraction, a band-aid in every circumstance. Still, not much can burst my good mood today. Progress, finally. I follow Mum into the kitchen, but not before I hear a journalist outside shouting, "Are you really the missing girl?" And I stifle a hysterical cackle of triumph. They're already asking all the right questions. Mum is already fussing around Carmen, putting the biscuit tin in front of her, sugar for the shock, and lining up mugs like tea can fix this. Nothing can fix this except a call to good old Edinburgh police. "I don't know why you're refusing to see this, Mum," I say, my tone jovial and balanced. I'm on such a high that I don't even need to convince Mum anymore. Soon the police and the papers will do that for me. But then something weird happens. Mum's body language shifts. It's subtle, but when you've lived one-on-one with someone for so long, even if you don't want to, you eventually learn their ways, their body language. And the shift is slight but telling. The tense set of her shoulders transforms into something open and strong. Her frown clears and is replaced with a look of blank determination, like a robot. She looks at me, her gaze unwavering, her smile wide and bland. "Annabelle," she says in a soft voice. My stomach curdles. I don't like this. Even Carmen looks up, a puzzled expression on her face. I should have seen it sooner. "Love, I'm so sorry." She reaches out and steps towards me, placing a hand on my arm and squeezing gently. I want to pull away, but I'm frozen to the spot. "It's okay," she croons at me. "This isn't your fault." "What are you—" But she shushes me, putting an arm around my shoulders and leading me out of the kitchen, away from fake Lydia's hunched form. As I leave the room, Carmen gives me a dirty look, as if she's jealous I'm getting Mum's attention now. We move into the hallway, towards the stairs. "Let's get you into bed, and I'll call the surgery." "What?" I pull my hand from her grasp, but she grabs me again. "I don't need a doctor. I'm fine." "Have you been taking your meds?" she says, her voice sickly sweet. "I know how easy it is to get out of your routine when you're feeling good, but that's the critical moment. When you're feeling good, you need to keep taking them, to stay feeling good. And when you stop, it comes back just as bad as before. Don't you remember them telling us that, I shake my head, as if to shake away the accusation. I don't take my meds because I don't need them. I've been fine for a long time. I've perhaps always been fine, although there's no point trying to convince Mum of this. I should have known. I should have guessed she'd do this. The closer to the truth, the harder things are to look at, and the easier it is to dismiss me as mentally ill. It's her last resort, and she's had it in her arsenal this whole time. I bet she's been telling Carmen all the stories about my past too, so she can undermine me when it's needed the most. All this time I'd seen Carmen as my obstacle. Just Carmen, not Mum too. I curse myself for not thinking this through. For not understanding how deeply and desperately Mum needs this to be Lydia, not an imposter. She needed her daughter back, and if she listens to me and believes me, then Lydia goes missing all over again, the danger comes back, and so does the limbo, the loneliness, the waiting for news. I get it, but I'm also the collateral damage. I finally have proof that this isn't Lydia, and she's still denying it. I'm so exhausted, but also so relieved. All I need to do is show the police the media photographs taken today on the doorstep, and compare them with the photographs of real Lydia from before she went missing, and everyone will see that they're not the same person. The imposter has no mole. The relief washes over me, and with it comes a deep exhaustion. My work is done. Nothing can take that away, and I can finally relax and rest for what feels like the first time since fake Lydia turned up on our doorstep a few weeks ago. For once, I don't resist Mum's attempts at what she believes is care. This is how she shows love, after all. I decide to let her take care of me. The idea of mind-altering medicine taking me away from this reality sounds quite nice. It's been a while since I've been ill or let myself get looked after. I know the truth. I know I'm totally fine, and that's what's important. Sometimes a battle isn't worth fighting. I let Mum tuck me into bed and give me an array of pills, some of which make my eyes flutter closed. Chapter 57. Wendy. As I watch Annabelle sleep, I am reminded of the long nights when she was a baby, checking her breathing, waking at the slightest sound, responding to her every need. I loved those baby years, feeling so loved and needed. The way her wee hand would grab my shirt in her fist, her cheek against my chest as she slept. Now she's spiky and angry a lot of the time, but when she sleeps, her face slackens, her frown disappears, and she looks so much like the adorable baby and sweet toddler she once was. Before the world took hold of her and hardened her. I wish she would let me care for her more. I have loved looking after Lydia, especially in the past couple of days, when she's really needed me. Last night she just wanted to cuddle into me on the sofa and watch TV, and let me give her endless tea and biscuits. And then the added bonus of caring for Annabelle too, bringing her meds and tucking her up in bed. Finally, I'm back to where I want to be, in my natural state, mothering, nurturing, caring. Annabelle and I have been distant since Lydia's return, but there were a few times over the years since Lydia went missing when Annabelle let me feel needed, and I treasured every one. Glandular fever, various hangovers, shingles. Her illnesses let us put aside our differences, and I could be her mother again. And today feels like that. I'm so glad she let me care for her. When she wakes, I'll call the GP, or perhaps... I open up my phone and type a few words into the search engine. Maybe the GP isn't enough this time. Maybe we need to go further, do something more extreme with the promise of long-term success. I'm deep into my research when I feel Annabelle stirring next to me. When I turn to her, her eyes are open and she's glaring at me, her brow furrowed and hatred in her eyes. "What are you doing?" she asks, her eyes flicking to my phone screen and back to me. I lock my phone. "Nothing, just waiting to see if you stirred. I thought I could make..." "Mental Health Act," she says, quoting some of the words she saw on my screen. She sits up in bed, her hair sticking up everywhere, and her eyeliner smudged under her bottom lids. "You're trying to get me sectioned." I hold out my hands in supplication. "I was just..." She throws back the covers and swings her legs around to touch the floor, but she doesn't stand up. She's silent for a moment, swaying, looking down at her feet. Of course, the pills. I put a hand on her shoulder, try to help her lie back down. "Those pills can make you feel a wee bit groggy. Best to rest. It'll fade soon. Maybe some food will help." But she shoves me off her, struggling to her feet and holding onto the mattress with one hand as she sways. She closes her eyes and takes a breath. "Come on, Annabelle, back in bed." I try to use a powerful, nurse-like tone, but Annabelle's not interested. She turns to me and opens her eyes. Get out of my room. I don't want you anywhere near me. Chapter 58. Annabelle. I fall asleep for 16 hours, and when I wake up, the photographers and journalists outside are gone, and it's as if nothing in the last couple of days happened at all. I vaguely remember waking up, seeing Mum's phone screen and blowing up at her, then falling back to sleep for another few hours. It was a risk to take the meds and let Mum look after me, but I'm glad I did. I wake up groggy, yes, but determined. That was the best sleep I've had in years, and now I'm ready for the next part of this fight. Because it is a fight, and I'm going to win. And I'll win before Mum can do anything to get me sectioned, although it's a race against time now. Once she's got an idea into her head, she won't stop until she's done it. And she has the means to get me sent away again. After all, she did it once before. As soon as I shake off the worst of the drowsiness, I get ready. I down an iced coffee from my mini fridge to expel the last bits of drowsiness. Then I find my red polo shirt from my brief stint working in a seaside diner a couple of summers ago, some practical trousers and a shoulder bag. I take a brief look at the news, but there doesn't seem to be any stories yet about Lydia's return. Then I head out of the house through the back door without seeing Carmen or Mum. Good. I don't want to have to explain my whereabouts to them. An hour south on the train, the weather is brighter than in Edinburgh, but the old house still looks run down and neglected, even in the spring sunshine. I ring the doorbell once and hammer on the door for good measure. Someone comes quicker this time, and when the door creaks open, it's a guy about my age, his eyes narrow and untrusting, stubble across his wide jaw. "Yes," he says, hostility in his voice. I put on my most winning smile. "Package for Carmen?" His eyes cloud. "There's no Carmen here." There's something exhilarating about improvising. Undeterred, I carry on. "Do you have a forwarding address?" "Nope." He moves to close the door. I squash my toes into the door again, prepared this time. "Look, there's no package." He stops, his head tilting. He'd be handsome if he didn't look so run down and tired. "I'm here to find out about Carmen. She's in my house, and she's not who she says she is." He gives out a mirthful laugh. "You've got that right. Look, I'm not interested in getting involved. It took us long enough to get rid of her, and she's not welcome here. In fact, you tell her from me that we'll call the police the second she tries to come back. The stuff she left behind will go out with the bins." "Can I just ask?" "No, she's done enough. You're lucky my sister's not here. She's even more angry than I am. What did Carmen leave behind? I could take it for her if—" He closes the door in my face. On a final, last-ditch impulse, I scrawl my name and number on a piece of scrap paper, along with a note saying I'm looking for more information on Carmen, and I shove it through the letterbox. At first, as I walk back along the lane towards the train station, I feel dejected. The second visit I've made and the same result, sent away with no information. But I realize actually that's not true. My pace picks up, and there's a skip in my step as I walk the rest of the way, heading home. I've got all the information I need. Chapter 59. Annabelle. As I open the front door, I hear Mum singing in the kitchen. I stand silently in the hallway for a moment, listening to snatches of lyrics that float towards me. The Carpenters, Top of the World. She's always had a good voice, but I realize as I stand here that I haven't heard her sing in years, not since before Lydia disappeared. My throat swells with a mixture of happiness and loss. I want Mum to be happy, and it's nice to see the change in her in recent weeks, but I'm furious that the change has come from an imposter, and that at some point soon, everything will come crashing down. We're going to end up worse than before. Everything Mum wanted was dangled in front of her face, and soon it'll be taken away. I shove my keys in the basket by the door and hang up my coat. As I'm removing my shoes, Mum's singing falters. When I turn, she's standing in the kitchen doorway, a half-smile on her face. "How are you feeling?" she asks, her voice all sweet concern. "I hope the effects of the pills have worn off. It's almost time to take your meds." I shake my head. I'm finally thinking clearly after a groggy start as yesterday's doses wore off. I'm not interested in escapism anymore. Not now. There's stuff to do. There's no time to argue. about medicine. "It's time to call the police, Mum," I say, sitting down at the table. Her eyes flick to the door, but Lydia is in the living room, noise from the TV obscuring our conversation. She nods. "I agree. They need to start investigating who took her, looking into that house where she was held captive. She's getting her memories back now." I stop her with an outstretched hand. "No, that's not what I mean." I take a deep breath and try to keep my tone steady, my voice calm. "This isn't Lydia. We need to call the police to report that she's an imposter." Mum's silent for a moment as she processes what I've said. I watch her expression change from a happy, open half-smile to resigned irritation, her mouth thinning as she purses her lips. She closes her eyes for a second, and I know she's rolling her eyes. She takes a breath, steeling herself. "Annabelle, leave the police to me. You focus on getting back to full health. Paranoia is a key symptom of your illness, and if we manage it with meds, you'll be back to your old self in no time." My face grows hot, and I relax my balled fists, trying to stay calm. How many times do I have to tell her I'm fine? There's nothing wrong with me. She opens her mouth to say something, but I talk over her, my voice louder than intended. "I've been to the house she told you about, the one she was supposedly trapped in. They want to call the police, Mum. She's not welcome there. Whoever she is, whatever she did, she's dangerous. She's not Lydia." Mum flinches. I know she wants to walk away from me, to pretend it's not true. "Of course it's Lydia. How would she know to come to our address if she wasn't? The media never reported our address. How would she know everything about our family, her childhood?" I feel like a broken record, but I must keep trying. I stand up and lean forward, looking Mum right in the eye and trying to show her how serious this is. "Don't you think it's strange that everybody wants to call the police except her? It's because she's a criminal. She's tricking you. She's not your daughter." I can see the little red veins threading across the whites of her eyes as she stares back at me, unblinking. Her breath grazes my cheek, and I realize I'm being too intense. This isn't the way. I step back to give us both some breathing space. Her words come quickly, as if pushed from her body by an unseen force. "You're unwell, Annabelle, and I know that with mentally ill patients you're supposed to let them hold on to their beliefs if they're not receptive to reason, but—" I scoff and throw my hands in the air in frustration. Mum recoils as if I might hit her. I lower my hands and take another step back. My insistence isn't helping here, but nor is Mum's intentional misinterpretation of my every action. I swallow hard, trying to get rid of my frustration. She lays her palms flat on the table, smoothing them over the wood. "I'm not going to pretend for you, Annabelle. Not when Lydia has already been the victim. I'm not letting you accuse her like this, re-victimize her like this. Can you imagine how it must feel, going through what she's been through, and then coming home and having your own sister not believe you? She's your sister, Annabelle. She loves you. All she wants is your support." I close my eyes and feel my brow crumple. I can't tell her how much I wish the girl sitting in the next room was Lydia. She'd be watching a rerun of Friends. I'd be right next to her on that sofa, the two of us, surrounded by chocolate wrappers and half-drunk cups of tea, laughing at Chandler's slapstick moves and wishing Monica and Richard could have found a way to stay together. I loved my sister, but I also liked her. She was my friend, and no one can understand how it feels to be told, "She's back. You should be happy. Be grateful. Love her," when this isn't her. I still miss her, just as much as before. More so, maybe. Well, just like Mum, I'm not going to pretend either. I can't, and I won't. "Fine, Mum. Believe what you want." I head to the kitchen door, defeated and lost. But as I fold my fingers around the door handle, I straighten my shoulders. I decide to give it one last try, this time with some empathy and a softer tone. "I know you want Lydia back, Mum. You want her back so much that you've let this criminal convince you. You're overlooking the facts so that it can fit what you want. I love Lydia too. I want her back as well, but I know this isn't her." Mum's silent for a moment, and then she just shakes her head. "Oh, Annabelle," she says with a sigh, "I'm sad you've ended up back here. I think we should call a doctor." My fingers tighten around the door handle. I can feel my grip on Patience slipping. "The police, Mum. We should call the police." I get out my phone and start to dial, but Mum puts a hand on my arm. "Not like this. We'll call the police when Lydia consents, and they will help find her kidnappers, and the people responsible will be prosecuted. We can't waste police time with wild theories." I glance down at her hand on my arm, and then back at Mum, whose eyes are glinting like she's planning something. She's enjoying this. She's never going to call the police because it'll mean sharing Lydia with other people. And as much as she loves attention, my mum loves being needed just as much. I tug the phone away, lock the screen and slide it roughly into my pocket before Mum can take it. I'm isolated enough as it is, without my only communication channel being confiscated on the pretext of helping me or something else ridiculous. "Fine, call the police on her terms. I don't care anymore." Relief floods Mum's features. I know she's still terrified of losing Lydia again. I feel a little stab of guilt about the media tip-off, but I push it down. Enough. I don't need her to believe. I don't need anyone. I'm enough, and it's time to start living for myself. You know what? I'm finally free, no matter what you believe. I stuck around here for years in case Lydia came back, and she did, except this isn't Lydia. You're letting a dangerous criminal sleep in your daughter's bed. If you go along with this pretense, you're stopping the police looking for where Lydia really is. And moreover, I don't think this imposter has any idea where Lydia might be. She's just a boring old con artist. She's your sister, Mum says, her voice sad. She's not, but I don't say it this time. I think again about what it would feel like to watch Friends with Lydia right now, to have her back. And I realize that feeling is what Mum has right now, by choosing to believe it's Lydia in the other room. I understand why she wants that, and why she's decided to believe it. I really do. I have to save myself. I can't trust Mum anymore, not while she's trying to imply I'm mentally unwell. And I definitely can't trust the imposter in this house, the criminal who sleeps in the room across the hallway. I can't live here anymore. I'm not living under the same roof with someone I can't trust, with a confidence trickster who preys on crime victims. She's inhuman, and I can't put myself in danger anymore. You shouldn't either, but I can't get through to you, so that's your decision. But when she attacks you, or steals from you, or hurts you in some way, I want you to remember this. I want you to know that I was right. And I turn and exit the room. An hour later, I leave through the front door carrying a suitcase, with Mac secure on the lead in my other hand. I don't say goodbye. Chapter 60. Wendy. As soon as I hear the front door click closed behind Annabelle, suitcase in hand, Mac's lead in the other, the whole house breathes a sigh of relief. I wander into the living room, and Lydia looks up from staring at the TV, hollow-eyed and pale. "Everything okay?" she says in a tense voice. This morning she's skittish and jumpy, no doubt triggered by the media presence outside, although there are only a couple of stragglers left now. I'm tempted to give her some of Annabelle's meds to calm her down, but at the moment she seems to be coping with tea and TV, the news repeating the same stories, but none of them breaking the news of Lydia's return. Thank goodness. I know things would be easier if I'd played along and agreed with Annabelle, pretended I believe too that Lydia is some kind of cuckoo in our nest. But I can't do that. Not when my lovely Lydia is suffering so much because of Annabelle's mental health struggles. Being a parent means making hard choices, and this is a choice I'm being forced to make. Protecting Lydia and hurting Annabelle in the process. I pick up the remote and pause her show. Her gaze snaps up. Annabelle has moved out. I try to instill some sadness into my tone. She is Lydia's sister, after all, and underneath it all, Annabelle is still my wee girl. She's funny and clever and sharp and interesting, and no amount of mental illness can take that away. I'll just keep loving her and supporting her when she needs me, and I'm sure Lydia will do the same. Lydia sits up, her body language eager. What? She's packed a bag and gone, not sure where, but I think she meant it. And I know she's unwell, but maybe she'll end up getting help wherever she goes. She certainly wouldn't accept it from me, but maybe if someone else sees that she's in distress, they can get her the help she needs. Lydia tries to mask the look of relief on her face, but I know her well enough by now to tell how she's feeling. Even while she was gone, I still knew her and held her in my heart. Sometimes people need to hit their rock bottom before they can start to help themselves, and maybe this is what Annabelle needs to get to her bottom. I sit down next to her and put a hand on her leg. I feel her tense and then relax, as if she has to get used to my touch before she can accept it. Poor thing, still battling past traumas. The doorbell rings, and as I leave the room I see Lydia press play on the TV once more, watching the news cycle and praying there are no stories about her. On the doorstep is a weasel-like man wearing a battered leather jacket, a dictaphone in his hand. "Mrs. Timpson?" he asks in a nasal voice. "Wendy? Lydia's mother?" I freeze, unable to respond. He holds out the recorder like a pistol in a duel. "Any comments to make on the return of your daughter? Why haven't you contacted the police?" I take a step back as if he has an infectious disease. "Look, you want your side of things out there. I can only print what I've got, and right now, silence can look like guilt. Do you want that?" The tip of his tongue flicks out to lick his lips like a lizard. My hands shaking and my breath caught in my throat, I slam the door in his face with a mumbled, "No comment." Through the closed door I can hear he's still shouting, "We can run this story without your input, but you won't like how it looks. Online speculation is already ramping up. You won't be able to correct any inaccuracies unless you make a comment." I shuffle back to the living room, shell-shocked. I can't tell Lydia. I need to get her away before these stories start to break. I need her with me. She can't disappear again. She glances at me and I plaster a smile across my face. "So," I say, and trail off, slumping next to her on the sofa. I just need to breathe. In, out, that's all, and keep going. "So now it's just you and me," she says, a half smile on her face. "Making up for lost time," I say with a nod, squeezing her leg lightly. "I tell you what, it's such a nice day. I wonder if you'd like to go for a drive with me. Down the coast to North Berwick, see the Bass Rock and all the seabirds. You used to love it there when you were younger. Do you remember?" She nods vaguely, and soon we're in the car, companionably sharing boiled sweets and listening to the radio as we speed past hills and fields along the coast. I find myself reminiscing as I drive, and decide that it won't do any harm to remind her of more childhood stories. You probably remember it a wee bit, but when you weren't feeling well enough to go to school, but were well enough to get out of bed, you used to get pretty restless and sad, missing your friends and wishing you were well. It would always cheer you up if we went for a drive, and sometimes we'd visit the Scottish Seabird Centre if you were feeling up to it. It made me feel better about you skipping so much school, you know, if you were getting a bit of education too." She smiles and nods and sucks on her sweets, staring out of the window and looking content. We spend a lovely day wandering through North Berwick's winding streets and finish with fish and chips, looking out across the azure blue sea. We leave our phones in the car, so there's no risk of breaking news stories to wreck our peace. When we get home, I feel that level of deep tiredness in my bones. We've been outside in the fresh air, we're well fed, and we've spent the day in good company, relaxed and happy. We put a film on the television and snuggle up under a blanket, and halfway through the movie I make us special hot chocolates, my own recipe. A pinch of chili and some herbs to relax us and help us sleep even better. I know Lydia's had trouble sleeping since she returned home, but I expect tonight she'll have no trouble at all. We watch the film, and I observe her from the corner of my eye as she takes small sips of the hot chocolate, closing her eyes slightly and savouring every mouthful. She seems calm, and before the credits roll, her eyelids are already floating closed. "So tired," she mumbles, standing up from the sofa and stumbling slightly. "I need to go to bed." I smile at her, so happy that my daughter is home, so grateful that she's okay, that we can spend this quality time together, delighted that she's about to get some good rest and wake feeling fresh tomorrow, ready for another day together, the two of us. "It's been a lovely day," I say, pausing the film and turning off the TV. "I'm feeling quite tired myself, so maybe we can finish watching tomorrow night." "Sweet dreams," I say, blowing her a kiss as she shuffles out of the door. I listen to her footsteps ascending the stairs, and I sigh with happiness. I've got everything I wanted. Chapter 61. Annabelle. I close my eyes and grit my teeth as I walk up the path towards Torben's front door, Mac tip-tapping along beside me with his tail wagging. I don't want to do this. I don't want to ask for his help again. Everyone I have ever known has left or let me down. Lydia, Dad, Torben. As soon as things get hard for me, there's no one there. But I have no one else, and I hate it. It feels so undignified. He's shown me over and over that he doesn't want to be friends, that he won't help. And yet here I am again, holding my begging bowl, desperate for scraps. When he opens the door, he stands there looking at me. His eyes search my face. You okay? I draw in a breath. It's time, and it's going to be difficult. I've been isolated for years, stuck in my own head, unable to think about other people. But this is Torben, my friend. I know him, and I know what he's been through. It's time to show him I'm not as self-absorbed as I seem. I know it must have been awful after Lydia disappeared. She was your friend too. I'm sorry you were blamed. I'm sorry about the rumors. His brow clears as he listens to me, and I realize I should have said this so long ago, years ago. We could have been friends. We've lost so much time. All he wanted was someone to understand what he'd been through, just like me. It's why I developed this hard shell around me. If I didn't let people in, I couldn't get hurt again. And Torben's just the same. I know you had nothing to do with Lydia going missing. I knew it all along. I should have done something, should have said something. Annabelle, he cuts me off, this isn't your fault, okay? Your sister was missing, your dad left, and your mum was, well, a nightmare. I laugh. Of course you didn't have the headspace to run around defending me. I don't blame you. He unfolds his arms and leans against the doorframe, his body language relaxing as we're open with each other for the first time in 6 years. He needed to be seen, to see that I understood, that I was looking out for him too. And, in his defense, until recently, I wasn't looking out for anyone but myself. I just needed to protect myself. No one else will. I nod. I understand. We're more similar than I realized, bruised in the same ways. He reaches out for the door and opens it wider. Want to come inside? I open my mouth and close it again, my eyes flicking into the house behind him. I can't find the words to ask for what I need, not when he's rejected me so many times. What? He says, a smile playing on his lips. He rolls his eyes, a laugh in his voice. What do you want, Annabelle? From the spare room in Torben's house, I have a great view of Mum and Lydia's comings and goings. I got lucky. Torben's parents have gone back to Denmark to visit family, so it's not too disruptive that I showed up on his doorstep with Mac in tow. He even, at a push, seemed quite pleased to see me, although he tried to make it seem like it was Mac he was excited to welcome. No funny business, he says, leaning against the doorframe and watching with his arms folded as I unpack my bag and occasionally peek out of the window, keeping an eye on the house. For a moment, I think he's implying I might try to shag him or something, but he quickly clarifies. You can stay, but I don't want you doing any weird espionage stuff. No breaking into their house in the middle of the night and getting the police called. And I certainly don't want to be involved. I give him a thumbs up. Gotcha, I say, even though he's pretty close to accurate on the extent of my plans. The thing is, as much as I'm not Mum's biggest fan, she's alone in the house with a criminal. I still don't know what fake Lydia wants from us, but at least I'm nearby if she ends up hacking Mum to death with an axe or whatever. He rolls his eyes and pushes off the doorframe, taking a couple of steps down the hallway before he turns back and pokes his head back into the room. Don't get too comfortable. My parents are back in 3 days, and I don't want to explain why you're here, so that's how long you've got before you'll have to move on. I nod, stung. Nice to see you too, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I could help, he adds, which makes me feel a little better. It would be difficult to explain this situation from the beginning to people as normal and sensible as Torben's parents. They'd probably try to get me sectioned too. I chuckle as I think about it, imagining Mum joining forces with Torben's parents and comparing notes on how mentally ill I am. I listen to his footsteps as he heads back downstairs. Look at me now, Mum, I say to the house across the road, feeling crazier by the second. I left all my medicines at home. If I'm going to lose it, now's the time. And I laugh, long and hard. My strange hysteria moment is interrupted by my phone ringing, and I glance at the house one more time, as if expecting to see Mum standing there, her phone to her ear. But no, it's not Mum. Unknown number, the phone display reads. Hello? There's a moment's silence and I almost hang up, but something makes me stay on the line. Is that Annabelle? The voice says, emotion making it shake. I grip the phone harder. This is it, a voice tells me. This is the breakthrough you've been looking for. Yes, I breathe, as if being too loud or enthusiastic might scare the caller away, like a startled deer. My name is Marcy. I hear you've been looking for information about Carmen. Marcy. My body goes completely still, and my ears begin to ring. Is this the person who sent me the email? Sender, M. I grip the phone even harder. Yes, she's living in my mum's house right now. We should meet. Now. Chapter 62. Annabelle. As soon as I step into the darkness, my instincts are on fire. It's a warm day, the sun is strong and there's a light breeze. But inside the tunnel, it's dark, damp and cold. Water drips from the roof, and the orange-hued lights running down the center of the rounded ceiling illuminate the walls, revealing murals and graffiti on every available space of the walls, even the slick ceiling. It's an old railway tunnel at the foot of Arthur's Seat, carved through the rock to link St Leonard's to Duddingston, originally built to provide a coal route into the city. It's now just a long, dark path used by walkers and cyclists, the railway line long gone. I've been here before as a child, hooting and yelling to hear the echo. Now, as an adult, my footsteps echo off the walls, and I feel no joy in the noises bouncing back to reach my ears, only fear that my own sounds might drown out those of a pursuer. Next to me, Mac's claws click, click on the concrete floor. He trots alongside me, happy on the lead and delighted to be somewhere new, sticking his nose in all the unfamiliar scents. I'll meet you in the innocent railway tunnel. Come alone and head to the middle, Marcy had said. I'm 5 minutes early. I stand awkwardly in the tunnel, not able to sit on the damp concrete or lean against the slick walls. In the end, I settle for standing to the side, with my hands in my pockets, humming to myself to break the oppressive silence. Water drips on my head and shoulders, no matter where I stand. Mac whines, tugging against the lead, trying to lead us back the way we came. I pull a couple of treats from my pocket and make him do tricks for them, a nice diversion for us both while I wait. I check my phone and see there's no signal down here deep under the hill. The moment the minute hand on my watch clicks around to 1/2 the hour, a figure appears at the far end of the tunnel, an anonymous, dark silhouette against the sunshine outside. My stomach twists with nerves. What am I doing here? Why didn't I bring help? Torben had offered to come with me, but I could tell he didn't mean it. Hosting me in his house and getting involved in this mess when he never wanted to be anywhere near it again. That's enough. I couldn't humiliate myself further. The figure pauses, watching me. I feel so exposed. Backlit as they are, they can see me, but I can't see anything of them except their outline. After a moment, the figure shifts, and he or she begins walking towards me, their stride purposeful and unhurried. My palms grow slick with sweat, and I grip Mac's lead tighter in my fist. My stomach burns with fear. I've been so stupid, I realize, chastising myself. I'm here alone based on an anonymous phone call. Yes, the caller said she had information about Carmen. But why should I believe that? It's as likely that it could be someone who knows her, a co-conspirator. Or this could be someone involved in real Lydia's kidnapping, someone who doesn't like the questions I'm asking, who doesn't want anyone to find out the truth about what happened to my sister 6 years ago. I could be meeting with a murderer. This is so stupid. Whoever it is about 1/4 of the way along the tunnel now, their features still obscured by the light behind them. I squint, thinking that it looks like they're wearing a black beanie hat pulled low over their brow, a hood pulled up over that. I can't see their face. Can't even see if it's a man or a woman. Mac whines and pulls at his lead, trying to pull me towards the figure. No. All my instincts say this is wrong. I shouldn't be here. I need to leave. I turn away from the figure, towards the opposite end of the tunnel, and I start to run. Chapter 63. Annabelle. My feet slam against the concrete floor of the tunnel, and my breath echoes in my ears, bouncing off the tunnel walls as I try to get away. There's a shout from behind me, and a glance over my shoulder tells me that the figure is running too, their feet pounding on the tunnel floor. Mac stops to sniff something, and I yank him away with a shout of his name, and he trots alongside me with a playful expression. He's always loved running alongside me, and he has no idea of the danger we're in. Another glance behind me, and I can see that the figure is catching up. They're faster than me, and Mac keeps stopping to look behind us, sniffing the air, before a tug on his lead brings him back to my heels. "Wait!" the voice shouts, but I don't. I won't. Not until I'm out in the bright sunlight, where there might be witnesses and phone signal. Mac stops again, and this time I drop the lead to the tunnel floor and run. I hate leaving him behind, but I can't risk my life so he can sniff stale dog pee. He'll catch up. I run at top speed until I get into the open air. Out in the sunshine, I see hikers on the trails snaking up Arthur's Seat, cyclists on the path heading towards the tunnel, and a mother with a baby in a pram sitting on a bench nearby. It's a normal Tuesday, and all these people are out and about doing normal things. I'm safe. And now I realize I've massively overreacted, and I've run away from the first and only real lead I've been given in this Lydia mystery. Not only that, but I've abandoned Mac in the process. Lydia's dog. I've only just got him back. What an absolute idiot. I hear a squeak from the tunnel, and fear strikes my heart. Mac. If that stranger has hurt him, I'll never forgive myself. I step back into the tunnel, holding a hand over my eyes to peer through the gloom. "Mac!" I shout, but all I hear is my own voice echoed back at me. I can't see the figure. There's no sign of the dog. They've taken Mac. Chapter 64. Wendy. "Are you okay? You look terrible," I say, standing up from my seat at my laptop on the dining table and rushing over to Lydia where she stands in the doorway, still in her pajamas. She staggers into the kitchen, hair everywhere, face an alarming white, with dark circles under her eyes. She looks exhausted. She shakes her head, and I place a hand on her forehead. "You're burning up." I lead her to a dining chair and help her sit down. "Do you think you could stomach some breakfast?" She looks nauseated as she shakes her head again. "What a shame," I say, and I mean it. We were just getting into our stride of things, and I was looking forward to another day together creating memories. I was also planning to float the idea of calling the police today to report her return. It's been 3 weeks now, and that should be enough. But looking at her today, I know I have to scale back my plans and my expectations. A few more days won't change anything. Perhaps she hasn't got over her childhood illnesses quite as much as she led us to believe. To an extent, this is a relief. It felt strange to me that a child as sick as Lydia could end up as robust and healthy as this adult who returned home. I had wondered whether she'd received some specialist medical care while she'd been away, and if she had, I needed to know so I could ensure she could still access the same treatment if she needed it. Now, I wonder if her body was in survival mode while she was missing, suppressing her illnesses to keep her safe while she tried to get home to her family. And now that she's back, she can relax and her illnesses will come flooding back. You know, like some women's bodies won't get pregnant when they're under extreme stress. Maybe it's a similar phenomenon. And you know, a level of stress, adrenaline and fear that represses normal allergies and illnesses is probably as unhealthy as the allergies and illnesses themselves. So maybe it's a good thing that Lydia is getting sick, a sign that she's settling in, recovering from her trauma, ready soon to recover memories and speak to the authorities. But enough of that for now. It's time to care for my sick daughter. I bustle about the kitchen, making her a honey and lemon drink, giving her a selection of medications to help lower her elevated body temperature. Anti-inflammatories, decongestants, you name it. With this cocktail, you'll feel better in no time, I say, sloshing a little whiskey into the honey lemon drink and sliding it across the table to her alongside her wee collection of pills. This should knock her out for a couple of hours, and she'll wake up so refreshed, I know it. She smiles weakly at me. I stand up, grabbing her mug in one hand and her pills in the other. "Come on," I say, in a cheerful yet commanding voice that wouldn't sound out of place on a school matron or a nurse. I would have made a good nurse, I think, not for the first time. I escort her back to her room and make sure she's got enough tissues, water, and magazines to keep her comfortable and entertained. "I'll bring you up some breakfast when you're feeling peckish," I say, as I hover in the doorway, watching her, making sure she's comfortable. "Have you got everything you need?" She nods and gives another wee smile. "It's probably just a summer cold," she says quietly, her voice sounding rough and raspy in her throat. "I'm sure I'll feel better if I sleep it off. I don't need anything else." I stay in her doorway and she says, "Thank you for everything. You're looking after me so well." Her eyelids start to flutter, and I tiptoe from the room, making sure her door is slightly open so I can hear if she calls out for me. I head downstairs and back to my laptop. I've been so absent from my social accounts lately that my followers have started to get a wee bit restless and antsy. There are concerned comments and DMs. "We miss you. Hope you're okay and taking some much-needed time for yourself. Sending love and strength. No need to explain, just know we're thinking of you, X. Please take all the time you need. Your community is here when you're ready." Then there are the curious and well-meaning, yet needy. "Anyone know if she's okay? Haven't seen a post in ages and I'm worried. It's been 3 weeks. Any updates on Lydia's case? It's not like Wendy to go this long without an update post. Are you okay? I've been checking your page every day and I'm starting to panic." Finally, there are the speculative and intrusive ones, the followers who think they own me. Maybe she's offline because there's been a breakthrough. Anyone else think that? Do you think the silence means the police found Lydia's body? Just wondering. Funny how she goes quiet after all those brand deals. Hope this isn't about money. If you care so much about your daughter, why the sudden silence? You built this platform on your daughter's case and now you're not even updating us. Not okay. Are you done now that the influencer thing paid off? Some of us actually care. Those last messages have at least elicited impassioned replies from my more loyal followers, reminding them that I'm a human being, not a content machine, and that I've been through hell and deserve a break. Lots of #BeKind, which I appreciate even if it's generally ineffectual. Part of me feels a little guilty for neglecting them. I'm grateful for their concern and support. I've got a solid and loyal band of followers across multiple platforms, and I don't take that for granted. They're invested in my story and Lydia's return. But another part of me resents their sense of ownership over me and my life. I owe them nothing. Why do they feel entitled to updates? I open up a new post and start to draft an update about Lydia's return. The one I've wanted to write since I opened my front door to find Lydia standing on my doorstep. I know I can't post it yet, but there's no harm in saving it to my drafts until it's the right time. I love writing this post. After all, I've been dreaming about sharing this news for years. Just like when Lydia first returned, I let myself imagine what will happen once I press publish. The interviews with national press, daytime television, magazines. I might even get invited somewhere as an expert in missing persons cases. After all, I've helped others while I've been on my journey too. Maybe some loyal follower will set up a GoFundMe to help Lydia get back on her feet, and there's always the possibility that it might go viral and break records. This might be the next step in my influencing career, and perhaps could even lead to a job. Charity ambassador, perhaps? Maybe I'd even get an MBE, or more. Dame Wendy Timpson does have a ring to it. I'm giving the post a final read-through when I hear a noise from upstairs. Lydia must be stirring. Perhaps she needs something. I save my work and close my laptop, creeping soundlessly up the stairs in case I've misheard and Lydia is having some much-needed sleep. But when I reach her bedroom, I see that her door is wide open, her bedclothes thrown back and her bed empty. I frown. Down the hallway, the bathroom door is open. She's not in there. I turn around, listening. There's a noise from inside Annabelle's room. I open the door slowly, silently. Annabelle's wardrobe door is open, and Lydia is crouched down, searching through Annabelle's stuff. "Lydia?" She freezes and rises to her feet. She's been looking through Annabelle's box of old artwork, the one she keeps in the bottom of her wardrobe. I'm not sure what she was looking for, but I decide to go in casually so as not to set her on edge. "You're looking a bit brighter. Did you get some sleep?" She nods. Is everything okay? She rearranges her look to slight discomfort. Sorry, I was looking for something I'd lost.
Wondered if Annabelle took it.
Maybe I can help. What were you looking for? Painkillers, she says after a slight pause, rubbing her head. I've got a bit of a headache. You poor thing, I say, beckoning her into the hallway. She closes the wardrobe and follows me into her bedroom. Get yourself back into bed. Let's get you rested up. If it's the flu, you'll need all the sleep you can get. We don't want it turning nasty. I tell her about a former colleague of mine who had a heart attack because he went running while still recovering from the flu. You don't mess with viral illnesses. I tuck her into bed this time, securing the blankets at each side of the mattress so she's tightly bound to her bed. It's like a weighted blanket. She'll have to wrench it from under herself to get out. I always sleep the best when I'm this tightly tucked, I say to her in a sing-song voice.
She takes a deep breath and settles into the pillows, a contented look on her face.
Can I bring you anything else? I ask. A snack or the TV if you want to watch some shows? She shakes her head. I'm going to try and get more rest. I'm so tired today. So I make sure the curtains are closed against the midday sun, turn out the light, and creep downstairs, leaving her to sleep. In a bit, I'll pop out to the shops and collect more medicine, and perhaps some ingredients for chicken soup. I think as I descend the stairs a skip in my step. I love that I can care for Lydia again. I love that I'm needed. I'm so grateful she's home. Chapter 65. Annabelle. What are you doing? An angry voice shouts at me. I'm crouched by the side of the path, catching my breath and trying to work out what to do. If I'm honest, I'm panicking, no use to anyone. I've lost Lydia's dog, I keep thinking, the thoughts circling around and around. Again, I don't want to go back into that tunnel.
Not in the dark. But I need to get Mac back.
You left your dog. I look up to the angry voice, and I see my pursuer emerge from the tunnel, hood still up around their face and a black scarf pulled over their mouth. To my surprise, they're holding Mac, his furry body clutched against the stranger's chest. I stand up, the surprise of it rendering me mute. Mac's not a friendly dog usually. He hates strangers. If he hadn't been missing when Mum hosted her friends, we would have had to trap him in one of the upstairs bedrooms for the duration of the party, so he didn't drive everyone nuts by barking at them every 30 seconds. So it's a shock to see him in a stranger's arms, seeming almost comfortable. The stranger walks up to me and puts Mac at my feet, handing me the lead. They push back their hood to reveal long hair so black it's almost blue. She pulls down her bulky scarf to reveal straight teeth and snow-white skin.
She looks a bit like Wednesday Addams, I think to myself.
Thanks, I mutter as I take the lead. What the heck were you thinking, running away like that? You were meant to meet me. We arranged to meet. She looks at me, her expression stern behind thick-rimmed glasses. She shakes her head slightly in disapproval, and a thrill of anger sifts through me. Why did we have to meet in the middle of a murder tunnel? We're not spies. I spit,
unable to hide my frustration at being set up to fail like this.
Now that we're both outside in the daylight, and she's been revealed to be a normal woman not far from my own age, I feel even stupider for freaking out like I did. But in my defense, my experience of the world recently has been a little unusual, and I could be forgiven for not trusting everything on first impressions. She shrugs and looks down at Mac, her mouth rising at one corner. Whatever. We've met now. I'm Marcy.
You must be Annabelle.
She puts both hands in her pockets, as if to make the point that she has no intention of shaking my hand or making any formal introductions except for names. And that's fine with me. I'm not looking for friends. So, you're looking for your sister, Linda? Lydia, I correct her. Right, and you think someone is impersonating her? Carmen, yes. And I explain about Lydia going missing 6 years ago
and her triumphant return, followed by my suspicions that she wasn't Lydia after all.
I talk quickly until I get to the part about hacking Carmen's laptop and finding the email from M. She nods. My brother wants nothing further to do with Carmen, even if it means getting the police involved. He says she's taken enough. Even calling the police and being involved in a court case, if it got that far, would be taking more. I get that. And you? I assume you sent her the email, threatening to report her to the police. Her cheeks flush. She's preying on innocent families, and she's probably been doing it for years. In your case, it's people who are already victims, already grieving. I don't want her to do this to other people. Did she do it to you too? I ask, my mouth falling open. She pretended to be a missing person from your family. Marcy laughs. She sees my scowl and grins, which annoys me further. I didn't ask you to be here, by the way. You called me. If you remember, I say, my voice dripping with snark. Okay, sorry. But I do love the idea of a serial impersonator. How many Edinburgh families have missing children that she could impersonate? Statistically, that's quite unlikely. Not just Edinburgh, then. I don't know where she's been before. Do you? I tug Mac's lead and walk away to a bench by the side of the cycle path. Marcy follows and sits next to me, at least 2 feet of bench between us. A cyclist whizzes by, and I tug Mac towards me so he's not in the way, and he settles himself under the bench behind Marcy's legs. She reaches down and pats his head, and he lets her. He likes you, I say, nodding down at Mac. She smiles. Dogs always do. A good sign for my character. I don't say anything. I'm not a big fan of her character so far. So? I ask, my tone more aggressive than I intended. Right, I'll tell you the story from the beginning. My family are quite unusual. My dad inherited the house from an uncle, and it's a big house. A mansion, even though we don't have the money for it. So, when their own kids were little, my parents realized they had enough space and money to offer a home to kids who needed it, and my parents became foster carers. The extra income helped with upkeep for the house. They were official fosterers at first, but as the years passed it became a little unofficial, as more and more people heard about them. Occasionally, a runaway would turn up wanting a home for a couple of months while they got on their feet, that kind of thing. And Mum was happy to help, until... She looks down at her feet, her proud expression souring. Until Carmen, I prompt, and she nods slowly. From the beginning, we all knew Carmen was different. The usual waifs and strays turned up, with nothing but a bin bag full of clothes hastily shoved inside, or an old backpack with a few treasured items. Carmen showed up with a Birkin bag and a Jack Wills holdall full of designer clothes. She pauses as a woman walks by pushing a pram, her eyes following the woman until she's out of earshot. I think back to the battered backpack Carmen showed up with and muse on the differing approach she used at our place. Perhaps she tries a different style of comm at each location. While I muse, Marcy continues. We all knew she wasn't like the rest, but Mum was convinced that everyone deserves help and we shouldn't judge. Then things started going missing. I shake my head, thinking of my own mum alone in the house with Carmen right now. We were pretty sure she was selling things on for money, but she was clever about it and always had a good excuse or a teary story to absolve her of any blame or crime. She's clever, I'll give her that. It all came to a head when a pair of my uncle's antique muskets disappeared. They were from the English Civil War and worth a lot of money. I think she thought no one would notice for ages, and that she'd be long gone when we finally opened that storage box. But she didn't know that my parents were having money troubles again and had started selling off some antiques. Straight away, everyone knew it was her. We had no proof, so we had to ask her to leave. And as she was leaving, we're pretty sure more stuff went missing along with her. So she's a con artist and a thief. Yep. Did she do anything else? She laughs again, although there's no amusement there. Isn't that enough? I roll my eyes. I'll be glad to get away from this girl, with her smug, I know more than you attitude. Since when was it something to be proud of that your family was conned before someone else's? Ridiculous. What I mean is, I say slowly, enunciating every word as if she's only got half a brain, could she be dangerous? Would she hurt someone who tried to stop her? Marcy doesn't say anything at first, leaning down to pet Mac, who rolls onto his back to show his stomach. She's alone in the house with my mother right now, and she knows I'm close to working out who she is. Marcy grips my arm and I freeze. Don't leave your mum alone with her. Her fingers squeeze, and my skin breaks out in goose pimples despite the warmth of the day. Her eyes bore into mine, her expression intense. Her eyes flicked to the side before connecting with mine again. After he discovered the muskets were missing, Dad fell down the stairs and broke his leg. I peer into her face, trying to parse out the unsaid. You think she pushed him? She shrugs. I guess her quota of helpfulness has been exceeded, I think, wryly. All I'm saying is that I made sure she was gone before I left my mother alone in the house again. And the only reason we didn't call the police was because she'd scrubbed her room so clean that we knew they'd find no trace of her true identity, and no proof she'd even ever been there. Unsurprisingly, we're pretty certain Carmen isn't her real name, and nor is Lydia. If you want to keep your life, your house, your mum, you need to act, and you need to act fast. She stands up and starts to walk away. Bye then, I say, sarcasm dripping from my tone. She turns back to me and points a finger in my face. Make sure you've got proof of what she's been doing, and take it to the police. We'll do the same, so you can send them my way for when they're building their case. I'll give them everything we have. Even if my brother doesn't want to be involved, I want to help. I nod. Thank you, I mumble. She drops her hand. She's dangerous. Get her out of your house. Chapter 66. Annabelle. Mac and I say goodbye to Marcy and walk back to Torben's house, Mac glancing over his shoulder every couple of minutes as if to check whether his beloved Marcy might be coming with us. Torben isn't home when I get back, so I make myself a cup of tea and watch my house through his living room window. Soon, I see movement. The front door opens and Mum steps out, a shopping bag slung over her shoulder. Her pace is quick and sprightly, like she's got not a care in the world. My body relaxes. She's fine. Nothing bad has happened to her while she's been left alone with Carmen. But then, Carmen has form, I know now. And yes, perhaps she's not physically dangerous. However, after meeting with Marcy, I know that she's stolen things and sold them on, and she might have pushed a man down a flight of stairs when he started getting close to the truth. Mum's absence from the house is a prime opportunity for her. As much as I'm not Mum's biggest fan, I don't want our lives stripped bare and our valuables sold on. It's time to go and check out what Carmen is up to in Mum's absence. I put on a dark hoodie and pull the hood up to obscure my face, reminding myself of Marcy when I glance in Torben's hallway mirror as I pass by on my way out of the house. I circle around the house to the back gate and let myself into the garden, where I scan all the windows. No movement. It's unlikely Carmen has gone out, but not impossible. I resolve to be as quiet as possible, trying to stay undetected as I snoop around. But if I'm discovered, I can say I'm here to collect something I forgot. There's no crime in returning home. If Mum's away to the shop, she'll likely be at least half an hour, which gives me plenty of time to snoop around and get back across the road again before she comes back. In fact, I'll likely have time to spare. The back door is locked, but my key slides in easily. I thank my lucky stars that there's no key in the lock on the other side. The kitchen is clean and looks normal, with Mum's laptop lying open on the dining table, its screen black. The house is silent, but I know Carmen is there somewhere. Soundlessly, I wander through the kitchen and into the hall, popping my head into the living room as I pass. It's empty, the curtains still slightly drawn as if no one has been in here today. I climb the stairs, avoiding the creaky steps and holding my breath to listen as best I can. Lydia's bedroom door is ajar and in darkness, and I press my ear to the gap. I can hear deep breathing. She's asleep. Weird, at nearly lunchtime. Still, maybe she's the type of person who takes naps. I push open the door slightly, waiting a moment to check Carmen's breathing stays steady. Yes, I haven't disturbed her. As my eyes adjust to the darkness, I can see a figure lying motionless under the covers, which are patterned with unicorns and rainbows. An old blanket of Lydia's, I assume. There's a stuffed lamb on the pillow next to her sleeping head, its glass eyes twinkling in the light from the doorway. The room smells of perfume with something sweet and cloying underneath. Rotten, almost. Decay. I'm reminded of the first time I snuck into her room while she was sleeping, on her first night here. How I searched through her backpack, looking for clues as to where she'd been, who she really was. But really, I was looking for proof that she wasn't Lydia, an assurance that this wasn't my imagination, even though Mum was so convinced. How far I've come from that moment, I think to myself. I'm so lost in my thoughts that I don't notice until it's too late. Carmen's eyes are open. She's watching me. Chapter 67. Annabelle. I freeze, gazing at Carmen's eyes, glinting at me in the darkness of her room. The blackout curtains drawn over the windows, the eerie glow around the outside, illuminating her gaze as she watches me. My stomach burns with acid. What will she do? Will she launch herself at me and attack? Or play the victim, implying to Mum that I've come here to hurt her? She doesn't move, her eyes staring at me. Is she asleep with her eyes open? Why doesn't she move? She looks so creepy and otherworldly, lying flat on her back, with her arms under the tight, tucked-in sheets and blankets, watching me. After a moment, I start to back out of the room. "No," she says, her voice hoarse and dry. I stop again, listening. "Don't go." There's desperation in her voice. It's a trick. She's planning something. I'm a mouse who has walked into a trap, and she's set herself as the bait. I don't know what she's planning, but I do know I need to get out of here, fast. "Annabelle," she says. I flick on the light. She groans and turns her face to the side, but she doesn't raise her arms to cover her eyes. There's something weird about her movements, something unnatural. Why doesn't she sit up? Why doesn't she move? Her lips are cracked, her hair damp with sweat. Oh, she's sick, I realize. I recognize Mum's methods. The empty mug on the bedside table from Mum's special honey lemon drink. The tight blankets tucked in to help us sleep. With the light on, I scan the room. Nothing looks out of place. Lydia's stuff all looks to be where it's always been. She hasn't stolen or sold anything yet, I reassure myself. "Help me," she says, her voice muffled behind the blankets. I lean against the doorframe, folding my arms across my chest. She's still wincing and squinting against the bright overhead light, I notice with glee. "Help you do what? Help you impersonate my sister for longer? Help you rob my family like you robbed the last one? Or what?" She closes her eyes and shakes her head. "Please." I can't move. She's trapped me. I laugh. "Little blanket's too tight for you? Aw, poor baby." She strains against the blankets, but she can't even raise her shoulders from the bed. I've never seen Mum tuck someone in as tightly. I roll my eyes. It's clearly a trap designed to make me come closer so she can attack me while Mum's out and play the victim when she returns. And I'm not falling for it. "Carmen, you'll fake anything if it benefits you. You think I'm coming near you right now?" "No way." But as I watch, I see that her eyes fill with tears. And there's dried blood at the corner of her mouth where her skin has cracked. "I think she drugged me," she whispers, a tear appearing at the corner of her eye. Despite myself, I step closer. Carmen gives me a grateful smile. "She said she was keeping me safe, tucking me in like a child so I could rest. But then it got weird. She started to talk about not letting me go outside where it's dangerous. I thought she was taking good care of me. A little overcautious, you know, because of going missing and everything. But then she got out the zip ties. She forced me into that tiny back brace, the one that belonged to Lydia. I can barely breathe. I step back, as if pushed. My skin turns cold. Did I hear her right? The one that belonged to Lydia. Finally, an admission. No more pretending. This girl is not Lydia. For the first time in weeks, my mind feels clear, free of the urgent need to prove I'm right. Cautiously, without standing too close, I peel back the corner of the blanket by the foot of the bed, and my heart starts to pound. Her ankles are tied tight to the bed frame, red welts blooming on her skin. I rip back the remainder of the bedsheet and Lydia's pink blanket to find her wrists tied in the same way, secured to the bed frame at either side, and her torso forced into the old back brace, where I can clearly see it compressing her abdomen, her chest moving up and down in quick breaths. No wonder she couldn't move. "Mum did this?" I ask, my voice hollow with disbelief. Next to Carmen's nodding head, Lydia's old sheep toy sits on the pillow, and I realize why that had looked so strange to me when I first came into the room. That toy is the one that Mum clutched in every press conference and interview after Lids went missing. It was Lydia's first toy, the one that went everywhere with her from birth, and the one that the police used to argue that this was a missing persons case and not a runaway case. Because Lydia would have taken it with her if she'd left by choice. And now it's on the pillow next to Carmen's strawberry blonde hair. Put there by Mum, always the prop for her most dramatic moments. I shake my head, processing my disbelief. "You're not faking this," I say. Carmen laughs bitterly. "Believe me, Annabelle, you're the last person I want to see me like this. You're the last person I'd want to ask for help." I sit on the bed, my back to Carmen. It's quite nice knowing she can't get up. I have her where I want her. I could ask her anything. But I find I don't really have any questions right now. Except one. Why would she do this to you? Another tear trickles from Carmen's eye, running down towards her ear. She thought I was asleep, but I could hear her. She whispered something. She turns her head and coughs dryly. "Water," she croaks. I stand up and grab her water bottle, gently trickling water into her mouth. A lot misses, and a damp patch spreads on the pillow beneath her. She nods her thanks and continues, her voice still hoarse but sounding smoother now she's had a drink. She said she'd lost 2 daughters. She wasn't going to lose a third. Her first baby and Lydia. I swallow my rising nausea. So she knows. She nods, her expression distraught. She knows I'm not Lydia. I think she's always known. We stare at each other, eyes wide. So why? I hear the click of Mum's key in the front door. Chapter 68. Wendy. I've gone a bit overboard. I can tell by the weight of the shopping bag in my hands as I struggle through the front door. In the end, I went to 2 pharmacies and a supermarket. But it's important that Lydia can recover, and I'm the best place to help her. As I walk up our path, I see movement from the darkened window across the road. That boy is watching. I know it. In a moment of uncharacteristic immaturity, I turn to his house and send my sharpest glare. Even though Lydia's back, I know he had something to do with her disappearance. I won't stop until I know the truth, and he's behind bars. And if the police won't do anything, I'm not above spreading rumors again until he's tried by the court of public opinion for a second time. I head straight to Lydia's room to find her curtains still drawn and her breathing still slow. I turn around, about to leave her to rest, when a cough from the bed alerts me that she's awake. "Oh, good," I say, and pop the bag down on the bed next to her legs. "I hope you had a good rest, and you're feeling a wee bit better?" She nods weakly, and I root around in the bag to find the new thermometer. We had a few in the house, but they're old, and I don't know if they lose accuracy over time, but this new one is a top-of-the-range one which you aim at the forehead. "You're a tad warm, but nothing to worry about," I say, glancing at the temperature reading on the thermometer display. "Those painkillers must have worked to bring down the heat. That's a great sign." She gives me a vague smile. I unwrap a throat lozenge, one of those herbal ones with the pungent flavor, and pop it into her mouth. She takes it gratefully, and I stand a wee bit taller. I've been so happy since Lydia returned, but now that Annabelle's gone, it feels like I'm stepping back into my true identity. The devoted mother, the selfless caregiver, the sufferer's advocate. This is my specialism. I just want to give when I love someone, and I'm so lucky I get to do this for my youngest daughter. I have lost time to make up for. It's only a week or so until the next book group gathering, I realize, and I'm looking forward to telling my friends about this, how much Lydia needed me, how hard I worked to ensure she was comfortable and made a full recovery. If I'm lucky, Lydia will be well enough to attend, and when people ask how she's been, she can tell them how much she needed me, and how noble it was that I put aside all my own plans to nurse her back to health. She grimaces at the flavor of the lozenge. "This is doing you good," I say, reaching into the bag for the tube of immune-boosting electrolyte tablets with vitamin C and zinc. I pull one from the container and drop it into her glass of water, where we both watch as the bubbles rise, the tablet shrinks, and the water turns from clear to orange. This will help you stay hydrated. Next, I set up a humidifier in the corner of the room, and I pop a couple of drops of menthol and eucalyptus essential oils into the water reserve. Immediately, the air fills with clarifying, minty flavors, and even my own airways feel clearer, even though they were perfectly fine to begin with. In fact, I've never felt so healthy. I hold out a tiny bell made of brass and engraved with old-fashioned images of ladies in bell-shaped skirts. Remember this? Her face looks blank, so I explain it used to be hers when she was sick as a child. It's yours to ring whenever you need something. I can hear it from anywhere in the house, and I'll come running. Her smile looks forced, and her eyes flit around the room as if looking for someone or something. Is it possible she's hallucinating? Without a fever, it's unlikely, but not unheard of. Maybe there's more going on here than just flu. Maybe I should call NHS 24. But surely I know my own daughter better than any medical professional, especially one at the end of a phone. You poor thing. Are you feeling rough again? She shakes her head. Brave wee soldier. But I don't believe her. Instead, I pull a baby monitor from the bag. I saw it in a charity shop window and realized it'd be perfect. I hesitated for a moment, worried Lydia would be insulted. But now that I'm looking at the poor love, and how weak she is, I'm glad. What if she has a seizure? What if she's too weak to reach the bell? This baby monitor has a camera, so I can watch her at all times. I plug it into the wall and set the camera on her bedside table, aiming it at her face. There, I say, clapping my hands. I think you have everything you could possibly need. Would you like me to bring up the TV, or are you away to get more rest? She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. Poor thing must have a very sore throat. I put a hand on her leg, and I feel her tense under the blankets. Muscle pain too. I tell you what, you don't need to make any decisions today. Everything is on me. Pretend you're on holiday. I'll bring you up some homemade chicken soup in an hour or two, and I'll help you sit up so you can sip at it slowly. It'll soothe your throat. In the meantime, Dr. Mummy says you should get more rest. She seems to nod, and I'm gratified, so I keep blethering as I administer more medication and gather my purchases back into the shopping bag. After all, I say, smiling to myself, who knows you better than I do? Nobody. I cared for you through some of your worst sicknesses, and I'll be here for this one too. I know what you need, and I'm better than any doctor. Mother's instinct, after all. The doorbell rings and I frown. Now, who could that be? I glance at my watch. Lunchtime on a Tuesday. Maybe the postman. I pick up my shopping, make sure the brass bell is within reach of Lydia, and head down the stairs to the door. Chapter 69. Annabelle. I've never liked my mum. Sure, I loved her, like all kids love their imperfect parents, but I didn't like her. I couldn't always put my finger on the niggly feeling I had about her. It was all the little things, I realize as I'm curled up in Lydia's wardrobe, pressed against my own crumpled box of art supplies, listening to Mum's sweet, high-pitched tones as she administers to Carmen, pretending it's Lydia, pretending it's her daughter, pretending Carmen is sick, when in reality, she's drugged out of her mind and tied to the bed. When the doctor came to make house calls, Mum would hover around and smile when the doctor praised her ability to care for Lydia. She'd hover near the nurses if Lydia was in hospital, correcting them like she knew more than they did, as if she'd been to medical school too. I used to think Mum did know more than the doctors and the nurses, and Lydia thought she was a hero, her saviour. I couldn't burst that bubble for either of them by pointing out that Mum wasn't the expert. And Lydia had so many different illnesses that actually Mum probably was the expert in a way. Or so I thought. Little did I know that Mum was an expert, because it's likely she was causing many of these illnesses. Now that I can see it, I can't unsee it. All those rows of pill bottles in the bathroom, carefully forced into my sister's mouth every day. Not needed, probably making her sicker, not better. And Lydia never got better, only worse. So unlucky, Mum would say. Poor, fragile, broken Lydia. It was nobody's fault, just bad luck. And Lydia would agree with her. Dad, too. We all would. I think of Dad for a moment, wondering if he knew what Mum was up to, who she really was. But no, he couldn't have. How could he have let her continue if he'd known? And he certainly wouldn't have left, not leaving Lydia unguarded with a monster. We thought that Mum was helping, that she was keeping Lydia alive. But actually, she was keeping Lydia prisoner, making her sick. The illnesses weren't bad luck. They were an attack, a relentless attack against Lydia's health and body. My poor sister. My eyes fill with tears and my lungs cramp with the effort of holding in a sob. I clench my fists and shove one into my mouth to stop myself screaming, nothing but a wardrobe door between me and that monster, out there with her newest victim. Tears fill my eyes as I remember my sweet little sister, her tiny body forced into that scoliosis brace relentlessly, night and day. She'd cry and cry, begging to be released from the little prison that was supposed to straighten her back. Was her spine ever crooked? Or was all that pain for nothing because her back was straight and normal, unlike what Mum had led us all to believe? I don't know what was real and what was an invention. No wonder Mum was unsurprised to see Lydia in full health when Carmen showed up on the doorstep. Mum knew Lydia's illnesses were all fake, or mostly anyway. Did she believe Carmen was Lydia at first? Or has she known all along that Carmen was an imposter? Was this her goal? Since the day Carmen showed up on the doorstep. A new victim, but one who can't call the police because she's a criminal too. I think back to Carmen's notebook, the one filled with details she'd learned about my family, the list about what she'd learned about Lydia. Lydia, 13 when missing, 19 now, shy and sick, scoliosis, food intolerances, allergies, autoimmune stuff, chronic fatigue, heart issues, close with Mum, friendly with Annabelle. Dad? Munchausen's? The last item stood out to me at the time, but I didn't think too much of it when I found it, apart from to be incensed that Carmen would imply that Lydia was faking her illnesses. But now I can see it from a different angle. Maybe Lydia's illnesses were fake, but she wasn't faking them herself. Instead, her mother, the one person in the world who was supposed to protect her and care for her over anyone else, was causing those illnesses. There are many reasons why I've never particularly liked my mother. She's always loved to be the center of attention, especially when she can be perceived as a martyr. She's a good liar, and she can be manipulative. She likes to dominate conversations and enjoyed talking about her natural flair for medical care, boasting about how she'd never been to medical school but knew more about healthcare than the many doctors she saw on a regular basis with Lydia. And she's charming. So charming. She could talk doctors into anything, even if they'd already said no to a particular treatment for Lydia. Mum could always get them to change their mind, or if they didn't, she would seek a second opinion, and that doctor would agree with her in the end. She wouldn't hear the word no. It's all adding up. But why? For attention? For love? Dad had adored her, and so did Lydia and I. She had enough love, surely. Something in her childhood? I think back to what I know about Mum's youth, but nothing particularly comes to mind. She barely talked about her family and growing up, I realize. I hug my legs in the darkness, making myself as small as possible as I listened to her doting on Carmen, administering her meds and fluffing her pillows, her voice crooning and soothing. She really believes she's caring for this girl, I realize. As crazy as it seems, Mum thinks Carmen needs this and that she is doing a good thing. There'll be some mental gymnastics to explain the zip ties even. Something about complete immobility promoting thorough rest or something. However I confront this, I'm going to have to be very, very careful. She's not sane. She's not a person who can be reasoned with. Carmen isn't the dangerous one anymore. Chapter 70. Carmen. Where is Annabelle? What is she doing? I strain to raise my head, to look into the dark bedroom and see where Annabelle's hiding, but I can't move. I'm fully restrained, helpless, drowsy and drugged. It's terrifying, and there's nothing I can do. I've never been the type of person to accept injustice or a bad situation. There's always a way out, I'd tell myself. There's no shame in being a quitter, a runner, a fly-by-night. I've run away from bad domestic situations, refused to return to schools where bullies stalk the corridors, given up hobbies I didn't enjoy, left toxic people behind, even when I loved them. I even walked away from that cushy, unofficial foster home when I sensed the family's patience with my petty theft was wearing thin. I thought I was the luckiest girl alive when I found out about this place, a grieving mother who would stop at nothing to get her little darling back, and a little darling who looked so much like me. All I needed was a jaw mole and a box of Clairol Nice and Easy in light auburn. I'd stumble into the home, smile my way through the emotional reunions, feign amnesia and disappear as quickly as I arrived, with some life savings in my back pocket. On to the next adventure. But my God, was I wrong. There's nothing easy about this place. It's a living nightmare. At first I thought Wendy was so kind. I felt guilty for taking advantage of her pain, for exploiting that she had a missing daughter. The guilt was crippling. I nearly walked out over and over those first couple of days, especially when I kept getting everything wrong with Annabelle and the dog. I'm a quitter, you see. No shame. And I also land on my feet, so I had no concerns about moving on. But Wendy had so much love to give, and she made me feel so special, especially compared to Annabelle. She loved pitting me against Annabelle, making it clear that it was Wendy and me on a team versus Annabelle on her own. I'm ashamed of it now, but I loved feeling like I belonged. After a lifetime of rejection and loneliness, Wendy's house finally felt like a home, so I overlooked the red flags. I joined Wendy's team. I drank the sleepy tea, took the medicine, played along with Wendy's caretaking games. Sometimes I even imagined I felt a little under the weather, so Wendy could send me to bed and bring me ibuprofen and a little cup of water to wash it down. Being told you're sick makes you feel sick. I could tell she enjoyed how it felt to care for someone, and in my own way, I enjoyed being taken care of. My own mother would never. But as soon as Annabelle left, everything kicked up a gear. The care suddenly felt dangerous and cloying. There was a transactional nature to our exchanges, an understanding that I would pretend to be sick so Wendy could pursue that feeling of being needed. And the cures became more and more painful and disorienting. More medications, restraints, darkness. Already I don't know day from night. Annabelle? I call into the dark, resenting how needy my voice sounds, how afraid. Where is that girl? I hate that I have to beg for her help. I hate that I need her. My mouth is dry, a metallic taste across my tongue. My muscles shiver uncontrollably. My brain feels like it's full of cotton wool. Is this an overdose? Am I going to die too? A tear gathers in the corner of my eye and then trickles down the side of my face as I stare at the ceiling, my breath coming in short gasps. Annabelle, help me. My voice cracks with a barely suppressed sob. I wish I'd never found that neat little stack of newspaper clippings and photographs in a drawer at the foster home. I wish I hadn't noticed the resemblance between me and the missing girl, seen the dates and ages, and realized we could pass as a similar age. I wish I hadn't believed I could pretend to be her. I wish I'd never come here. I understand now why the real Lydia disappeared. Of course she couldn't stomach this overwhelming psychotic care. Wendy is unhinged, stroking your hair with one hand while she tightens the handcuffs with the other. If Lydia really even did disappear. More and more while I've been here, I've come to believe that Lydia isn't missing. Lydia is dead, killed by Wendy, probably in some kind of overzealous healthcare attempt, a medication overdose perhaps, or suffocation if these bindings tight around my chest are any indication of how Lydia was treated while she was alive. Perhaps it was an accident, or maybe not. Yes, I truly believe that Lydia is dead, buried under the begonias in the back garden, the hole dug by Wendy's own psychotic hands, her body tossed into the sea or abandoned in an industrial wasteland in the grounds of a derelict factory. And if that's the case, then Wendy has known I wasn't Lydia from the moment I pressed the doorbell that evening a few weeks ago. And yet she welcomed me into her home and went along with my con. Why? This house is cursed. Chapter 71. Annabelle. I don't stand up straight away, instead waiting to make sure Mum's definitely gone and that she's not coming back straight away. If it's just a parcel delivery, she'll be back before I have time to get out of the room, so I'm cautious. I shift my weight, flexing my legs out into the back of the wardrobe to restore blood flow. I'm about to stand up when my foot hits something hollow and it shifts. A panel at the back of the wardrobe.
"Annabelle?" I hear Carmen's whisper from inside the bedroom. I lean forward and give the panel a push. It moves and I reach forward. My fingers trace the outline of a seam, a little door about the size of a kitchen cupboard. A little door in the back of the wardrobe. I never knew this was here. Something brushes my cheek and I startle, batting it away before I realize it's the end of a belt, hanging from a hook above me. I pause for a moment, waiting for my heartbeat to slow. My nose tickles, and I close my eyes for a moment to pray I don't sneeze when Mum comes back into Lydia's, I catch myself, Carmen's room. I feel around the outside of the hatch until my fingers find a hinge at one side and a latch on the other. It feels rough, like it might be rusted. "Annabelle?" Carmen says again. I ignore her, listening to hear for Mum's footsteps returning from answering the door. But there's nothing. I pull the little door, but nothing moves. It's stuck fast, perhaps even nailed shut. Then my elbow knocks against the cardboard box, and I wince at the sound. I'm so crushed in this tiny space that for a second I imagine kicking open the wardrobe door and shoving the box out just to get more space. But then I realize what's inside the cardboard box, and I change my mind. It's my art stuff. Carmen must have put it here when I didn't want it after my rejection. I reach inside the box, moving my hand around carefully until I come across what I was looking for. Lino cutting tools. They're sharp and strong, perfect to wedge into gaps and use as a makeshift crowbar. Slowly, I lever the miniature door until it pops open with a nerve-shredding clunk, and I ease the door towards me on its hinges, holding my breath. But there's no creak of rust. It swings open silently. I shift back to make space for the door. A musty, dusty smell reaches my nostrils, with an undertone of something sour and slightly sickly. The smell I've been detecting in this room for almost as long as Lydia's been missing, but stronger now. It's dark inside, even darker than the dark I'm hiding in. It's deeper, somehow, impenetrable. I pull my phone from my pocket and switch on the torch, its blue-white beam of light slicing through the black. My hand trembles, the beam of light flickering. I hadn't realized until now that there's a deep, sharp fear tingling up and down my spine, and not fear of Carmen or even Mum, but fear of what I might find in this hidden crawl space behind Lydia's wardrobe. The beam of light catches on cobwebs gathered around the corners of the hatch, strung across the opening. I reach out with my free hand and stroke them away, wiping my hand on one of Lydia's old coats hanging by my shoulder. I shine my light into the hole. The light catches on bare floorboards, fluffy insulation, and grey piles of dust, and I move it further, where it freezes on something far inside, crumpled in the shadows. Black plastic, wrinkled and torn in places, a bin bag. The light slides over the surface of the bin bag. No, 2 or 3 bin bags, all secured together with silver duct tape. Whatever is inside is big and unusually shaped, lumpen almost. From behind me I hear movement, footsteps, a murmur. Mum is back. Holding my breath, I move the torch beam slowly along the shape, and I see it. A glimpse of something grey sticking out from a tear in the bag. Grey, waxy and shrunken like old discoloured leather. Something else. Fingernails. Fingers. A hand, its fingers curled into the palm, nails yellow, long and cracked. Chapter 72. Annabelle. I can't breathe. That smell, the slightly sour, fruity smell, it's decay, rotting. I'm in the wardrobe with my sister's body. My sister is dead. I scramble backwards, putting as much distance between myself and the body as I can. I press my back against the wardrobe wall, my breath catching in my throat as I try to breathe silently, listening to Mum moving about Carmen's room and talking to her quietly. Bile rises up in my throat as I realize that the air I'm breathing, that sweet, tangy air, contains decay and rot. My sister, as if her last breath still hangs in the air. I don't dare move. I can't be found, not now I know what my mother is capable of. She's a murderer. Inches away from me, beneath those loose folds of black plastic, are my sister's hands. Hands that once held mine. Her toes, her hair, all the parts of her I once loved and then missed. She was feet away from me this whole time. Dead. Mum is right on the other side of this wardrobe wall. Her voice floats to me, so light and caring as she ministers to Carmen. She's humming to herself. This is a game to her. A shiver trickles along my spine. Mum knew, I realize now. Mum definitely knew right from the moment that Carmen rang the doorbell, declaring herself to be Lydia. Mum knew that Carmen wasn't who she said she was, and let her into our lives, and clung to her even as I saw through Carmen's lies. Mum went along with Carmen's lies because it absolved Mum of this crime, the evidence of which lies inches from me, wrapped in black plastic. And Mum knew that whatever she did to Carmen, Carmen could never go to the police because she was committing a crime herself. Carmen was a ready-made victim for Mum. The sour smell seems to tighten around my lungs and my stomach heaves. I can't stop shivering, and I wrap my arms around my knees. And suddenly, I remember little moments with Lydia in the last year before she disappeared. Her illnesses always got worse when Dad had to go away on business, and Mum would turn this into a martyr fest, ranting about why she had to work so hard and care for 2 children, while Dad got to swan around living the high life. But now I know that Mum engineered it like that. She could make Lydia sicker without Dad knowing, and she got the added bonus of martyrdom too. And when Dad got home, she'd complain to him, and he'd take care of Mum, to make up for what a hard time she'd had while he was away. I can't move. The plastic around Lydia's body rustles in a draft, almost as if Lydia is trying to help me remember, now that I know the truth. As if there's something else to remember. And it hits me. The day I supposedly tried to kill Mum and Lydia. In the aftermath of that day, the police and social workers had asked me so many questions that the whole thing got tangled in my head, that morning mixing with others that year, until I genuinely wasn't sure what I'd done. All I knew was that I wouldn't have tried to kill them. I just wouldn't. Despite how jealous I was of Lydia, and how starved of attention I felt from Mum, I wouldn't have done it. But now I remember waking up that morning before my alarm and hearing someone moving around downstairs. I tiptoed downstairs, listening to the faint sizzle of rain outside, the kind of drizzle that drenches you in seconds. I found Lydia in the kitchen, making herself breakfast. I stopped in the doorway, surprised. I hadn't seen her up and about in a few days, and certainly not with an appetite. I smiled at her, but she didn't smile back. "Can I ask you something?" she said, spreading butter carefully on a piece of toast, her voice quieter than a whisper. At my nod, she carried on. "Do you ever feel like Mum wants me to stay sick?" And I laughed. Oh, what absolute guilt and regret I feel now. "What? Of course not. She worries about you. She takes you to 1,000,000 doctors." Lydia had nodded, trying to smile. She turned back to her toast with a shrug. "I think she likes having someone to look after, that's all." I felt a pang of irritation. All I wanted was Mum's attention and love. I wanted her to want to look after me, and instead I got nothing. Lydia got everything and didn't even appreciate it. I brushed her off, even telling Lydia that Mum knew best. She was the expert in Lydia's care, after all. Mum told us that so many times. Now, trapped in the dark next to Lydia's remains, I know that my sister was right. What she was telling me was incredibly important, and I brushed it off. And I also know that somehow, that day, Mum had heard what Lydia said to me, and she decided to punish Lydia by taking me away. Mum's punishment for telling the truth. And that meant setting me up with an accusation of attempted murder and letting the authorities shut me up in a hospital for 2 months to really show Lydia what Mum was capable of. When I got home, Lydia wouldn't talk to me. Lydia didn't try to confide in me anymore. I realized with a pang of guilt, so intense, I almost vomit. I'd thought it was because I'd laughed at her that morning, or because she believed them when they'd said I'd tried to kill her. But now I know she was scared that if she talked to me again, confided in me in any way, that Mum would find a way to send me away for good. Tears stream down my cheeks as I cry silently in the dark. "I'm so sorry, Lydia," I say over and over in my head. I could have saved her, if I'd just listened. I'll never forgive myself. I failed her. I failed her so deeply. Chapter 73. Annabelle. I may have failed Lydia, but there's one life I can still save, along with my own. Wrenching my thoughts away from the body in the crawl space inches away, I tune in to what's happening on the other side of the wardrobe door. I can hear Mum still chattering away, not leaving space for Carmen to talk. She doesn't need input. She just needs the caring, martyr self-image that administering to a sick person gives her. But I do hear Carmen, her voice loud enough that I'm pretty sure she intends me to hear. "What's that for? I don't need an injection." My blood freezes in my veins. "Don't worry, love. It'll help you sleep and you'll wake up refreshed in a few hours. It's a muscle relaxant. I used to give it to you when you were feeling bad and it helped a lot. Remember?" The last word is dripping with subtext. She's still pretending, even though they both know that Carmen is not, and couldn't possibly be, my little sister. "Please don't," Carmen shouts, and I know this is my last chance to change things. I have to do something. As quietly as I can, I edge my way towards the wardrobe door and push it open a crack. Mum looms over the bed side on. Carmen hasn't moved, still lying flat in the bed, her limbs under the tightly tucked covers. Her head is turned away, her eyes glassy. "Just something to help you rest, love. A little injection and it'll all be over." "You've been so brave." Carmen tries to move, but it doesn't work. She's still stuck tight. My heart beats wildly in my ears, and I remember the decayed body behind me, the cracked fingernails of Lydia's hand. Mum uncaps the syringe and taps the side, peering at the liquid inside. Now, I explode out of the wardrobe with a growling scream that sounds like it comes from a wild animal. The wardrobe door bangs against the wall, and Mum spins around to face me, the syringe in her hand. I grab her wrist and slam it down on the bedside table with as much force as I can muster. The needle skitters across the floor. "You don't get to do this again," I hiss through gritted teeth as I shove her back, trying to get her as far away from that needle as possible. "I won't let you hurt her too." Something flares in Mum's eyes, pure hatred, and perhaps a wee bit of fear. Her eyes flick to the side. She's trying to find the syringe. She lunges for it, but I'm faster. I kick it under the dresser and throw myself at my mother, catching her at the waist and knocking her down with the full force of my panic and fury. "You killed my sister," I want to scream. She hits the floor hard, her head knocking against the ground. She claws at me, trying to scratch my face. I move my body, still keeping my weight on top of her, and she writhes beneath me. But I'm stronger. "Lydia," she cries, her breath coming in short gasps. "Help me! Call the police! Annabelle is out of control. She's dangerous, mentally ill. We need to restrain her." But Carmen does nothing. She can't. Mum made sure of that. "This isn't Lydia, and you know it," I say through gritted teeth, holding down her arms with both of my own. "You let her take Lydia's place because it was easier than facing what you did. You should be in prison." Somehow Mum grabs the cord from the bedside table and pulls the lamp. It crashes down on my skull, and the force of the pain is blinding. I close my eyes and howl, but gather myself quickly. I grab the lamp and lash the power cable around her wrists, securing them together. It's not perfect, but it'll hold. I reach under the dresser and find the syringe with my fingertips, and I inject the medical concoction right into Mum's thigh. She tries to throw me off, but the medicine takes effect almost immediately. Her eyes close, her head falls back, and she stops fighting. I win. Chapter 74. Annabelle. Mum's body is a dead weight, soft and slack, with her head lolling to one side when I try to lift her. The injection meant for Carmen runs through her veins. Her breath is ragged and shallow, her eyes half open but not moving. For a moment I watch her, scared the dosage was too high and she's dead. But Mum knew what she was doing, and it's unlikely she wanted to kill Carmen. If Carmen dies, Mum would have no one to care for, no one to give her that rush she was chasing. I know Lydia's death was probably an accident, not murder, but still a heinous crime, and one she deserves to go to jail for, which is why we have to get her restrained before this medicine wears off and I can call the police. Carmen tries to help me move Mum, but she's spacey and weak, so I have to take most of Mum's weight myself. I wince as I see the red welts around Carmen's wrists, where the zip ties were before I cut them loose. "She's heavy," gasps Carmen, staggering under the weight of Mum's ankles. At Mum's other end, my shoulders and arms burn where they're lodged under Mum's armpits. I get my knees under her back and hoist her onto the mattress, and we both step back, panting. Her limbs are splayed out, like an abandoned toy. She groans, and both Carmen and I recoil. She doesn't wake. I find the spare zip ties in a bedside drawer, and I secure her against the bed frame in almost the exact way she'd secured Carmen. The plastic ties creak as I tighten them. "Karma," I say, and Carmen's head snaps to me instinctively. She thinks I was saying her name, I realize. So that bit is true. Her name is Carmen. I smile weakly, and she looks back at Mum, standing over her in a way that makes me realize she'd like to get more revenge for what she's done. "She's not going anywhere," I say, pointing at the zip ties. "Not unless we release her anyway." Mum groans again, and Carmen backs away, the spell broken. Mum's eyes flutter open, and I lean down close to her face. "Lydia is dead," I whisper, "and you're going to pay." Chapter 75. Annabelle. I settle Carmen in the kitchen with a sandwich and a big glass of water. She's already starting to regain the colour in her cheeks and the sneaky look in her eye. We might have been on the same team to overpower Mum, but she's still an imposter, a thief, and a con artist. I still don't trust her one little bit. I leave Carmen in the kitchen, making sure all the external doors are locked and the keys in my pocket, and I head back up to Mum to check on her. She's still out cold, her breathing shallow and steady. I crouch next to the bed, pressing 2 fingers to her wrist and then her neck to check her pulse. Slow, but steady. Not in danger, just drugged, I think. Mum would know, I'm sure of it. She did this for long enough that she's probably an expert in the effects of these drugs and their appropriate dosage. But I'm not, and I don't intend to administer any more. Which means I have an indeterminate amount of time before Mum is conscious again, and by that point, I need a plan. The zip ties are still secure around her wrists and ankles, and there's no bruising or redness. Good. I don't want visible marks when I release her to the police. I even adjust the pillow under her head so it looks more comfortable under her neck. She is my mother, after all. She did look after me when I was ill, dressed my wounds when I fell, cuddled me when I was sad. As much as she's done some horrible things, she's mentally ill, and perhaps this isn't her fault. In her twisted way, maybe she thought she was helping Lydia, at least at first. I back off and stand by the wardrobe to be nearer to Lydia, her body. I watch Mum's chest rise and fall, and for a moment I feel a strange sadness. Mum didn't do this to hurt anyone. She wanted to feel needed. She wanted to matter. A rustle by the door startles me out of my reverie. I turn. Just puzzling out what could have triggered this, how she ended up being this person. "She told me she had a brother," says Carmen, slipping into the room, holding out a cup of tea for me. I glance over with a frown and a pang of envy that surprises me. All that time we lived together, just the two of us, and this never came up. She wouldn't tell us anything about her brother. She hands me the tea and I take a sip, wincing when I realize there's sugar in it. But I probably need it after everything that's happened. My hands are shaking. He drowned when they were 12. He was her twin. I think she knows that's why she ended up like this. Imagine, if you lose your brother, you probably lose your parents to grief too. A short, hysterical laugh bursts from my lips, and a stricken look crosses Carmen's face. Of course, you don't need to imagine. And suddenly, I'm crying. So much has happened, so many discoveries at once, so much loss. Carmen looks like she's going to move closer, even try to hug me, but I hold out a hand to keep the distance between us. I take a breath, brush away the tears, and focus back on what Carmen was saying. "You think she's like this because her brother died?" She nods. I wonder if that was the trigger. She saw how powerful it could be to be sick, injured, or die, and how weak you feel when you're on the sidelines, not the center of attention. And instead, if she could engineer situations so she was at the center of them, the carer, the nurse,
the mother of the missing girl. Then she stays strong, the star of the show. I finish looking at Mum's motionless form with a new feeling of awareness and understanding. None of this excuses her crimes, but it helps to understand them. Maybe. She built her identity around keeping Lydia sick, and then she rebuilt it around Lydia being missing. My skin creeps as I think about the identity she forged and the way people fell for it. The neighbors bringing casseroles, the doctors looking at her with sympathy, the followers fawning on social media. I kind of understand it in a weird way, I say, flashing Carmen a look. There were times when I was tempted to fake illness, just to try and stop feeling invisible next to Lydia. I'd stay out in the rain, hoping to get a cold, or obsessively take my temperature in the hope it would be a little high and Mum would give me a cuddle. It never worked. She wasn't interested in me. I wonder what happened to Lydia, muses Carmen, and I realize she doesn't know about the body. I'll tell her soon. She needs to know what she's been sleeping next to, but not yet. I sigh, thinking, the answer is the same even though Lydia is dead. It's the question that's changed for me. The long-held "who took Lydia" briefly became "why did Lydia run away?" And now it's "why did she die?" I wonder if Lydia started to push back on the treatments, began to realize the illnesses might not be what Mum wanted her to believe. And maybe Mum didn't want it to end, and one day dosed her with too much by accident. Carmen gasps. You think Wendy might have killed her? I nod, my throat contracting. She built her entire identity around Lydia being sick, I croak out, and I clear my throat. If Lydia had pushed back or tried to get help, it would all have been over for Mum. Maybe she just made a mistake. Carmen shudders. I stare at Mum, watching the woman whose actions pulled apart my entire family. I'm sure now Dad left because he couldn't take it anymore. All the relentless sickness, seeing his little girl fade away before his eyes. Or maybe he realized the truth about how Mum was treating Lydia, and he couldn't bear it. If that's the case, I can never forgive him for abandoning her like that. My father is long gone, but I'd always thought of him, always hoped something could redeem him, if only I could find it. But now he is dead to me. Annabelle, Carmen says, her voice quiet. There is something I need you to know. I'm not a dog person. I scoff. She pauses and continues. Even though I'm not a dog person, I want you to know it wasn't me who let Mac out that day. I wouldn't have put him in danger like that. I roll my eyes. How can I trust anything she says? And what does it matter anyway? Wendy was afraid of losing me again. Well, losing Lydia again. And with both you and Mac reacting badly to my presence here, I think she wanted to do something to make it more likely I would stay. I think she chased him away. I nod once, unable to give her more. But I do believe her. Carmen can't profit from this anymore. There's no benefit for her in lying. As I watch Mum, there's a niggling feeling as I imagine tending to her bedridden form, long-term, keeping her alive but on the brink of death, changing her sheets, sponging her body, giving her medicine, talking to her while she sleeps, and I feel a rush of unwelcome excitement and power. I know what she got from this, I realize with a sick feeling in my stomach. It feels almost contagious. I have to step away. I get my phone from my pocket and press the emergency number. I'm about to press call when the doorbell rings again. Chapter 76. Annabelle. Carmen and I glance at each other. Who could that be? She asks. I shrug and gesture for her to stay in here with Mum, and I pocket my phone, emergency call abandoned. Once I call, the police will come. Ambulance too, probably, and a coroner. There'll be police tape and a tent, arrests and questioning. For a while, it's likely it'll be my word against Mum's, and she's set me up to be perceived as a very unreliable witness, someone who is on record as trying to kill her with a long history of mental health issues. My stomach churning with dread, I nod at Carmen, glance at my Mum's motionless form on the bed, her face slack, open-mouthed. For the first time in her life, she looks undignified, powerless, small. I turn and leave the room.
As I head down the stairs towards the front door, I glance around, making sure nothing is out of place. But everything has happened so fast in the last couple of hours, but there's been no time for anything to change outside of Lydia's old room. Everything is where it should be, and Mum is restrained, unable to call out. Whoever is at the door will notice nothing amiss. I brush my hands over my clothes as I approach the front door, checking for cobwebs or dust from my time in Lydia's wardrobe. A silhouette looms through the front door glass. It's a woman, I think, probably delivering a package. Mum's always buying stuff online. But the figure is still. Not a delivery driver. They'd be off back down the path within moments if there was no answer. This person is waiting patiently. She knows we're home and she's not going anywhere. "Who is it?" whispers Carmen, her head poking around the corner at the top of the stairs. I turn around with a frown and gesture for her to get out of sight. The doorbell rings again. I wait until Carmen has disappeared, and I open the door. At the sight of the woman on the doorstep, my blood freezes in my veins. How did she know where to find me? What is she doing here? Again, she's got a scarf around her neck, her hood pulled over her dyed black hair. Marcy. There's a smug expression on her face that makes me want to slap her. "What do you want?" I ask, my tone cold and disinterested to mask my panic. She twists her lips in a triumphant grin. "Don't you want to know how I found out where you live?" I shrug. "Don't really care," I lie. She laughs. "You would care if you knew." I ignore her goading and fold my arms. "What do you want?" The smug smile plays on her lips, and again I get the urge to slap it away. This girl really knows how to wind me up. She moves her arm and her leather jacket creaks. She's here, isn't she? She peers past me into the house, and I step forward, pulling the door in a little to block her view. If she's here, I need to know. I roll my eyes. "You can call the police any time. No one's stopping you." Her gaze flicks over my shoulder, and before I register what's happening, she pushes past me with a force I wouldn't have expected from her slight frame. "You," she snarls, and darts into the house before I can grab her. Up the stairs, I hear a squeal of fear and see Carmen dart into the bathroom. I hear the slam of the door before Marcy gets there and begins pounding on the wood with her fists. "Hey!" I shout, and dart after her. By the time I get to the top of the stairs, Marcy has managed to wrench the bathroom door open and pull Carmen into the hallway. "Get off me!" shouts Carmen. "I haven't done anything to you, you freak!" On instinct, I grab Marcy's arm and pull her away from Carmen, wrestling the stranger back with more strength than I thought I had. Marcy and I stumble into the wall in a tangle of limbs. "What the heck are you doing?" I shout at the girl. She's panting, her eyes wide. On the other side of the hallway, Carmen laughs. "Enough, Marcy, truce, it's over." I look from one girl to another, confusion causing my thoughts to race. What's going on here? Marcy has made it clear that she wants nothing to do with Carmen, and that Carmen caused havoc for her family, stealing their belongings to sell, and even possibly pushing Marcy's father down some stairs. Marcy just attacked her. Why is Carmen laughing? I look at Marcy. A smile is creeping across her face, like there's some kind of joke I'm not in on. "I wasn't going to hurt her," says Marcy, joining in Carmen's laughter. I shake my head, incredulous. "Oh yeah, it certainly looked like you two were the best of friends. My friends try to attack me every day." Sarcasm drips from my every word. "These two are both as bad as each other, and I want them both to get the heck out of my house. That's enough." "Annabelle, it's okay," says Carmen, a soothing hand on my arm. I shake her off. "She ran at you. You ran away." She shrugs. "Our relationship is complicated," finishes Marcy with another smirk. She reaches out and gives Carmen a playful push on the shoulder. I glare at them both, frustration filling my chest. "So this is some kind of team effort. You're in it together. Will someone please tell me what's going on?" I want to shake them both to get some sense out of them. I turn to Marcy, pointing a finger at Carmen. "She stole from you. And your family." "Yeah, sorry about that," Carmen says to Marcy. With a sigh, I give up on getting any sense out of them and sink to the hallway carpet, resting my back against the wall. Suddenly, I'm exhausted. And I can't forget that on the other side of Lydia's bedroom door lies the dead body of my sister, and my mother is drugged and immobilized. I have no idea how long the medication will last before I have to act. Marcy and Carmen join me on the floor, so the three of us are sitting cross-legged in an awkward triangle. The two of them sit close together, their knees almost touching. They're comfortable with each other, I realize. They must have been friends before all the stealing and scamming. I need answers, I say in a tired voice, resting my head against the cold wall and rolling it back and forth, massaging my scalp. Now, or I'll restrain you both and call the police straight away. You'll both be arrested. Marcy sits up straighter, and the two women exchange a look of alarm. Carmen gives a little nod, as if to say, "Go ahead." "What I told you at the old tunnel was true," Marcy says. "Carmen was stealing from the family who took her in. The brother found her one day, going through drawers in an old dresser and pocketing things to sell on. He was angry. The parents are good people after all, if not a little distant." Carmen nods at this, and she at least has the grace to look a little embarrassed, but she doesn't deny it. Again, I wonder how she ended up in that house, what she'd come from before. "Nothing massively valuable," Carmen says, a flush creeping up her cheeks. "Just a few things to help me move on, you know. I needed funds." Marcy rolls her eyes and waves a hand. "And honestly, everyone in that house is so dysfunctional about money and belongings that it's possible the parents won't care. The house is too big and full of worthless old junk. If they noticed at all, they're probably glad to get the space back when things went missing. But still, stealing from the people who took you in," I glare at Carmen. "That was the brother's position too. It was the principal, and he wanted her gone. He wanted to kick her out straight away, but I persuaded him to hold off for a couple of weeks so I could have a bit of fun with her. I decided to help her find her next home." She looks around, her gaze tracking across the framed family photos on the wall, as if she owns this place. I gasp. "You sent her here?" My mouth stays open, aghast that she'd exploit a grieving family in that way, sending a thief to live in their house. Carmen shifts her weight, stretching out her long legs in front of her and wiggling her toes. "I guess she thought I had nothing to lose," she says with a sad shrug. Her ankles still have the red marks from the zip ties. Amusement creeps across her face. "You're a criminal mastermind," she says to Marcy, a laugh behind her voice. I groan, frustrated that once again I'm out of the loop. "Explain, please." "The papers. You left them there for me to find. You knew I'd come here," Carmen says to Marcy. Marcy nods, smiling back. "I needed to get to Annabelle." My mouth falls open. "What?" "You set me up," Carmen says with a shocked laugh. "Guilty." Marcy holds out her hands, palms up as if saying, "Oops, I knew you wouldn't resist." "Resist what?" I ask again, barely holding back my anger at this stage. Carmen gives me a sympathetic smile and leans forward. "One day I was snooping around Marcy's stuff, looking for things I could flog, when I found a stack of newspaper cuttings about the missing girl, your sister Lydia. And in there was a colour photo of her with her ginger hair, and she looked just like me. I knew I could get away with pretending to be her, and there was enough information in the articles for me to get here and get through the door, especially as your mum asked no questions." I shake my head, disgusted at this whole situation. "Why did you have them?" I ask Marcy. "The clippings, the picture." I look at Carmen, and I see the faint mark on her jaw where the brown eyeliner fake mole has worn away since she's been restrained. Something's still not adding up. "Why did you have newspaper cuttings about my sister? And photographs?" Marcy and Carmen exchange a look. I grit my teeth. I hate that I don't understand. "And how did you know she had a mole on her jaw?" "The police held that information back." Carmen shrugs. "It was on the photo, so I knew to do it." I stand up, so I'm looming over both women. I bend down and get right in Marcy's face. "Where did you get the photo? That wasn't in the newspapers." Was she one of Lydia's school friends? At one point I would have believed she could have been involved in Lydia's kidnap, but now I know Lydia is dead and her body never left our house. "Who are you?" I growl. Marcy flinches. She takes a huge breath, as if preparing herself for something. She pulls her scarf down to reveal her jawline, and the mole right there in the correct place. Not eyeliner this time, a real mole, the same size and shape as a black sesame seed. Lydia's mole. "Do you know who I am now?" she asks, her voice shaking. Chapter 77. Annabelle. The walls close in, and I lean forward, my head between my knees. This isn't real. This isn't my sister. My sister's body is in the wardrobe in Lydia's old room, rotten and desiccated. My mother killed her. Neither of the women in front of me is my sister. They can't be. It's impossible, and yet both have claimed they're her. I have no idea what to believe. I feel a hand on my back rubbing circles, and a voice telling me to breathe, that everything will be okay. "I'm home," she says. "Lydia's home." I pull away. "Get out of this house." I point down the stairs with shaking fingers. This is not Lydia. What kind of insane game are you two playing? I get my phone from my pocket again and dial the police. "No," says Carmen, and rushes forward, grabbing my phone and hitting the red button before the call can connect. I lunge at her, but Marcy holds me back. "Don't hurt her. Just listen," she says, her voice breathy in my ear. I pull away from her, and she lets me go. I'm panting like a runner after a long race, adrenaline pumping through my body. This isn't Lydia. This can't be Lydia. Lydia is dead. "I'm your sister," she says again, and I want to slap her face even more. But the mole. "Lydia is dead," I say, my voice thick. My eyes fill with tears at the sound of the words as I say them out loud for the first time. "Her body is in the wardrobe in that room." I point towards Lydia's bedroom door. Both women turn their heads in that direction and look back at me, their expressions baffled. The silence is thick. Marcy shakes her head. "I didn't die, Annabelle," she says, and at the sound of my name on her lips, the same slight W sound at the end instead of an L, just like Lydia said it when she was little. I feel my stomach twist. "I didn't die," she says again. "I ran, and now I've come back for my big sister." I stare at Marcy, the woman I've been looking at as a stranger since we met. Her blue-black hair is clearly box dye, and there's a lightness at the roots and temples which could be Lydia's strawberry blonde colour. And the mole. It's real. Her eyes are the same colour, with the little flecks that weren't in Carmen's eyes, and she's got the same pale, slightly sickly tone to her skin that Mum took such advantage of in convincing doctors that she was ill. She looks older, of course. Her face has sharper angles, and there are fine lines around her eyes and at the corners of her mouth that seem almost like a betrayal, like they're taunting me with all the time I missed. My shoulders sag under the weight of this realization. Recognition slams into me like a punch to the chest. Marcy, Lydia, looks at me, watching my face, her eyes skipping back and forth across my eyes. "You're Lydia," I say. "You're my little sister." "Annabelle," she says, and rushes forward into my arms. Chapter 78. Annabelle. "I couldn't survive in this house," Lydia says, shaking her head as I offer her the biscuit tin. We're in the kitchen, having checked on Mum, who's still out for the count, and headed downstairs, where a squealing Mac has jumped on Lydia's knee at the dining table, a blissed-out look on his face as she scratches his back. "Mum was getting worse. You saw it, even if you didn't know what you were seeing back then. So many pills, appointments, tests. Her favourite was when I was in hospital for a night. She'd sleep on the plastic chair next to my bed, and all the nurses would fuss over her, feeling sorry for her and bringing her tea in plastic cups." Her eyes widen. She was poisoning me, and I knew one day she'd kill me. My thoughts drift back to the body upstairs, and how I'd immediately assumed that was what had happened. I know Lydia's right. I tried to tell people, but whenever I started to, they'd shut it down. Teachers, friends, Dad. No one believed me. She was so devoted, so attentive, and I was a sick girl with a vivid imagination. She buries her nose in the fur between Mac's ears, and he leans into her. He looks so happy. Lydia clears her throat. After the gas incident, I flinch. Lydia's fingers pause in Mac's fur, her eyes on me. She had you fooled, didn't she? I frown. What do you mean? All this time, she shakes her head, and tears twinkle in her eyes. You didn't do it, Annabelle. She framed you, set you up, to punish me. I was pushing back, refusing meds, trying to insist I didn't need the treatments. She wanted me to know what could happen, what she could take away if she wanted to. So she staged everything and got you sent away. She knew you were the most important thing to me, and she hated that. She wanted to tear us apart. Tears gather in the corners of my eyes, and I swipe them away. I didn't hurt you. I pull in a shaky breath. It wasn't me. She holds out a hand and encircles my fingers in hers. It wasn't you. She made it all up, forced you to take meds when there was nothing wrong with you, just like she did with me. I lean over, taking deep breaths as nausea rises. I'd thought Lydia was her only victim. But I was a victim too, even if what I experienced wasn't as destructive as what she did to Lydia. I feel Lydia's hand on my back, warm and heavy. You wouldn't hurt me. I knew that. I knew it wasn't you. But after that I knew we couldn't be friends. I needed her to leave you alone, and if she thought she could get to me by hurting you, she would have. It was safer for you if we didn't get along. After that, she shakes her head. But I'm so sorry I had to do that. I could tell how much it hurt you. I thought you hated me. I thought I'd hurt you. I thought I was dangerous, mentally unwell. For years I thought I was capable of trying to kill my sister, the person I loved most in the world. I avoided getting close to people because I didn't trust myself. I thought I was a monster. I bow my head and hold my breath, trying to suppress the emotion rising in my throat. I can't believe how much damage she caused to every member of our family. After you came back from the mental health unit, I knew something had to change before she did something even worse. I didn't know what else to do, and eventually I went to Dad and told him everything. I'd tried before, but this time, finally, he believed me. He gave me some money and bought me some stuff to take with me, and helped me get away to a foster home that he had heard about. I fold my arms, pursing my lips at this. Sure, he helped her, but typical for Dad, his help was so ineffectual. Helping, but not following through. Getting Lydia out and then abandoning her, leaving me behind, divorcing Mum and never visiting his old family. Perhaps he was already working on his own escape plan by that point. Dickhead. Why didn't he call the police or leave with you? He said he couldn't leave with me. He had to stay around because of you. He didn't want Mum to start doing the same thing to you as she had to me. I blow a raspberry. Well, that was bull. He fucked off as soon as you were gone. Who knows where? Another family, I guess. And I was on my own with her. Both of you left me. Lydia wraps her arms around herself. He said he'd come back for me in a week or two, once he'd sorted out custody stuff. But he never did. We sit in silence for a moment, until Lydia looks up at me, her eyes open wide as if bracing to soak up anything I need to tell her. Did she hurt you? Lydia asks in a quiet voice. I shrug. She didn't make me ill, if that's what you mean. I think back to the things I did as soon as Lydia disappeared and Dad ran off. The lock on my door, the mini fridge, changing my appearance so I didn't look cute, even if I hadn't believed Lydia when she tried to talk to me about it the morning of the fake gas leak. There was clearly a subconscious part of me that knew not to make myself vulnerable, how to protect myself from Mum's ministrations. And Mum got enough satisfaction from being the parent of a missing child after that, so perhaps her Munchausen urges dissipated after Lydia's disappearance anyway. Maybe I got lucky. But she did crush every single attempt I made to leave. I'm sure of it now. Every job application, every friendship. She got her fingers into it somehow so I could never leave. Lydia shakes her head in disgust. Why didn't you contact me to tell me you were alive? I ask, my voice cracking. I imagined horrible things happening to you. I thought you were dead. I'm sorry. Without Dad's help, I worried if I contacted you, she'd intercept it somehow and find me. I couldn't go back. I was so caught up in learning to be a person and staying away from Mum. I'd been made ill for so long that I felt so much younger than my age. I had to learn how to make friends, had to catch up on schoolwork, had to recover from all the pills and the treatments. I still have some numbness across my torso where she strapped me into the brace. Nerve damage, they said. I was traumatized, and it was a long time before I could think about anything beyond my immediate environment. I reach out and grab a biscuit, hoping the sugar will still my shivering body and slow my racing heart. And when I finally recovered, I felt like I'd forged a life for myself, a life where I wasn't sick, wasn't stuck in this house. She looks around her at the bare corridor, the faded wallpaper and cloying scent of Mum's perfume. I looked you up occasionally, and Mum, I saw how many followers she had, how much money she must be making from sponsored posts and ads. It made me sick. I nod slowly as I realize how that must have looked to Lydia. Cashing in on your disappearance. Exactly. Disgusting. Although I can't say I was surprised, but I really wanted to mess with her, maybe even get some of that money taken away. Steal it back from her, maybe. She'd hate that. And that's when I got the idea of sending Carmen here for you. Someone to... She pauses, winces and looks at Carmen. Bait and switch, Carmen says, a dark look on her face. I was your collateral. You sent in a new victim, someone to distract Wendy away from Annabelle. Lydia looks down, her cheeks flushing. You looked so much like me. And you were desperate, I could tell. I knew you wouldn't hesitate to steal if you found something worth taking. So I left everything in a place I knew you'd find it, looking for stuff to steal and sell, and you did the rest. I guess I walked into that one, Carmen says, rubbing at the red marks on her wrist. I couldn't come back, Lydia says to me, but I wanted to try and help you somehow, from a distance. I thought I could use Carmen to clear a path so I could get to you and get you out, safely. Lydia and I look at each other, sad smiles on our faces. We've lost so much time and made so many mistakes. I don't know how we get back to where we once were. I don't know who she is now, 6 years later. And I don't know how to stop being angry with her for leaving me behind, even though she had no other choice. And why come back today? Why now? I ask. When I saw you in the railway tunnel, I could tell you were looking into Carmen, and that it was only a matter of time before you uncovered at least a version of the truth. But you still hadn't worked out the truth about Mum. In a way, that was a relief. I knew you hadn't become her next victim, but I also knew that once the truth came out that Carmen wasn't actually me, Mum would eventually turn on you. If she couldn't identify as the parent of a missing girl who'd triumphantly returned, she'd need to get the attention some other way. It's an addiction, and her needs get bigger and bigger with each situation. First the sick child, then the missing one, then the return. If that all blew up, she'd need someone else. You. From upstairs, there's a thump and a loud groan, like a corpse coming back to life. She's stirring. Lydia reaches across the table and pushes my phone towards me. It's time. Chapter 79. Annabelle. 1 month later. It's a small service, just me and Lydia on the front row, and a couple of people I don't recognize scattered around the chapel. Work colleagues, maybe. We did put a notice in the paper, and there were various news stories online. But he's been gone for so long that most people who knew him have faded away. As the officiant begins the ceremony, I hear a noise from the back of the room, and I turn to see a figure slipping in through the door and sliding into a pew at the back with an apologetic smile. Torben. A flush creeps over my cheeks, and a smile twitches at the corner of my mouth. I'm glad he's here. Another friendly face, an extra person to remember Dad as the kind, caring man he deserves to be remembered as. There aren't any eulogies or speeches, just a brief address from the officiant about Dad's hard work and his devotion to his children. After all, it's likely he died trying to save us both. Not a deadbeat, after all. No secret family, no abandonment, just a failed rescue attempt, and then cold-blooded murder. I've spent the last few weeks trying to reconcile with myself that everything I believed about my dad was a lie. An unfair fabrication from the mind of my mentally ill mother. Good weather for a funeral, I whisper to Lydia as we cross the grass towards the grave. It's summer, but the sky is grey, and the chill bites through the sleeves of my black dress as the wind rustles through the trees. "I can't believe he's dead," Lydia says to me, her eyes brimming with tears. We've had weeks to get used to it, but I understand the waves of realization and grief that come, like the pendulum of a clock. I've been struggling with mixed emotions. I spent so long resenting him, believing he abandoned us in our hardest moments. I had even wondered, and I feel a pang of guilt when I remember, whether he had killed Lydia and then killed himself through regret. At the time, that fit with the image of the kind of man who would ghost his family while his daughter was missing. And yet, all along, he was dead, his body wrapped in bin bags in the crawl space behind Lydia's wardrobe. Officially, he was declared missing only 3 weeks ago, and in reality, he had been dead for 6 years, slowly mummifying in the warm, dry darkness. An undignified resting place, getting set right today. No one had been looking for him. Mum had made sure of that, spreading the story of a philandering husband, a second family, a man who abandoned his family in their greatest time of need, telling everyone he'd moved to England or Wales or further afield, a different location every time, but no reason to question it. A heartless man, one who'd leave like that. He couldn't take the strain of a sick child, she'd tell people, a sad yet accepting smile on her face. Another way to make herself the center of attention, the martyr. He didn't have a big family, not many friends. Mum isolated him from the few he once had. He'd been a contractor, so it wasn't too unusual for an employer to receive an abrupt resignation with no notice. Departures like that are unseemly, but not uncommon. And he was quiet, gentle, calm, the kind of man who can disappear without people noticing. I hear footsteps on the gravel path, and then I sense a warmth radiate along the side of my body as Torben quietly stands beside me. No expectations, no demands, just his comforting presence as we remember Dad together. "He was a good man," I say quietly. There's the vaguest hint of surprise in my voice. I say it out loud as much to convince myself and reset my beliefs as I do to persuade Lydia and Torben. Lydia nods. He put his entire life on hold to save me. Put himself in harm's way to confront his wife and protect me. A lump comes to my throat, and I swallow, ready to say my own few words and share some memories, but Lydia's not finished. She turns to look at me. "He wanted to come back for you, you know." Her eyes are glassy with unshed tears. "He was gathering evidence to prove Mum was unwell. He had a plan, and it included you." My chest contracts with a suppressed sob. I can't speak. "He wanted to get me safe and settled, and then he was going to come back for you, once he could prove she wasn't a fit parent. It was a big risk." She looks at me, her eyes shining. Then she rests her head against my shoulder. I lean into my sister and feel my heart break a little bit. Torben slips his hand into mine and squeezes gently. "She killed him before he could help me. He was coming back for me." A tear slips from my eye and down my cheek. I swipe it away with my free hand. It's what I've needed to hear for years. I was loved. I was thought about. I was important to him. He didn't leave. Lydia turns, and her eyes flick between Torben and me. I don't think she suspected Dad. She would have gone straight to the police if she'd had even the slightest idea, she says to Torben, a grimace on her face. "And then you found my backpack." Torben lets go of my hand and rubs his fingertips across his jaw, his gaze drifting into the distance as he remembers. "It was hidden under some dirt and leaves in the trees behind the sports center, barely out of sight, as if your dad wanted it to be found. I think he wanted to send police in the wrong direction, to give you time to get away." "Did she really think you had hurt me?" asks Lydia, "or was she just looking for someone to blame?" He shrugs and runs a hand through his hair, pushing strands away from his face. "I could always tell she didn't like me. I was close with you both. She was afraid Lydia would confide in me and I'd put the pieces together about what was happening. So pushing the police towards me was probably her way of getting me to stay away and keeping the police busy at the same time. She needed a cause, someone to blame." I turn to Torben, who chews his lip, his eyes sad. "And then they found the backpack in your house." His brow furrows at the memory.
I'd just found it. There was a big storm coming, and I thought getting it out of the rain was important. You know, preserving evidence and everything. I was about to report it. My mind flashes back to that time, the reporters on our street, rushing between our house and Torben's, reporting on Lydia's disappearance and shouting questions at Torben as he returned from hours of brutal interrogation at the police station. He was a teenager, and suddenly his name was splashed all over the papers. He lost friends at school and was whispered about by the neighbours, all because of Mum's unfounded suspicions. No wonder he stopped being my friend. No wonder he refused to help when Lydia returned. So you got the blame when you were just trying to help. I'm so sorry, I say. My stomach twists with guilt. I'm sorry about a lot of things. I don't know if I'll ever get over the guilt that I believed Mum over Dad, that I accepted her lies and hated my father when he'd tried to save both his daughters from a monster. He hadn't abandoned us. His only crime was underestimating how much of a monster she really was. It took less than 24 hours after Mum's arrest for the police to piece together what had happened. She tried to play the victim again, of course, telling the police that I had drugged her and was keeping her captive against her will. That if there was a body upstairs, it must be my doing because I was a tearaway, trouble with a history of violence. They'd almost believed her. I could see it in their expressions. But then Lydia walked into the room and all colour drained from Mum's face. Lydia backed me up, of course, and could tell them everything about Mum's tendencies. She even produced a diary, one that she'd taken with her, a record of all of Mum's abuse and control up to the day Lydia ran away. All the forensic tests on Dad's body showed Mum's DNA and a huge, skull-cracking wound to the back of the head. We'll never know what really happened, but we can guess. Perhaps he asked too many questions about Lydia's health issues, threatened to go to the police with the information he had about Mum's treatment of her. It's likely she found out he helped Lydia to leave, and when confronted, he threatened to do the same with me if she ever touched me. Or maybe he came back for me, and Mum worked out what he was planning. Getting confronted with the consequences of her actions for the first time probably made her angry, and in a rage, she hit him, killing him instantly with one blow. I shake myself, trying to rid myself of the image of my dying father, murdered by my mother. Sensing my emotion, Lydia reaches out and holds my hand, her eyes fixed on the wooden coffin in front of us, waiting to be lowered into the grave. She hasn't cried yet. Not like me. I spent the last 6 years pretending to be tough, and suddenly I cry all the time. At TV adverts, as they carried Dad's body out of our house, as they loaded Mum into the back of a police car. That one surprised me. It's like all the emotions I've been suppressing have come rushing back, stronger and more intense than ever. He saved me, Lydia whispers, as the officiant walks towards us and takes his place at the head of the grave. He didn't know how to protect us from her, but he did the best he could, and he died trying. I nod, my throat too raw and swollen to speak. She's here, Lydia says, and my eyes snap up from the coffin, looking over to a large oak tree on the other side of the cemetery. She's half hidden, in jeans and a long black coat. She doesn't come over, just stands watching and leaning against the tree, a hand in her pocket like an office worker on a cigarette break. We haven't seen Carmen since she slipped out of the back door before the police arrived, that night a few weeks ago. I raise a hand in a wave, a silent thank you, for bringing me back my sister in a roundabout way. Carmen nods and turns, walking away and out of the cemetery. Next to me, Lydia takes my hand, and my heart swells. My sister is back. The end.